and I'm thrilled to be your guide as we delve into the pages that inspire, challenge, and propel us towards greater achievements. Broadcasting live from our School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos, we believe that within every book lies a world of possibility waiting to be discovered. Today, we are not just reading a book, we are engaging with a timeless classic, a blueprint for success that has transformed millions of lives across generations. Our book in focus is the legendary Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, published in 1937. This book distills the wisdom of successful individuals of Hill's era into 13 powerful principles. It's not just about financial wealth, it's about achieving anything you set your mind to, and it continues to be a cornerstone for anyone striving for mastery in their lives. This book teaches us that true wealth begins in the mind. To help us dissect the profound principles of Think and Grow Rich, we have a very special guest in our studio today. He's an icon in the motivational space, a true beacon of inspiration, Mr. Motivator. Welcome to the Achievers Book Club, Mr. Motivator.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It's good to be with you.
Thank you. You're welcome. So we're going to dive right into the book. So Napoleon Hill begins with desire and emphasizes on a definite purpose. He says whatever the mind can conceive and believe,
That's right.
it can achieve. How crucial is this concept, especially for Nigerians navigating our unique landscape of opportunities and challenges?
Absolutely. You picked those two words very intentionally. The Nigerian space, opportunities, lots of opportunities, but again, we have a tremendous ton of challenges. Nigeria could not have provided us with a better testing ground for the principles from Napoleon Hill's books, because it first highlights the importance, the central idea of thoughts being things. We must have a vision, we must have dreams, we must mentally prefigure what we want, and then says, once you've thought about it, you now need to fuel that engine with the power of your desires. So how can Nigerians navigate all of this? First and foremost, no matter how challenging the Nigerian space is, it must never stop you from dreaming. No matter how challenging the Nigerian space can be, it must never discourage you from thinking out of the box. Because in as much as we have so many challenges, inherent in those challenges are the opportunities. So for instance, there's electricity challenge in Nigeria. There are also challenges in the area of education. There are challenges all across. Take business, for instance. Solutions to business is transportation. All of these are problems. How do you create solutions to those problems? By thinking. Someone thought about the idea of delivering meals. Rather than people going through the stress of visiting the fast food restaurants, someone came up with an app and said, okay, Glovo, for instance, is an idea. Chowdeck, for instance, is an idea. Why? Because those ideas were designed to surmount the challenge of accessibility. And today I read somewhere that in Ibadan alone, through Chowdeck, a particular amala joint, there used to be an amala joint, has done a turnover in excess of ₦1 billion.
Wow.
That's Ibadan. We're not talking Lagos. It shows you that as challenging, who would have imagined that in Nigeria, as difficult as it has been, especially in the most recent of times, people will still order amala in Ibadan using Chowdeck. Somebody thought about it, saw the problem, but saw the problem, that challenge, as an opportunity, and felt, well, I could create an app and I could bridge that gap. That is an example of how we can navigate the challenging space in Nigeria while still exploring the opportunity based on the principle of Napoleon Hill's book, which is first, thoughts are things. Imagine, allow your thinking capacity to look critically at your challenge and ask questions. What can we do? Imagine yourself dreaming about what is possible, maybe through the use of your talent, through the actualization of your own potential. Just think through it. And then secondly, don't stop there. develop that desire, that hunger to materialize, to actualize, to implement, to execute. That is how Hill's first two principles in his book, Thoughts Are Things, the central idea, and then begin with the power of your desire. And across every strata in the Nigerian socio-economic space, there are tons of opportunities that one can apply this towards.
Oh, wow. So it's about translating a vague wish. First of all, having a desire, then translating it into something that...
No, the desire comes after. Okay. First, Napoleon Hill's view is that as a man thinks, so he is, that we become what we think about, and that thoughts are actually very tangible. But sometimes those thoughts can be triggered by the challenges in your environment. Sometimes that's the way they come. Sometimes you can independently, uniquely, on your own, conceive of an idea, conceive of a dream, conceive of a concept, and decide to go for it. In other words, Napoleon Hill believes that first and foremost, paint the picture of the world that you want to create. And after you've done that, desire can come in. There is no point having a desire without a pre-direction. There is no point. I mean, you can imagine having a desire and you are in this vague environment. There is no clear direction to channel that desire towards. It will not make sense. So dream first, and then ignite the energy and the passion within you towards attracting or actualizing those dreams. In fact, the dream should trigger a burning desire within you to go for it. Hill does not, however, rule out the fact that in all of us as human beings, inside all of us, there is that innate hunger to be something special, to do something special, to achieve something exceptional. He doesn't rule that out. That's also part of the desire that we all have. But again, what is the essence of the desire if there is no vision, if there is no direction, if there is no expectation, if there are no goals? So that's why thoughts are things, and thoughts must start the process towards success.
Wow, absolutely. That's a great one, Mr. Motivator. Mr. Motivator, another powerful principle is the mastermind alliance, the coordination of knowledge and effort between two or more people for a definite purpose. So, in a society like Nigeria, where community is so central, how can individuals truly leverage this concept for achievement?
It is true that community is a very central part of Nigeria, but
yes,
the way I look at how community works in Nigeria is that it is too social. Too social in the sense that if you're married, you have a family, and your mother lives close by, you can bank on her help to support you with child upkeep, for instance. If you're facing an economic challenge and it becomes knowledge to most of the people in your ecosystem, everybody bands together. That's fine. So it provides us with this, what I would call unseen social safety net. That has always been the traditional African approach to community. But Napoleon Hill is saying to us in his book, Think and Grow Rich, with reference to the Mastermind Alliance, that now is the time to elevate beyond the social capital of community to mental capital of collaboration. So you see that it ties us back into the first principle, the central idea about thoughts, thinking, visioning, developing that mental capacity. To say, look, imagine the fact that you enjoy the support of your siblings because they live close by or they live within the range of support for you. They can be there to help you socially. There's a wedding, everybody bands together, we all go there. There is a crisis in the family, someone is willing to stay off work and be there to sit in and all of that. Just imagine that we enjoy all of that. And we become so closely knit at that communal social level. think about the exponential value that we could all derive, especially in adding value, creating economic possibilities and great wealth, if that synergy was a mental one.
Absolutely.
Was a mental one. Your knowledge, your inspiration, coming, collaborating with mine. So what would have taken me 2 years to do, we cut the time and make it even shorter and faster to accomplish within 2 months. That is the essence of Hill's view about how we can truly be communally successful. In other words, nobody actually succeeds alone.
True.
Success requires partnerships. It requires collaboration. In fact, if I may borrow from John C. Maxwell's book on leadership, it talks about the dream and the team to realize the dream. No dream can succeed or materialize without the support of having a team. So the concept of a mastermind alliance is saying build your own team. Find people of like minds. That's the point. People of like minds. Even the book of Proverbs says it. He that walks with the wise shall be wise. Iron sharpens iron. Find people of like minds and then ally. Ally with them, associate with them, build partnerships, share what you know and learn what you don't. And in that way and manner, because there is a common interest in success or in succeeding, we can aggregate and compound the effort of thought, of ideas, of insights, and reap the benefits in far more exponential manners than would have achieved alone. But the key is, are we thinking in the same direction? Are we thinking the same concept, the same principles? Do we share a collective disposition towards how to become more successful, more productive in life? That is what that alliance is about. So I encourage Nigerians to collaborate more. I think we see a lot of that amongst the musicians. They call it collabo. They collaborate more, and you can see how it's helped many persons or many musicians, artists would never have learned about, but they collaborate. So it's not just collaboration in terms of, okay, somebody is higher up there, so I want to just latch onto them so that I can derive some advantage to lift me. You can also contribute. It's a collaboration of collective contribution. Not you being a leech. Not the opportunistic mentality of using others, of riding on the crest, on the wave of others, but saying, I come into this with some value. It might be from my experience or my expertise or exposure, whatever it is. And you come in with yours as well. But think of what we can create together. So we've got to think more in terms of that. But let's transform that capital from our social communal support system and begin to make it look more mental, more ideas-centric, ideas-driven. That will make a world of a difference.
So, Mr. Motivator, it's not just about networking, but having a strategic, purposeful collaboration.
Absolutely.
With people.
There must be an intent towards it. Why network if you won't, one, be bringing value into that space, and secondly, if you don't share something in common? There's got to be some kind of alignment amongst all the parties coming together.
Yeah, that sparks a lot, Mr. Motivator.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Motivator, no journey to achievement is without its challenges, especially in our dynamic environments. Hill dedicates an entire chapter to persistence.
Absolutely.
What does true persistence look like? How can we even cultivate it when things actually get tough?
That's perhaps my best chapter in that book, the one I love the most, persistence. I particularly love it because it was a statement from Brian Tracy, one of my good old friends, that inspired me to go take a look at that chapter again. Brian Tracy makes a statement many years ago, and I stumbled on it. He said, anyone that persists and persists and persists eventually succeeds. That inspired me to go take a look at that chapter again, and I grew very fond of it. Now, you're talking about how can we, or what it takes to be persistent, especially in this kind of environment. Number one, believe very well in what you have set out to do. That's non-negotiable. Don't have feelings for it. Morph the feelings towards your idea, your vision, your goals, your dreams into commitment, meaning that you have mentally resolved. No negotiations. I want to build this business. No negotiation. I want to go into this partnership. No negotiation. I want to write this book. No negotiation. I want to study this course. I'm over 60, but no negotiation. I want to go for my master's degree or go for my first degree. Because that resolution is key to bolstering you, strengthening you for the setback you are about to encounter, because you will. That is what opens the door. That is what necessitates persistence. That is what necessitates persistence. You must first and foremost resolve that, wait a minute, I've made up my mind. I'm going to do this. It means that there'll be good days and there'll be bad days. There'll be days you feel good about it. You feel hippie. Wow, today was a very good day. I felt so fantastic about it. I felt so great about it. There'll be those days. But there'll probably be many more days where you feel so cold, so downhearted, and just wonder, come on, I don't really feel up to it today. But it is that resolution, that resolved mind, that made up mind that will pick you up on those days when you don't have any feelings that are good and upbeat about your goals, your visions, your dreams, your aspirations. Why? Because you've laid the foundation of persistence by resolving from the beginning. So when we resolve, we are effectively shielding ourselves, preparing for challenges of setbacks, discouragements, difficulties, because our mind is already made up. Okay, so there's a difficulty, that's fine, we're not going back. Let's find a way around it.
Being flexible.
Absolutely. Or let's find a way through it, underneath it, above it, or let's ask for additional hands. You watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. When you get stuck, they give you lifelines. They tell you, you know what, phone a friend, or try your 50-50, or ask the audience. There's got to be something for you to at least summon to engage that setback in order to keep the journey alive till you get to the destination. And that is also the case. Recently, we've had very difficult economic challenges, significant downturns across the entire space. But I've seen so many people who have continued to pursue their visions, continued in spite of the difficulties, in spite of the inclement weather, in spite of the challenges of people. You're running a business, you employ people, they are proving to be a challenge, proving to be difficult, and then some people leave. You've got to go back and rehire. That's persistence for the business owner. You hire and rehire and fix the issues. You keep it going until the business gets to where it is stable, it is profitable and productive. That's persistence. You failed one of the diets in your professional exams. You go back and retake it. You failed, you go back and evaluate what happened. What did I get wrong? What did I miss in the last one that I can fix in the subsequent one? You see, it is not your emotions that will carry you through those moments. It is that disposition that you resolved from the beginning.
The resolution. Yeah.
Absolutely, from the beginning. That is why Napoleon Hill's work, the first chapter is so central, because it deals with the mind. Thoughts are things. If you don't get that right from the beginning, it will make it very difficult to apply most of the other principles in the book, because the mind then sets its course and says, this is my commitment to success, to achievement, to making it in life, to being the best that I can be. And so, come what may, I'm able to get back in the game after I've taken a beating, and I continue, make the necessary course corrections, and keep on going until I get to my destination. So in the Nigerian context, for me, the most important value that can help anyone deal with the challenges in terms of how long they can hold out till they reach their desired goals is to first conclude that, hey, this is for real, I'm going to do it. And then as you face challenges, anticipate the challenges. You're into sales, always anticipate there will be no's. You anticipate many more no's than yeses. And so when you get a no, let it motivate you, let it fuel you to go back and figure out, why did they say no to my proposition? Okay, if this was the reason, can I address it? Can I give a better offer? And then get back in the game. Again and again and again and again and again and again. You're learning and you're returning to the scene of that challenge. That's how it works for a salesperson. For a teacher, you might have a student who's struggling. You've tried one technique, it hasn't worked, the student seems to be falling behind. Don't be discouraged. Don't fold your arms and say, well, I've done my best. That's one key deceit that most people fall for. Well, I tried. There's the movie Star Wars, and I got this statement from that movie. I can't remember which of the characters that said it, but he said, there is no try, there is only do. So when we keep on in the Nigerian context, oh, I've tried, that is not enough. You must keep doing. So for that student that you're the teacher, you must be persistent. Okay, this methodology hasn't worked. Let's try something else. Maybe I need to study my student more to understand their capabilities and their interests. Or maybe I need to adapt my techniques. You continue until gradually you arrive at a model that could eventually not only solve that problem, but become a model that could go on to do bigger things. Why? Because you persisted. You never gave up. That is the mentality. And we can apply this. Everyone can apply this across all fronts of human endeavors. But resolve, make up your mind from the beginning, and then keep going at it, keep course correcting, and find motivation from the setback. It should fuel you. It should energize you to say, okay, rather than feeling embarrassed, I'll try again. That's the way to go. That's how persistence works.
Wow. Wow, Mr. Motivator.
And we've got Napoleon Hill to thank for that amazing work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Motivator, this has been an enlightening and powerful discussion. Thank you so much for sharing such an incredible insight with our Achievers Book Club viewers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What a profound dive into Think and Grow Rich. Now, let's turn these powerful principles into tangible action with our Achievers Challenge for this week. 1. Clarify your definite purpose. Take 15 minutes to write down your number one most important goal with absolute clarity. Be specific. What is it? When will you achieve it? And what will you give in return? Read it aloud morning and night. 2. Identify your mastermind. Think of at least 2 people, either your friends, colleagues, mentors, whose unique skills and perspective could help you achieve your definite purpose. Reach out to one of them this week to discuss a collaborative idea. 3. Practice 1% persistence. Choose one small task related to your goal that you often procrastinate on. Commit to doing it for just 15 minutes every day without fail this week. It's about consistency, not intensity. Share your progress using hashtag Achievers Book Club to social media. We want to celebrate your wins. Don't just read about achievements, live it. Small, consistent actions followed by clear purpose are the bedrocks of monumental success. We see possibilities.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, educative.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot.
Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
And my name is Dr. Edward Bush, one of the co-founders and president-elect of AMEN. That stands for the African American Male Education Network and Development. I want to give a big up and a big shout out to the Achievement Channel for all the great work that you're doing, motivating and inspiring the young people of Nigeria. Keep up the outstanding work, Achievement Channel.
I'm Herb English. I am the president of the African American Male Education Network. Big shout out to the Achievement Channel. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing here and abroad. Thank you so much.
As we wrap up our incredible journey through Think and Grow Rich, the pursuit of knowledge never stops. Next week, we'll shift our focus to the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. We'll be exploring the first 3 habits: be proactive, begin with the end in mind, and put first things first. Get ready to embrace powerful principles for personal effectiveness that will empower your path to success. The pursuit of wisdom is a lifelong adventure. Each new book, each new page opens up a new possibility for growth and impact. Embrace the journey with see possibilities. Thank you for joining me on the Achievers Book Club. Remember, the wisdom you gain from these pages, when applied, transforms your world. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep achieving. I'm Sarah Undu, and I look forward to seeing you next time.
Good morning and welcome to Achievement News, your daily source of positive and inspiring stories from around the world. I'm Tracy Dominic, and here are today's top headlines. On today's news, we bring you hope-filled stories from around the globe. First, in Lagos, Lagoon School attends a training program at the School of Eloquence. And on the international scene, a community initiative has successfully planted over 10,000 trees, transforming urban spaces into green oases. Next, in New York, a group of high school students has developed an innovative app to help the elderly stay connected with their families. Our first story focuses on the importance of education, empowering school. Students of the Lagoon Secondary School, Lekki, Lagos, have started a 3-day transformative program for the senior prefects at the School of Eloquence. This 3-day program, which had 20 students and 2 teachers in attendance, the Dean School of Eloquence, Ibon Essien, addressed the prefects in an opening remark, emphasizing the importance of excellence and agility in their various roles. This 3-day program is tailored to enhance the students' proficiency, empower them to become excellent individuals, and thrive in their various roles as prefects, at the Lagoon School. And now in a small town in California, residents came together to rebuild after a devastating wildfire. Through shared determination and collective effort, the community has not only rebuilt their homes, but also created a stronger, more connected town. Such stories of resilience remind us of the power of community and collective action. Now let's move on to our Business Boost segments. In our Business Boost segment, we highlight Ecotech Innovations, a company dedicated to creating sustainable technology, founded by environmental engineer Laura Green. The company has developed a groundbreaking water purification system that is affordable and efficient. Ecotech Innovation is a shining example of how businesses can thrive while contributing positively to the environment. Now let's embellish your morning with some positive picks. Here are some uplifting stories and fun facts to brighten your day. Did you know that laughter can boost your immune system? A recent study has shown that a good laugh can increase your body's natural defense mechanisms. In arts and culture, a new mural in downtown Lagos celebrates the city's rich history and vibrant culture, bringing joy to passers-by. And now in modern technology, a young inventor has created a device that translates sign language into spoken words, opening up new possibilities for communication. These positive picks remind us that there is always something good happening in the world. In our Sporting Inspiration segment, we feature the incredible journey of para-athlete Michael Johnson. After losing his leg in a car accident, Michael didn't just give up on his dreams. Instead, he took up para-sports and recently won a gold medal in the Paralympics. Michael's story is a powerful reminder that determination and hard work can overcome any obstacle. And now we leave you with this silver lining as we close today's broadcast. Despite the challenges we face, there is always hope and possibility for positive change. Today, we celebrate the small acts of kindness that make a big difference. From a child's lemonade stand raising money for charity to neighbors helping each other during tough times. These silver linings remind us that there is still goodness in today's world. Thank you so much for joining us on Achievement News. Remember, every day is an opportunity to achieve greatness. I'm Tracy Dominic. See you again tomorrow for another inspiring news right here on Achievement Channel.
Hello there, welcome to Inspire Her on the Achievement Channel. I'm your host, Helen Ongma Odeleye. Today we are talking about becoming your best self, a journey of self-discovery and growth. Join me as we explore the transformative power of self-awareness, goal setting, and confidence building. Get ready to unleash your authentic, empowered, and extraordinary self. I'm joined by two amazing women. First, Jenny Etta. She's an author of The Bathroom and is reminiscing of thoughts and happenstances on entrepreneur and songwriter of Oba Anwoba. She's also a culinary artist who enjoys to help people see themselves better by doing better. She will tell us what that means. We also have Mrs. Keisha Olukorede. She's a Federal Controller of Works, Lagos. She's an engineer and a phenomenal woman doing great work in the Federal Civil Service. Now, let's get the conversation started. Like I said before, we're going to be exploring a couple of areas. We're going to be helping our sisters out there, the women out there, and get them inspired. So let us, first of all, meet you formally and take us on a very short journey, of what you've been doing.
Good morning, Helen, and thank you for having me here. My name is Olukorede Kesha. I'm an engineer by profession. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a business person too, but more importantly, I'm a civil servant. I started a journey to being a civil engineer by going to the Polytechnic in 1984. When I got into Polytechnic, I didn't have somebody to really guide me as to the difference between poly and university. I just came out and my father said, okay, you need to go to school, and then I just took poly form and I went. On getting to poly and coming out of poly, I discovered that there was this huge gap that existed between the BSc and the HND. I got into civil service almost immediately after NYSC. And then I started and I saw that, oh wow, serious dichotomy here. Just parallel lines. You can't cross. After level 14, as an HND holder, you cannot cross. And you can't become director, you can't become you can't climb to the zenith of my career. So I said, well, you know what? I opted to get out of school, to get out of the work. I tried my hands on something else, but I wasn't finding fulfillment. My fulfillment was in this engineering. I tried to go to Dubai, sell clothes, sell this, because the difference, they just made it to be too clear, as if you have not gone to school at all with the HND. They made it to look as if I just went to nursery school, not even primary. So I was really, really disturbed. And I know I could do better than what they were offering me. Most of the time, my colleagues will be in the office holding meetings. They won't have solution. It is after the meeting they will come and call me. Akesha, please, there's this thing we discussed. I say, Shibi, you are the engineers. And go solve your problem. Say, please help us, help us. So several times they call for meetings. Then when you go to the meeting, they say, no, they call the engineers. I say, what will I do? So I said, there are no two ways to it. I have to go back to school. And I did my BSc and I had masters. So, and then I came back to the work and I started again. That brought my level back, but I didn't mind. But at least I know I can climb and get to the zenith of my career. This relevance that I'm having now wouldn't have been possible if I'd just followed that path of HND, if I didn't try to improve on myself. A lot of my colleagues were frustrated.
So we're talking about self-discovery, knowing really who you are and what you want to be. At what point really did it occur to you that this is not for me, I need to be there?
That's what I said. You know, as a result of frustration in the line of that technical, I wanted to fall out and then just be a business person and be fulfilled along that path. But I knew something in me, you understand?
Didn't add up.
Yes, I wasn't
satisfied
in that line. So it's only in engineering that I find my joy, my peace, my pleasure and satisfaction. So I said, okay, what do I need, you understand, to now make me fulfilled in this engineering?
You went back to school?
So I had to go back to school.
Okay,
so,
congratulations.
And I'm happy. A lot of my colleagues have retired now because that level 14 will have been the bar and the frustration that comes with it. I wouldn't have been this relevant. So,
and that's it, relevance.
Yes.
Relevance is key.
Yes.
And when you self-discover yourself, you become more relevant to society.
Yes.
Okay, so let's come to you. Tell us your story. Where are you coming from?
Okay. Again, my name
as
is...
brief as possible.
My name is Jenny Esa, as already introduced. And my story is a bit deep, I would say. So growing up was not an easy one for me. I had a rough one. It was a really rough start in life. I wanted to become a theater artist. And when the time came, he refused. And it disrupted education for me, so to speak. However, I did not relent, all right? He left the house, At some point, we had to. It was, you know, it just became, you know, a struggle in life, so to speak. There was that point where, you know, because I needed to go to school, I just wanted to go to school. I would always, you know, go and hustle, put money together to go to school. But it would come from nowhere, you know, after all done. And then he would just, you know, begin to talk to frustrate me out of, you know, school. For a young child who was growing up, it was really traumatizing, I must say. However,
you rose above that.
I rose above that. You know, I was able to, you know, give myself education, so to speak, you know, from, it was not the usual education you're used to, but for every opportunity I got, I made sure I got education. I educated myself. So I wanted to become, now this is the clincher here. I wanted to become a theater artist. I didn't have the opportunity. Today I can say that I appeared, you know, I've done something with a TV production. I've acted in a very popular, I've acted in a popular soap opera known worldwide. That's some form of achievement. I wanted to be a writer of some sort. I wrote when I was a little, you know, I wrote when I was young. I achieved it. I did not let, you know, my upbringing, so to speak, deter me. It was a lot. It was a lot. Maybe as we go on in this, you know, it just would unfold. So
because what you're saying, what I'm getting, not everybody has, you know, a background that is easygoing.
No.
And you have shared your story, and you're saying in spite of.
Definitely.
Because that's where we're here, to inspire. We know that at this point, there are millions of ladies out there, young people, married, mothers, and all of having difficulties in life. But the essence of this show is to say, hey, that woman out there, you should be inspired. You know, nothing should be able to put you down. You should have your eyes focused on the goal. If there is a goal for you, and there should be a goal for you. When we come back, there's a lot more coming from this conversation. Please join us again.
So to do well in public speaking, you must see it as a relationship between yourself and your audience.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Welcome back. It's still Inspire Her, and I would like to start this segment, the second segment, with a quote. Is a Ugandan proverb, and it says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And here we are together with you out there saying, woman, do be inspired, learn from our stories, our experiences, the education that we've had, and our expertise and our exposure. And that's what this show is all about. Thank you, my sister. And thank you, ma'am. You said your story wasn't told. You did not add the sugar, the pepper, and the salt. Okay,
so
let's
the
have
ladies
it.
out there won't think it's that rosy. A lot of them just feel they should just walk into the ready-made
Yes, and you become a controller
of
that.
No, it doesn't happen like that.
So let's give us some of those things that you missed
when
out.
I needed to go back to the university, I had a subject missing at the O level. And when I went to Unilag, they said I needed that subject. And my younger ones are like I said, I'm the first child and then the only girl. I have boys behind me. And the boys are like, sister, why are you going to do it? I said, I'll go and do GCE. They say, My husband said, GCE. I say, yes now. Because the way they are treating me in this office, and since I know that I'm wired for more, so why will I accept less that they are offering me? So I need to do that. And he encouraged me. I sat for GCE once because I was still doing a little bit of business. I didn't make it. My husband said, that means it's not meant for you. Why don't you just face this line of business? I said, no, I'll do it again. And I did it again, and I made it. At the first attempt, I was offered, let's assist you. I said, me, if I'm going to go there, I'm going to use my brain. I'm going to use my brain. I will leave everything and give it all it takes. And even the boy sitting next to me, Ma, you can look at my book. I said, no. And I failed it.
And I got something you said.
Yes.
Because you realized that you were wired for more.
And I tell people in life, there are 4 Ds to hold on to if you must make it in life. Apart from God.
Yeah.
Apart from God.
Very true.
Who is the author and finisher of our being, whatever we are in life. There must be 4 Ds that we'll hold on to. Number 1 of the Ds, you must desire a thing. You must desire a thing. And then you don't stop at that desire. Then you must decide to go for that thing. That's the 2nd D. A lot of people stop at desire level. They look at you, this woman is great and I like her. You want to be like her. Then decide. Take that 2nd leap and decide. Then there's a 3rd D, is be determined. Be determined. I was really determined. Everybody call me she for he or he for she. That's what they call me in the engineering profession. You understand? When I lead a pack of 100 engineers, I'm in the forefront. My honorable minister will say, Kesha, I don't have this, your energy, slow down. You want to push me down. Where are you running to? And that even the younger ones, they say, Ma, after this, let's take ELOS, let's take. But I say,
so
no,
where does the energy come from?
From the passion of doing that job. And I love doing it well. If you contract me now to get a job for you, I may be a bit expensive more than others, but you will get value for your money. And the last D you need, I said 4 Ds. You must desire a thing, you must decide to go for it, you must be determined, and then you must be disciplined.
That's right. Perfect.
You must be disciplined. When I went to Unilag, there was a course that one of the professors said I didn't do. The results came out, and I didn't see my name on the list. Even all the younger ones, they followed. I was the eldest in class. They all followed me. They said, Professor Alao, we don't allow you. I said to me, when I got in, I said, I'm always number 1, first on the row. And on that day of exam, I was number 1 on the attendance list. How come I didn't sit for the exam? He was shouting at me, Madam, you didn't sit for that exam. I said, go look for it. By the time he looked and found, he found the attendance sheet first. He saw, I said, I'm number 1. And he saw it, I was number 1. I don't go late for lectures. I will always be there and I'll sit in front because I want to hear. It's the 2nd time.
Okay, so we're not just sharing these stories for the sake of just talking.
Of course.
We're believing that someone out there is picking, in between the lines. It's either you're at a point where you're about to make that very critical decision for your life right now, and we're saying this is the way to go. Someone else has tried it and it worked for her. You probably need to take a 2nd look, right? Okay, so let's pick up from you and talk about strengths and weaknesses, in who you have become in spite of where you started from and where you are now. How were you able to identify your weaknesses, your strength, and how were you able to plunge, to deploy them to achieve your goal?
Let me just say, at some points, I got saved. I'm not afraid to say that. I got saved, and that helped a whole lot to me. I began to know myself, identify with who I really am on the inside, because of who lives in me. And so I knew that, okay, I could actually go out, if I wanted to achieve something, I can actually achieve it. I can do what it is, and I can do all things, of course, So I went all out for it, all right? I would go, I would fail on it, but I would not relent. I would still go back and still get, and still get it done until I have results. Yes, my weaknesses, of course, we all have, where there are strengths, there are also weaknesses, no doubt about that. Sometimes, when emotions, I'm also somebody who is easily discouraged, or rather, who can be easily discouraged. However, the strength on the other part helped, to push. When I stay on it, even though I have emotions running, I stay on it to get it all done, and that's basically what it is. So let me relate a particular
instance.
Oh, by the way, I dropped out of a lot of, I would say I dropped out of schools. I don't know if yes, I dropped out of schools, not because I wanted to drop out. It was because there were no funds. So that's not to say I didn't really go to school. When there were no funds, there was no support. At some point, I would drop out of school. I had a lot of admissions as well. There were also I had admissions. I remember I got an admission to Polytechnic of Calabar, but my dad did not allow me go. That was to read because it was theater arts. So of course, his friends told him that's not a place for, that was back then. That's not a place for young women. The end result will be prostitution. That was that. However, I packed my things, came back, and then I was able to do a journalism course.
Okay. So
because of it.
You see, in spite of these difficulties, you didn't stop.
I didn't stop.
You never stopped. You probably took a break, not a break that you desired.
No.
And then when the time was right, you jumped back on track.
Exactly.
So you had a journey. You had a destination that you wanted to get to.
Exactly. So I wanted to get to. There was a place I was facing. I wanted to get to, and then of course, resilience helped. Okay. Drive on the inside helped as well.
Okay.
And I believed in myself.
Awesome. That is very, very key, believing in yourself. So as we get ready to wind up, we have a few minutes more to, close this show. Let us look at some of the obstacles that you have faced. Believing in yourself sometimes is not enough. When you have so many obstacles, especially in the workplace. The civil service is known to be a place with a lot of hurdles. Tell us how you managed to scale through some of them.
The only hurdle I faced in the civil service was the dichotomy between the technical and the engineering cadre. That was the only one I faced. And I was able to go over it.
You didn't face the men and the women thing?
No. Maybe because most of my colleagues, they don't even see me as a woman.
Why is that so?
Because when you study engineering back in those days, most of the time is only one female, two females, three females in a class.
And a lot of men.
And a lot of men. So we always see ourselves as boys, as men. Even till today, my colleagues, majority of them.
So you're a tomboy or
Yes, I'm like that, yes. So we don't even see that. So that's why sometimes when they take decision, they forget that you're a woman.
Okay.
You understand? They forget. Like now they can say, everybody go to site and then reside there. Then from site you give, you understand, your site reports. It doesn't matter whether the site is inside the village, whether they are doing kidnapping there, whether they expect you. There's no exception. There's no exception.
So the profession actually prepared you.
Yes. As an engineer, you're wired for that. Your resilience must be very high. So I didn't face that. I didn't face in decision makings in this. Okay. I didn't face that. We treated ourselves as men. When I talk to a lot of women, there are some things they don't like about what I say. I don't like you gunning for a post, gunning for a position because you're a woman. I don't like you clamoring for a post or asking for favors because you are a woman. I want you to actually earn it. That's my own. If men are going for skills, go for skills. If men are going for training, go for training. If men are reading for exams, read for exams. It's not that as a lady you're not reading. Then when promotion comes, you don't say they promoted only all the males. You understand? 6 men start for exam and 2 females. They gave it to 4 people.
Who deserved?
Me, I'm not sentimental about that.
So you must deserve.
You must earn it.
You must earn it.
You must earn it. If there are bridges to cross that bridge with the men. I don't stay on a side and say because they are men. If you want anywhere you want to cross, I don't normally wear trousers. But if like we're going to tower 35 floors, I will get there before any man.
My goodness.
I won't say because I'm a lady, so let me stand here. Then when the men go there, they come and give me the report. No.
Wired for more.
No.
Wired for more. Thank you.
Women should aim. Always strive to earn their positions. Whatever you're asking for, strive to earn it. Not just asking for it because you're a female.
Thank you. Inspire a sister out there in a minute.
You know, life is not a bed of roses, they say. However, there are things you can actually do to help yourself get to where you desire. It may not be rosy indeed, but you can always garner courage. Believe in yourself. There's a lot embedded in you as a woman. Get out there. For whatever reason, find something to do. Find something to do. And go ahead and do it because you can.
Thank you very much. Find that thing that you were wired and created for. There's always that purpose that is entirely you, the fulfillment of that dream that is entirely you, and no one else can do it. So she says, find it and pursue it and ensure that you get it done. Thank you so much. Last word from her.
There is a story I like to share. That story may encourage somebody.
Okay.
I was driving on Lagos Badagry Expressway and I saw a lady conductress. A very young girl, very naive, very innocent looking girl. The girl should be about 15. And she was a bus conductress. She hung on the bus at Mile 2 and she was calling Oshodi. I told my driver, park by this girl. And I parked. I said, young lady, come here. Why are you doing this? She said, nobody to send me to school. Wow. I came from the village and there's no help. He said she was selling granules and it wasn't adding up. So she decided to do this. I said, how much are they paying? She said, 4,000 naira. They're going to destroy you. Don't do this anymore. I said, take my number, give me your number, and I'll call. She's in school at the moment. But it's because she came out. Yes. That's why I'm able to see her. If she has said she's a female, and then she's gotten somebody to impregnate her, that means I've ruined her entire life. She came out because she knows she can do much more than she was doing. Wow. I think that story can encourage somebody. I just like to tell that story.
On behalf of that young girl, we say thank you. And because we know that there are loads of other young girls like her out there.
Yes,
so get out there and be found. Let us find you in a place where we can help you. Okay, so we have had an amazing conversation today, haven't we?
Yes,
We've been able to inspire some sisters out there, I'm sure. Okay, so we have had an amazing conversation about self-discovery, about personal growth, strengths and potentials. I believe that you would like to join us again next time on Inspire Her on Achievement Channel. Remember that Margaret Thatcher once said, "Do not follow the crowd. Let the crowd follow you." Keep staying inspired. I'm Helen, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
Every morning we're told in Africa that the gazelle wakes up with a clear determination that it must run faster than the fastest lion in order not to be eaten alive. Every morning we're told that the lions also wake up determined to run faster than the slowest gazelle, otherwise they will starve. Well, there's a moral to this anecdote. It is simply this, that it doesn't matter whether you're the lion or the gazelle. What truly matters is that when morning comes, you had better get up and get going. It's the dawn of a brand new day, and I'm here to ask you, what do you want to achieve today? Where do you want to go with your life, with your goals, with your aspirations? What sort of difference are you seeking to make in whatever it is you've chosen for yourself to do? My job is to challenge you to perform. My job is to inspire you, to energize you, and to bring to you all of the resources that you will need so that you can indeed say to yourself that, yes, I had this morning with Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Walt Disney, the founder of Disneyland, once said that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. We're going to be discussing what I consider my favorite subject matter. It is the subject matter of dreams. The subject matter of setting goals for yourself, of aspiring to achieve the impossible. Most times, what we think is impossible is actually something waiting to be done by someone else. In fact, as Napoleon once put it, that impossible is only a word to be found in the dictionary of fools. And I know you are not a fool. So when we talk about dreams, what are the 4 major things that you need to know in order to live a successful life driven by the power of dreams? Number 1, you must dream big dreams. Dream the dreams of giants. Dream a dream that might look so impossible at the outset, but you need a dream to be so big so as to enable it to challenge you, to inspire you. It's always very important to realize that you were not made for small things. As a matter of fact, every one of us is made to do something big at one point in time or the other in our lives. So dream a dream that stimulates you, that excites you every morning to want to get up and go. That's the first principle. Number 2, you must draft the dream. Put it down in writing. Maybe you need to sculpt it, paint it. In whichever way you can, put it out there. Make it tangible so that people can see and relate to it. And number 3, you must declare your dreams. Tell people about your dreams. We're not asking you to discuss your dreams, but I'm saying to you, declare it. Let people know what it is you are seeking to accomplish in your life or in whatever field of human endeavor that you've set out to do. And then finally, number 4 is this, and this is where it all comes together. you must do what the dream demands of you to do. If the distance be not traveled, the destination will never be reached. Dreams will remain pie in the sky if we do not take action. So, what actions are you taking? Set goals. Specifically begin to outline what you need to do so that you can begin to work towards them. I leave you with the words of a young lady who was challenged and people felt her dreams were impossible. In fact, they said to her, "Your dreams are not real." Then she replied by saying, "The dream is real. It is the failure to make it happen that is the unreality." Dream big dreams.
Mr. Motivator. Mr. Motivator. Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Hello and welcome to Champions of Change. I am Pamela Igbo, your host for this journey of inspiration, transformation and action. This is the Achievement Channel and we are reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence, Lagos. This program is dedicated to showcasing individuals and organizations that are creating a positive impact in our communities. We aim to motivate you to get involved and support meaningful causes. Today, our champion of change is Olatoun Gabby Williams. She is a trustee of the Gabby Williams Alzheimer's Foundation, which was established in 2018. The foundation recently received the Humanitarian Justice Award for its contributions to elder care. She's a passionate advocate for social change with a history of leading impactful projects. She also founded Sponsor a Child Nigeria, which advocates for children's rights and welfare in institutions across Nigeria. Olatoun, welcome to the show. It's great to have you here and I'm looking forward to our conversation.
It's great to be here, Pam. Thank you for inviting me.
Fantastic. So let's get right into it. So the Gabby Williams Alzheimer's Foundation is one that is very personal to your family. Could you tell us a little bit more about that experience for you? And also, I'd appreciate if you tell our viewers, for our viewers, what are some of the symptoms of Alzheimer's that we can look out for early detection?
Okay, so the Gabby Williams Alzheimer's Foundation was founded on my father's 80th birthday, the 11th of September 2017. He'd been suffering, well, living with Alzheimer's, we say living with Alzheimer's for 10 years then. He went through all the stages, and by the time we inaugurated the foundation on his birthday, Daddy was already close to the 7th stage, which means he was catatonic, he couldn't speak, he couldn't even hold his head up, he was in a wheelchair, he had carers 24/7, he was really sort of not functioning at all. And so, yes, we wanted the guests at the party to see what it looks like, the ravages of Alzheimer's on a man as healthy, as intellectually brilliant, as physical. And my father was very athletic, as my father was. We wanted to show them, we wanted to demystify the condition. We wanted them to see also how terrible the disease is. So yes, it was very, very personal. And we wanted to make sure that people, it's a pandemic. It's a pandemic, global pandemic. And there's so little information, although things are changing now. We wanted to make sure that people weren't confronted with kind of ignorance that we were confronted with, our own, and the ignorance of even the so-called the workforce, that many of whom the health workforce, they really just didn't know what they needed to know to really help relieve the emotional burden, the practical caring burden, and we set it up to network with a growing database network of specialists who could deliver talks, Q&A sessions, and there's so many people that are willing to share their knowledge and expertise, and we wanted to pool it and share it with all the people who needed it.
Right, okay. So what are some of the symptoms we can look out for Alzheimer's? Because obviously it's the most common form of dementia. So what are some of the early stage symptoms that we can look out for?
Flow. We have this mnemonic called flow, and it's stands for, the F stands for forgetting, and it's forgetting all the time and forgetting important things all the time. That L stands for losing your way, losing things all the time. The O stands for overlooking your personal appearance, overlooking your hygiene, personal hygiene, overlooking things you would not normally overlook. Overlooking, you forget to turn off the stove, for instance. Wow. That's overlooking, and that also comes under F, forgetting. You're forgetting that you have something on the cooker. And the W stands for wandering off. Wandering and just losing your way generally, and just wandering aimlessly without any direction. And also the W stands for having to write things down now.
Wow.
So that, yes, the mnemonic is flow.
Right.
Yes.
And so by the time, the end of your father's life, he had all those symptoms?
Oh, yes. I mean, he had those symptoms even earlier than the 7th stage. The 7th stage, you are just not functioning at all. You're not even walking. Because, it's a disease of the brain. It's a degenerative disease. So it's the brain that sends the commands to the body to do this and to do that. By that stage, the 7th stage, your brain is really sort of eaten up with the disease.
Wow.
It cannot send those commands. Sure. So, Daddy couldn't do anything. Even eating, sometimes the food would be left in his mouth because the brain wasn't sending the command to chew and swallow.
Wow.
It gets as bad as that. It is a terrible thing to look at. So he was exhibiting those symptoms, I would say, by sort of stage 3. And I can't name, the specific, they do have names, but the specific stage, I cannot name it. But I would say that by the middle stage, 3, he would already, all those symptoms were a factor of his life.
Right.
Yes.
Wow, that must have been so hard for you to watch that and see your dad degenerate that way. So I know that the mission of the foundation is one of education and advocacy so that people can understand. Could you just tell us briefly what are the specific ways you've been able to do that since you founded the foundation, and what are some of the challenges, particularly in the Nigerian context, that you faced doing this and how you've navigated it?
Interestingly enough, people are hungry because it's a pandemic and because a lot of families have elderly people who do act strange at a certain age. And they're curious about what might be going on. Is this the normal aging? Is this something else? So we found that in terms of receptivity to the information we're giving, Nigerians have been very receptive, which is great. So they're responsive to the information. We like to work for our outreaches with faith-based organizations.
Okay.
At the moment it's churches, but we want to go into mosques, we want to go to all the faith-based organizations because that's where the people gather. That's where you'll find literally thousands of people, and we can also get them in cell groups in churches as well. So we can go small, we can go big. Yes, challenges, as I said, people, the specialists we work with, this network of specialists we're building, and which is growing every day. Nutritionists, public health practitioners, neurologists, gerontologists, geriatrics specialists, neurologists, I've said that already. They're very happy to share their knowledge. They want to be part of the fight against dementia. We may not be able to stop it happening, we can help to prevent it, but we can help people understand it better so it's destigmatized, and we can also help people manage it better. So we find that in terms of responsiveness, there are no challenges. Gabby Williams Alzheimer's Foundation is endowed, but we will be going into fundraising very soon. And also we will be, the brain health of the executive retreat we've put together is a funded program. So we will get money coming in, and that will be interesting as a stage in our journey to see how easy it is to transact.
Sure.
in social enterprise transactions. It'll be interesting to see how well we do. So far, we're giving. It's a charity. We're giving and giving and giving. So there are no challenges in terms of response and receptivity. Yeah.
Fantastic. So you talked a little bit about it being a pandemic earlier, and I must say, when I was doing my research, I was blown away by the numbers. So, I found out that there are 55 million people living with Alzheimer's worldwide. 60% of that number are in low and middle income countries like Nigeria, and it's due to increase to 139 million worldwide by 2050, which is an outstanding number. And by 2030, almost 4 million people will be living with dementia in sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, these are sobering numbers, to say the least. So in terms of the government in this country, what sort of reforms and policies do you need to see to create a robust healthcare infrastructure that will take care of patients and caregivers alike?
Well, we've got the primary health centres. I mean, that's the first point of call. That's a port of entry into the healthcare system, and we need to revitalise them, re-equip them, man them. The National Senior Citizen Centre is working hard with the training of geriatric social care skills, making sure that the workforce is eligible to be the workforce. At the level of training, certification, registration, they're working on a quality assurance model. And that's going to sort of be rolled out. So everyone in the aging space, if you want to go into training, you use that template. So we're looking forward to receiving that. That is extremely important. Revitalize the primary health centers, because that is they're all across the country. I think they're about 33,000 now. Not enough, but that's the first port of entry. Make sure they're properly equipped, properly staffed, and that the staff are properly trained. I was thinking about telemedicine. I think that might be the solution for a lot of the old people. The populations you're talking about, they're going to be living. A lot of them will be living in rural areas. They're already there, and we want to reach them. And we know the infrastructural problems in rural areas. So telemedicine might help. Will help if we can get the government behind it independently and also in private-public partnerships. So get private sector coming up with platforms for telemedicine, apps for telemedicine, and get government doing something to make it happen, some sort of regulatory framework or even funding. Telemedicine, I think, will really help to alleviate a lot of the suffering of elderly people and people living with dementia in rural areas. It will also, what else can I... The caregivers, for occupational therapists, we recommend that they increase the workforce in occupational therapy, because they are vital for people living with dementia and also the elderly. They help with managing the home environment, making recommendations for modifications, to ensure safety, to prevent falls. They are very useful with care planning, and they're also very useful in training the caregivers. Increase the occupational therapy workforce. Telemedicine is something they really do need to roll out, and that will really go a long way, I think, in alleviating the suffering of the staggering numbers you've just mentioned.
It sounds like there's so much work to be done in this area. But we'll take a quick break now. We'll come back with this incredible conversation when we come back.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional in Lagos and Abuja.
Call 0802 3032 066. Log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence.
Teaching the world to speak.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Welcome back to the show, and we're having an incredible conversation so far with Tone. So Tone, tell me, in terms of the community, how can the community get engaged to create more awareness, education, destigmatization of this disease, and so that it can be far-reaching?
Okay, that's a great question. Let's start with the individual. Individuals, you can get involved in the World Days. There's World Elder Abuse Awareness Day on June the 15th. There's the World Alzheimer's Day on the 21st of September. There's the National Day of Older Persons, and we celebrate that here. We mark it on the 10th of October. Now, we have all these. We have the infomercials we've put together, Waiting to Do Mama Dupe, which is in Pidgin English. We have Remembering Tomorrow, Lesson at Obalende Buka. And we can give that to you for you to screen on your personal channels. And also Flow, the mnemonic. It's good to learn it. And on your Facebook Live, go out there and tell people Flow and go through the motions, forgetting, losing, overlooking, wandering off, writing things down. And you can do that. These are ways of recognizing, Alzheimer's type of dementia. So you can also help to distribute IEC materials, follow us on social media, visit our website, keep up to date with our activities, and let us know the kind of things you would like to get involved in. And as for corporates, I really advise that I recommend that they reach out to the National Senior Citizen Center, the NSCC, which was established in 2017 by the National Senior Citizens Act. And they have this wonderful public-private partnership where they have a prototype of a senior citizen center, which is a fantastic forum for activities, for events, programs, conferences, talks, libraries, recreation, all sorts of things. It's all encompassing. And they want to roll it out as a public-private partnership. So the corporates provide the funding, they provide the prototype and all the expertise required to make it happen. And the vision is one community, one senior center for every community in the country. So I think that's a wonderful thing way to get behind the fight against Alzheimer's dementia, because we're going to have, these are fora where we can listen to talks about it, to destigmatize it, to give information, which is equipping you to really manage living with a person living with dementia. So yes, I think that, does that answer your question?
Absolutely. So that's excellent information. We'll drop the information about your foundation on our channel for people to get in touch. Tell me, in terms of dementia, is it something that can be prevented? What steps can people take to prevent dementia? And presumably, is it just in old people, or do young people suffer from dementia?
Well, elder people are disproportionately affected, but it's not just older people. You get young people get dementia as well, but disproportionately older people. I'm loath to use the word prevention, keeping it at bay. Take care of your brain health. It's one of the reasons, well, it's the major reason why we've launched the Brain Health in the Corporate Structure program with our Brain Health of the Executive Retreat. Brain health, the health of your brain is put at risk. Periodontal disease, which is a gum disease, and it's inflammation of the mouth, and it gets into the bloodstream and it affects the brain. Hyperlipidemia is about lipids in the blood, too much fats in the blood, high cholesterol. All these put your brain health at risk. Smoking, reduce alcohol. You don't have to stop it completely, but reduce it. A glass of red wine, with a meal is not going to harm you, but take it easy with the alcohol intake. Smoking, no. Protect your brain health, because Alzheimer's is a disease of the brain. Drink lots of water and keep yourself hydrated, particularly when I remember when you're already suffering from the disease, you need lots of water to hydrate the brain.
That's excellent.
Yes, have I answered your question?
I've learned a lot as we speak. So thank you so much for that. But before we end the show, I wanted to ask you about one of the things which is your passion. Got nothing to do with Alzheimer's, but I thought I must ask because you are a passionate advocate for children's rights. Tell us a little bit about that work, and you've been doing it for 14 years, and what impact you've had and what you want to see for the future with that.
I started Sponsor a Child in 2003, and the last major project ended in 2015 with an award ceremony for all the network of institutions across the country who, orphanages mostly and early learning centers, who had participated in the program. Rights-based childcare is our flagship project. So we ran training programs across the country for caregivers and educators in institutions. We were funded by the Democracy and Human Rights Fund of the American Consulate, the embassy. We were funded also by Procter & Gamble, who was our main sponsor for 2 years. We got a global grant to do our work. So rights-based childcare, what are the human rights of children, and how do we integrate the care we provide our children, with the rights. The rights cut across the right to survive, that's life, right to develop, that includes education and physical development, psychosocial development, the right to protection, that's protection from abuse, neglect, and the right to participate, recognizing that children learn how to become good, healthy, effective adults if they are encouraged from a very young age. Democratic principles, learning how to take turns, learning how to make decisions according to their age group. The Child Rights Act of 2003 has an idea, a theme that runs through it called the evolving capacities of children. So now we look at our children as individuals and we tailor the way we raise them to suit the individual's evolving capacities. So it's no longer this this one-size-fits-all kind of upbringing. You're much more cognizant of the child as an individual. We are more cognizant of the child as having agency. We want to encourage them to think independently, to think critically. So the rights really do help to enshrine those ideas of the agency of children, of their evolving capacities. And we also, through my work now with the UN, I'm a founding partner of the UN Book Club for Africa. And thank you. And what we do is we invite them to become partners in development. So you can do, at your age, with the supervision of your teachers, you can do something in your communities to help, implement the Sustainable Development Goals. So go out there, find something that you can, you don't like, you want to tackle it. Let the teachers take them to the local government and challenge the officials in local government and do something and take their place as citizens of their country and within the community.
Great, that's excellent. We must get you here for another show on children's advocacy. That'll be fantastic. But thank you so much for having, given your time to talk about Alzheimer's and the wonderful work you're doing with your foundation, and we wish you all the best. It's been great to have Tone here today. All the information about what they do and how you can get in touch will be on our channel. So thank you so much again. It's been great to have you here.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
I hope you've enjoyed this episode of Champions of Change. We hope these stories have inspired you to take steps towards making a difference in your own little way. Change starts with one person, one act, one decision to make the world a better place. Together, we can be the change we wish to see. This is the Achievement Channel. From our studios at the School of Eloquence, Lagos, I am Pamela Igbo. See you next time. Bye.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to Career Success, the premier program dedicated to helping you navigate the path of professional excellence. Whether you are just starting out as an entrepreneur looking to advance your career or considering a career change, this program is designed to provide you with the insight, the tools, and inspiration you need to achieve your career goals. This is Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you from the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. My name is Oyinpriye Krumale. Our guest is a distinguished accountant, a high-profile administrator, and a renowned educator known for exceptional achievements and contributions to our industry. Ms. Doreen Onyekwelu is a dynamic leader with a remarkable career spanning over 28 years of working experience across health, manufacturing, and educational sectors in Nigeria. In 2005, Doreen moved to the Lagoon School to take up a position as a Director of Finance and Administrator and served for 17 years until her appointment to the position of Acting Principal in 2022. She became the principal in 2023 and heads the school's management team. She is also a member of the governing board of Lagoon School. Good day to you, Doreen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Priye.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Your profile is quite robust, and I am thinking, where am I going to start from?
You can start from anywhere.
Thank you very much. It's nice to have you on the program.
Thank you.
Now, can you share with us, just a little bit about your upbringing, your influence, and your interest, and just what you feel the public should know concerning your background in education?
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I come from a family of 6 children. My dad, 84 years, so does a lot of things. In fact, I like to mention his name all the time because he's my role model. My mom as well is a teacher, 71 years. Yes.
71.
Great, yes.
I see.
And they still drive, do a lot of things for themselves, no house help, for instance. So if you see them, you'll be proud to have them as your parents.
No house helps at 84 and 71.
71.
I see.
They do the cooking together, they go to market together, they do things together.
At that age?
At that age.
I see. That's where I think this generation needs to be learning a lot from that.
I remember telling the parents during one of our parents' forum, and I met a parent in one of the stores in Lagos, and what he reminded me, said, remember that talk you gave telling us about your 84-year-old dad? I said, wow, you remembered. Said, that was the only thing I took away, and you told us that he still drives.
Wow, that's great to hear. Let's move away from that now. Let's start talking about you. Your career beginnings and motivation. Can you share with us what inspired you to pursue a career in accounting and finance?
Great. At far back as when I was in primary 3, the first newspaper I read, looking at career path, I saw accountancy. And one of the subjects required is mathematics. I loved mathematics. My mom is a mathematician, my dad is a mathematician. As long as the AC is on, I'm ready to solve mathematics till daybreak.
Wow.
So yes, I really wanted to study accountancy. But I must tell you that while in SS1, my mom now wanted me to study pharmacy. I was doing very well in physics, I was doing very well in chemistry, but I didn't really like biology. Why did she want me to study pharmacy? Because she felt, oh, my first sister is studying banking and finance, my second sister is studying accountancy. We are 6 children, why do I want to study accountancy? She wants to be a mother of a doctor or a pharmacist and all of that. So I had to drop accounts in my SS1 to do physics, chemistry, biology. But my first jam, I didn't make the cutoff.
Okay.
My dad, like I said, being my role model, had to call me to say, you know what? It's not the end of life, begin again. Because my first 3, I'm the 4th child. The first 3 entered university immediately. So I had to step back, write jam
and
wait for 1 good year. Yes.
Okay.
So I had to take up geography as well as government, which I didn't do while in school. But I got all the support from my dad as well as my mom that eventually understood. So I went back to reading for JAMB again to do accountancy, which was my dream as far back as primary 3 when I was just 9 years old.
I see. All right. How did your experience as an accounts clerk, at Niger Foundation Hospital and Diagnostic Center shape your career aspirations? Because it seems that's where you started.
Yes, that was actually when I was in my first year in the University of Nigeria, in Enugu campus, studying accountancy, and the school went on strike. And I don't like just staying at home, not doing anything. So I decided to apply for that job, which I got to be the accounts clerk in Niger Foundation Hospital. I worked there for like 3 months before they called off the strike and I went back to school. I was really happy to have that opportunity. One funny thing I must say, it's okay, there wasn't any counting machine, for instance. I know how you count money like this, but they taught me how to count money fast in this manner. I was really glad. And I got good, lovely feedback because I would say that I'm someone that is very meticulous. I will never want to leave without balancing my accounts and all of that. So, yes.
The left and the right must correlate.
Exactly.
Okay.
For any debit entry, there must be a corresponding credit entry. So that was really helpful. When school resumed, I just felt, wow, I'm in the right profession studying accountancy.
Okay.
And it gave me push when school started.
All right. That's great. So,
and that was the first time I touched money, telling myself, wow, this is the work I did, and I'm being paid for it.
When you said that's the first time you touched money, is it like you touched the physical currency?
I
or
earned money.
You earned money
yes,
as
I
an
earned money as an accountant, not asking my parents to give me money for something because I already had my own savings from the work I did.
Whilst you're still in school?
Yes.
Okay.
While I was still in school.
Now, let's run up a little. Human resource and team development. You, from your profile, I have seen that you had some quite experience with leadership and whilst you're transitioning from being an accountant to another sector where though you're still carrying out the accounting activities, but it was a complete different organization and in a complete different sector. So tell us about that transition.
Okay, after my university, I did my NYSC in an accounting firm where I must say I got the knowledge I needed to excel in my career path, being an accountant. So from there, I worked in a hospital as a chief accountant and helped to set up the accounts department. In fact, it was very funny because the director said, I'm not going to call you just an accountant, I'm going to call you the chief accountant because you are the one in charge of this department. One thing I noticed is the delay in payment of salaries. But when I came on board, I had to learn how to be fast in collecting debts in order to be able to submit and have enough funds for us to be able to pay our workers.
What did you do to the people? Did you threaten them?
To make the payments?
Yes.
Definitely not. I started on time. Reminders. You know, being a hospital is also very, will I use the word, that empathy. Someone is not feeling fine and you're going to remind, especially those in the ward, you need to make this payment. But I don't go through that part just directly. I go visiting them often, sharing their pain with them, encouraging them. And in fact, the patient will be the one telling whether it's the parent or whoever has to make the payment. Please, we need to settle just because of the route I was following. Yes, I was able to make sure that debts were settled in good time in order to be able to pay them salary before the end of the month, of each month.
Okay. You're still watching Career Success on Achievement Channel. We're going to break shortly and we'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. For private coaching in public speaking, call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back, and many thanks for joining us on the program Career Success. I'm still having a conversation with Doreen Onyekwelu, an accountant, with an expanse of 28 years in the profession. Welcome back, Doreen.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's talk about some of the challenges you encountered whilst you're practicing your profession, and some of the hurdles you needed to, to scale over, some of the mountains you faced as a practitioner. Tell us about it.
After my master's in accounting, same university, I got a job as the accountant. There was actually an accountant there already before I joined. But on getting there, I realized that there weren't accounting manuals. I was learning from what I was seeing. Nothing was laid down. The onboarding wasn't so fantastic. I told myself that whatever it is that I'm learning here or doing here, I must document everything to make it a lot easier for those that will come after me to have something to rely on and make onboarding easier for them. So that I managed to achieve, setting up all the accounting manuals. And from there, we transitioned from the manual aspect to using QuickBooks. QuickBooks is an accounting software which many companies use, so that helped a lot. It's a manufacturing company, and it's already a different set from the hospital. So hospital, you're talking about the income and expenditure, profit and loss services, but this is a manufacturing company. It's also helped me to practice more of the things I learned in university, like cost accounting and management accounting, which is a different set of accounting from just the financial accounting.
Okay. Oh, so the kind of accounting that you practiced and executed when you were, working in the hospital is different from that
Completely
which
different.
obtained from the
In a
manufacturing sector.
company, yes.
Now you were saying something about one of the companies where you worked for. There were no accounting standards or manuals to guide procedures to guide the accountants there. You set the record straight there. Didn't you encounter any of the accountants who were in that company who came after you?
Yeah,
Were there cases like that?
Yes, there was a big challenge, but I really overcame, and I thank God, because there was an accountant, so I was I was the second accountant.
Okay.
And 6 months after my confirmation, I was made the financial manager, and this accountant was still there. So you can imagine how it will look like, and a male at that matter.
I see.
Anyway, but what helped me a lot was the soft skills, human relations, making him understand that we are here, we share a common goal, and we must make it work. So it's not about the position, it's not about the title, but about our working together, collaborating. And that also settled his mind, because I learned a lot from him, and he also learned a lot from me, and worked hand in hand with me to ensure that we had that accounting principles documented.
Let's talk about your key successes and milestones.
Okay.
Which of these areas in your previous company, were there any key successes and milestones that you achieved? And also in the manufacturing, were there any key successes or the highest, will I call it accolade, or what you achieved whilst practicing within your 28 years span that you can boast about and confidently talk about?
One of the greatest things, I'll say, if I look back, I'm very happy to remember are the people I worked with, because I also helped them to see the importance of owning one's job. Okay. So we're not just working for a company, but we are working for ourselves. So to grow in integrity, just as things as little as being punctual to work, I helped them to see that it's really important to work with that mindset so that we'll be able to give our best. And people were grateful.
Okay, those achievements, were there promotions? Were there not just promotions in instances where you were celebrated and you were more like in the limelight in the midst in the organization? Because if that doesn't, I was expecting to hear something like that since you were.
Oh,
you
definitely.
Yes, tell us about those.
Remember that when I started, I said that 6 months after, once immediately I was confirmed from just being an accountant, I was made the financial manager. And truly I was asking myself, wow, just 6 months into what I was doing, I looked back. One thing I said to myself, I guess they saw the attitude to work which I had. Just a little story on coming to Lagos for auditing. I went with my managing director, my direct boss. She was the one that told me this story afterwards when we were doing stock counts. And what was in the book wasn't aligning with what we were counting physically. And I said, no, we need to recount again. And the salesperson kept on saying, but it's just one difference, the difference of one.
An insignificant amount.
Is very insignificant according to him. But I just said 1 + 1 is equal to 2, and it has to balance. Either we change what is in the book because that's not what we are counting. And he was taken aback, but we had to do the right thing. So by the time I got back, my managing director actually told me that she overheard the conversation, that she was impressed. It's just something very little, but you can imagine how little things like this impress the owners because they feel you've taken it as your own, which was what I was trying to help every member of staff to see, that your environment is yours. So if they are the head of sales, take up that role and work as a head of sales, that you are the owner of this organization. That mindset helps people a lot.
Okay, I see that. Now, you've worked in the medical sector, in the industry, you moved to manufacturing, and finally, you transitioned to education, which is, now you are the principal of one of the biggest schools in Lagos, Nigeria, the Lagoon School. You're not just the principal, you're also a member of the governing board.
Right.
How did you achieve that?
Moving to Lagos to work in Lagoon School, I actually went to work as a director of finance and administration. There wasn't a department set up for that. The vice principal, administration, and an accountant, they were just doing what they could do best. So the intention was to go and assist in setting up that department. But I fell in love with the school, and I said, well, this is an institution I want to work in because it's like leaving home and going home. So it was, for me, it was home away from home. Yes, I was able to do that, setting up that department, introduced all I had learned from where I worked before in the East, coming to Lagos, using the same accounting software, QuickBooks. What made me to transition from being an accountant to moving as the principal of Lagoon School, I want to believe that the pioneer principal already saw that in me. She already had that vision. It's true someone succeeded her, but she needed to move to Lagos Business School. That's where she's working now, and I also learned a lot from her. So I'm like the third principal of the Lagoon School. I would want to say that there's a level you will reach in your career. What matters is now the soft skills, your relationship with people, which I call human skills, because you're dealing with parents, you're dealing with members of staff, you're dealing with students. So it's beyond just the managerial work of trying to do accounts, but we're now talking of leading people and ensuring that the people are doing what they ought to do. So I want to believe that the principal saw that a lot in me, because I will never want to leave until something is achieved. And I entered into mentoring the members of staff as well as students, even their parents. So there was something they must have seen in me, which for me, they are those soft skills, not the hard skills.
Okay. First of all, before you moved in there, you worked in the acting capacity as a principal before you were finally appointed as the substantive principal. Now, why were you first in acting capacity? They were still assessing your capacities? Or?
Yes. Okay. I became the acting principal because my background is accounting. I didn't have education qualification, so I needed to get that. It was something I never dreamt of, but I told myself, if this is an opportunity, why don't I go and get the qualification? So I had to get my professional diploma in education, as well as the mini MBA I did in education. So that took 1 year and a few months. So I have those qualifications. So now I'm
the principal. That's great. That's great news. Now, for many young professionals, for young people, because I see you talked about mentoring, and you equally referenced how you mentored staff members and students who have dreams. Some of them, whilst you're giving mentoring classes to them, will want to be like you, an accountant, or want to be someone in the corporate setting that will impact, our career and the jurisdiction of a career positively. What advice would you give to these persons who have such aspiration, but they are being deterred by some of the hurdles they face or some of the challenges they encounter on the way?
The first thing I'm going to say is integrity. I like that when people are doing something, let them be known for what they are doing and let them do it very well. So whatever it is that they are doing or saying is what they are doing. And if I look back, I'll tell myself that that's what made me reach where I am now, not just because of my qualifications, but that's working with that mindset that I'm here to help people. I'm happy when people are happy. So my advice to these people will be to continue doing what they're doing and to tell themselves that I want to do it uprightly. I want to do it well. I want to do it, well, I will say above all, for love of God. Yes.
Okay, but in this generation, if one is going to engage in any career or in any profession, money is one of the primary motivating factor. Would you not consider that?
Money will come, but the first thing is service, hard work. People are not interested in the what, it's a how. You may want to get all the money and you get it today and tomorrow you don't get it. But when you are there to serve and people see that your interest is to give them the best, that money will come because you won't lose them.
Okay.
They will remain with you.
Money will come. People are not interested in the what, but in the how.
Yes.
Those are not my words. Those are the words of Doreen Onyekwelu. She's been our guest today. Thank you so much for your time with us, Doreen. It's nice to have you on our program.
Thank you, Mr. Pri.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And this is where we draw the curtain on the program Career Success. Until I come your way again, I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome to Eloquence. Have you ever been out to events or occasions where certain people are being called upon to give a speech? and you're wowed based on their performance and confidence, based on their delivery and the power they ooze. Based on this, I'm in one of the streets in Lagos to ask for people's opinion about public speaking. Do you think public speaking is an inborn talent or a skill? Come with me as it samples people's opinion on this. I am Adeoye Damilola, and this is Eloquence. What do you think about public speaking? Do you think it is an inborn talent or a skill?
Well, public speaking, it works both ways. It might be by skill and it might be by birth. Like, some people are naturally talented to speak, and I think we have that commonly than the one of the skills.
It's an inborn. It is not easy acquiring that as a skill.
Well, I think it's a combination of the two. You understand? It could be an inborn talent and also a skill. Some they develop years, why others is an inborn thing for them. They are able to face crowd, you understand? We have some of us that have phobia.
Well, I think it's a skill, something you have to actually learn how to do.
To the best of my knowledge, it is a skill. It's not an inborn talent.
Yeah, we can say public speaking is an inborn talent, but it can be developed.
I think it's both, really, because I believe that some people have it inborn and some people develop it as a skill. But you just need a certain level of confidence, to purport yourself to where you want to be.
I don't think it's inborn. I think it could be inborn, but every skill in this life, you have to learn it from something or someone. So it's something you can develop.
I think it's both, because some people are born with the talent of oration. They can speak very well, even when they're not educated. Some, they have to learn it to know how to speak, especially if you're a public figure and you think you speak in public and all that. That's why you have schools where they teach you how to speak in public, to have confidence and all that. So some people are born with it, some people they just have to learn it.
I think it's a skill. It is a skill where people can develop it, and once they know how, they can gather the ability to do that.
It is a skill. You can learn it. You understand? You can say, I can do this, I can do that.
Our government officials, our leaders, what do you think about their speeches?
Most of them, I think they get the ones that are skilled with the public speaking to do that for them. Maybe because of their educational background. Some didn't get to finish school and all, so they are not really good in public speaking. They do more of speech, written speech. Most of them do read, and those that want to deliver 100%.
And I'll say they read it. It's quite obvious. It's read.
A lot of times they don't really pass the message across, and you can't blame them. Somebody has to walk over what they are delivering onto us, and they don't do what they ought to do. At the end of the day, they mess it up.
They are reading it, they are not delivering it. It's not, what I'm saying is that it's not purposely that probably they have it in their hand. It's possible they memorize it, or they have the point with them, they just develop it one after the other. So they are reading it, they just don't deliver it. That's my belief.
They actually write speeches for most of them. Meaning some people who took their time to go to school or go to learn all of those things, how to read and write or something, you understand, I write for these people and they come to read to us. You understand? Our leaders just say their mind to the guys who write, you understand now, and those guys write it for them, so they come to write another person's mind, in quotes, meaning their own thoughts must have been altered by some kind of writers or some kind of people who think they can write for the public or something. So
they just read this.
They just read the speeches out. So
sometimes most of them read the speech.
I would say they deliver, because at times when you peruse what the speeches they made, at times it's not all that right with the action.
Some deliver, some read from the script they are given, some deliver it, they just speak it, spontaneously from the way they feel about the topic.
They read, the majority of them read.
So, there it is. What is your opinion? Do you think public speaking is an inborn talent or a skill? Till we meet again next week, this is Eloquence. Eloquence is brought to you by the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking. Bye-bye!
Welcome to Achievers Money. Achievers Money is a show dedicated to exploring the essential skills, strategies, and the mindsets that empower individuals to achieve success in their personal and professional lives. It's a platform where viewers gain valuable insights from experts and thought leaders across various fields, learning how to overcome challenges, maximize their potential, and ultimately achieve their financial and life goals. The show delves into topics like leadership, communication, entrepreneurship, personal finance, and more, offering practical advice and inspiring stories to motivate and equip viewers for success. It's about more than just money. It's about achieving a well-rounded and fulfilling life. I am your host, Dr. Ray Echebiri, and we are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Today, our guest is a man with a diverse background, from entertainment and real estate to logistics and manufacturing. He is also a member of a prominent royal family in Nigeria. Welcome, Kenny.
It's good to be here.
Right. Now, let's start with your experience over the years. You build businesses across various sectors and various countries. In trucking, even in manufacturing, what is your personal blueprint for turning ideas into money?
Okay, so what I always like to think of is, do I need that service or product that I plan on selling? Do I need it? And if I don't need it, do lots of other people need it? And if I don't need it and do lots of other people don't need it, does the government say we must have it? There's a lot of things you don't need that the government requires you to have. So I pay attention to all those things. The things that people are gonna buy, whether by choice or by force. And usually I start with a personal problem and I expand from there. And one of my big rules is I never do anything alone. So I always have a partner. I don't think I've ever done any successful business without a partner. I always make sure I have a partner with me that is strong in that business.
Oh, but many
so that's my strategy.
Oh, great. But many people in Nigeria believe that partnership doesn't work here. It really works for you?
I think they're wrong, yes. I don't think anything else would work for me. If I wasn't somebody who partnered frequently by rule, I don't think I would have been able to do as many businesses. And personally, I don't think businesses work the best if it's owned by one person.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, you come from a family of public service, but you veered off that and you're creating a niche for yourself. You've created a path for yourself. How did you do that? And how do you measure impact and income?
Okay. So that I would have to edit that a little bit. So I didn't create a niche for myself. I still work in public service. I work in currently I'm the young professional council president for FIAPSHI, and what we do is literally public service. So we interact with government. We have government officials that are members. We just had our induction ceremony last week. A couple government officials were just inducted into the organization. So it's like a private-public mix, and we advocate a lot for better policy, sustainable policy with Lagos State government a lot. So I wouldn't say I've veered away from public service. I just found a way to me, I think that if you're going to be an honest politician or an honest public servant, you need to have your own money and you need to have a steady flow of income so you don't start stealing or looking at the people's money. That's the way I think. So I don't think I'll be giving that much value to the people if I'm not making sure my own bottom line is secure before deciding to be, and I think that's something my family has taken really important, I'm taking really seriously. It's been something I've been taught growing up, like make sure you have a business that sustains you, then go do whatever you want to do for the public.
Right. You brokered a whole lot of businesses in different sectors, and you are doing well. in most of these deals. Now, how do you balance the long-term success of these businesses and profitability, which of course should be the bottom line that every businessman should be looking at?
Yes, so different businesses require different mindsets. So there's some businesses that you have to come to terms with the fact that you're not going to make money today or next year or in 3 years.
Okay.
But that doesn't make it not a worthy investment. Then you have to make a business. You have to have a business that creates cash flow for you, so you have day-to-day money. That's why it's important for me to have multiple sources, you know, by way of multiple skill sets. That's the reason why I've been in so many industries, because I basically decided, like, coming out of college, that I wasn't gonna be an employee of anyone, and that forced me to keep my mind open and my eyes open for opportunities. So I try to understand that in order to have long-term growth, you have to have a business that's built for long-term success. You also have to have a business that's built for short-term success, so you can stay afloat.
Now, how do you now look at long-term businesses, especially when it comes to funding? You know, you may not have all the money in the world to fund that business. So how do you raise money for the long term to be able to fund those businesses?
It's been a trickier puzzle in Nigeria. In the US, money is cheap and money is easy to get. And the moment you've done a couple businesses that have even remotely succeeded, banks are usually willing to give you money. So that wasn't an issue in the US, but in Nigeria, it's a different story. But luckily, my strategy is to live significantly below my means. Again, once I made the commitment that I was always going to be an entrepreneur and never be an employee, I knew that I can't live fat when things are high. So I'm someone who always felt like if I can make $100,000 a year, and I know that there are people who are living and eating every day, but they only make $35,000 a year, then it's possible for me to make $100,000 a year and live on $38,000 a year and leave the rest for investment and long-term growth. So I set myself up to always have something I can just squeeze cash out of. It's like a plant that something that I planted 3 years ago, 4 years ago, where I know, okay, this is growing here. So basically frugality. That's my funding mechanism.
That's great. But are you saying that all the businesses you do, you get the funds through this means?
No.
Or you don't borrow?
No, so
that means you don't borrow at all.
In Nigeria,
yeah,
borrowing is just out of the question for me because the mathematics don't make sense. Except for a real estate project. That's a different story. And even then it doesn't make sense, but we can squeeze some sense out of it if we can. What I was able to do is, this is what I'm a big believer in the return home to Nigeria, but I always tell people, secure yourself there. The US is a place where they have a economic system and an economic pool that can allow you to earn some good money.
Yeah.
So as a business person, you're mostly losing. Every serious business person knows that you're losing, and then 1 or 2 good decisions are what carry you most of your business career. So the times, what I was lucky for was in the times when I had my big wins, I kept a lot of my money. You know, I know some business people who made a lot of money, way more money than me, but they don't have any money today because they did everything they felt like when they had money. And so I think I was deeply affected by the 2008 financial crisis in the US. I was in 12th grade at the time. I watched a lot of my classmates, their parents lose their houses.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily for me, my parents were okay, but I know they lost a good amount of money. It just didn't affect them as bad, but I saw people lose their property, lose their houses, people who thought they had a pension. The pension got like evaporated. Like people had worked 35 years based on a promise, and that got obliterated by a couple of people at the top making decisions. I was 18 at the time. We were just coming into the Obama era. Then I watched Obama forgive all of them. That affected me a lot mentally. And so that forced me to know that I can never ever put myself in a position to trust the system. I watched a lot of my people, like, you know, growing up I had friends who their parents make $300K a year and they look like they make a lot of money, but they're spending $270K a year. And so I learned from other people's mistakes, family members, friends, family, friends, just adults that I saw. And I guess I was traumatized to a certain degree, and that changed my financial viewpoint and my way of operating moving forward. So I have I'm not a disciplined person in a lot of ways, but financially I'm very disciplined.
That's great, that's great, good to know. Now, a lot of people are not as lucky as you are, in the sense that you were able to get a whole lot of money to fund your dreams here in Nigeria, from your own personal savings or maybe, some other investments that are yielding you some returns.
Yes.
But now some people have some dreams and they need to fund them. And the only advice they have, the only option they have is more or less to go to the bank to borrow.
Yes.
And the rate is in the region of 30% now. So what is your advice for those people?
Yeah, so for people in that situation, I say it's very important to companies do this all the time, but I think human beings can start doing that. Families can start doing that. First of all, do a feasibility study on the thing you're trying to, the project you're trying to embark on. Do you make enough? Do you have access to enough money? Do you know people who are willing to loan it to you? And are you even comfortable taking these loans from them? I know people who would give me money today. I feel very uncomfortable taking it because I'm not gonna prospect with somebody else's money and then tell them stories. So you have to gauge your own comfort level. Some people have to come to terms with the fact that we can't do this. I need to work for a certain amount of time. Now I say I never wanted to be an employee personally, but I'm not one of those people who speaks against it. Definitely, I know some people who were able to launch some pretty good businesses because they held on to their job for another 4 years and saved. You know, and over time, you have to come to terms with your limitations. There's a lot of projects I want to take on. I want to build a skyscraper. I can't right now.
Okay.
I have to come to terms with that. One day maybe I will, but I have to build myself towards that. Come up with a plan for how you can come as close as possible to it, and try your best, and definitely engage in partnership as much as you can. Networking.
Great. And it's been a very interesting discussion. We need to go on break now. Okay. When we return, we continue with this very exciting and interesting discussion with Kenny.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I find it very interesting and exciting. Thank you.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Welcome back. It's still the Achievers Money, and we still have in the studio Kenny. Kenny, it's been an interesting discussion.
Definitely.
And let's continue.
Yes.
Now, it does appear you have a way of spotting where the money is. You've gone into real estate, and all over the world, real estate is a money spinner.
Yes.
And you floated Remax One Lagos. How did you come about that dream?
Well, to be honest, I've always been in real estate, like from a family, so it's my family business, Remax. So what we did was we acquired the Remax franchise and now operate as Remax. So over the course of years, my father and my parents have accumulated real estate holdings. I was in charge of a number of them in Miami growing up, but during a certain point in my life, in my young adulthood, coming out of university. So it wasn't so much that I didn't come up with real estate. Like, no one can take credit for coming up with real estate. Is as oldest time. What we just did is found an appreciation for it. I don't think enough people respect real estate as much as they should. So I wouldn't say that was exactly a shrewd spot. It's just real estate is just tried and tested over time. And I think if you want to protect yourself and protect your assets for as long as possible, real estate is usually the smartest route. So I don't think I could take credit for finding something special in the market from the real estate standpoint, at least. Yeah.
Okay. Now, why did you go for franchising? Why didn't you come up with your own unique name instead of going for Remax One, which is a foreign brand?
So our perspective was, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. We have a couple of problems here in Nigeria. We have a huge trust deficit. We massively don't trust each other.
Okay.
And for good reason. Not to say that people trust each other in the U.S. The only difference is they trust the system. So you don't trust each other and you don't trust the system.
Yeah.
But what we do trust as Nigerians is established brands over time, especially when they're foreign, especially when they're American for some reason. So it's a psychological thing. So people buy with what they're used to. It's like a Nigerian, if you drop them off in the middle of the desert and you put 10 restaurants in front of them and one of them is Tantalizer, they'll probably walk into the Tantalizer. That's just what they're familiar with. That's how people are. So, and I studied data and I saw that about half the new build in Lagos between 2019 and 2022 was bought by people in the diaspora. So they're the ones with the cash who've saved up $100,000 who can convert it to Naira and invest in a property in Nigeria. And I figured it made more sense. Like, actually, my mom brought the idea to me, and, I thought about it, and I completely agreed. I looked at it like, okay, so if I can sell real estate using a brand that they already know and trust, and then they feel like there's some type of accountability, they feel like they believe that I have a great interest in not defrauding them or engaging in any kind of, untrustworthy behavior, they'll be more likely to buy with us. And they're the ones buying at the largest rate. And then also the Nigerians in Nigeria who are HNIs, who have the money to buy these properties, a lot of them are also aware of Remax from their travels and whatnot. So it just made more sense, rather than reinvesting the wheel and then spending millions on establishing trust in your brand.
Okay.
I just figured just pay someone who's already done the hard work
Okay.
of establishing a brand and making it trustworthy, and then use their brand.
Okay. Does it mean that your target is Nigerians in the diaspora, not really Nigerians in Nigeria?
No, my target is not Nigerians in Nigeria. It just so happens that Nigerians in the diaspora are buying at a rate that allows you to keep your lights on, to then launch yourself to sell to the Nigerians. Because you can bring Nigerians up to speed on the brand, but who you really want to impress and target at first are the people with the money right now to keep your business afloat long enough for you to make a profit, to then market the brand to the Nigerians and then make that a Nigerian. So it's very much Remax has a great interest in having a established brand in the largest black nation in the world, with the country with the largest number of people under the age of 18 in Africa. So that's there's a huge group of people, future homeowners, future adults, future renters. You want to trap them, you want to catch them, but first you need those HNIs and those diaspora people to keep you afloat and keep your bills paid and keep your lights on.
From all indications, actually, you know so much about the Nigerian real estate market. What is your position, or what's your take on the Nigerian real estate market? Is it growing at the rate it's supposed to grow? Or are there impediments, if it is not growing at the rate it's supposed to grow? Are there impediments, things that are not making it to grow at the rate it's supposed to grow?
It's it's kind of a half and half answer. So it's growing at a good rate. The amount of units that the average Nigerian could even afford is not growing at a good rate. So what that means is we have a lot of real estate that's unoccupied. We have a lot, I mean, I know if you use you're from the Southeast, you go to the Southeast, there's a high volume of real estate, like value-wise, that's unoccupied. If you go to some places in Anambra State, you have 1 billion naira houses, and there might be 100 of them in one community. That's 100 billion naira worth of real estate that's unused because the owners in Lagos or Abuja or in the US or in London, wherever they live. Lagos, same thing, a lot of like land banking, real estate banking. So there's a lot of unoccupied units in Ikoyi, VI. We have a shortage of affordable housing, which is making the price of housing inflated, which is good for like the real estate professionals as it is now. I don't think it's a good formula for the polity at large. We need a lot more affordable housing. In order to make affordable housing, we would have to get into way more creative ways of debt. They would have to make debt cheaper. They would have to create, using different financial mechanisms, create a way to allow the average Nigerian to be able to one day own a home. There's many Nigerians who rented for years and years and years and had to save up for 30 years just to finally build a house. If you're working, if you can keep a job for 30 years and it's a solid job, you should be able to own a house, in my viewpoint. There's many teachers, university professors, many people, civil servants. Maybe they won't have the house they want, but you should be able to own a property that's yours that you can give to your kids when you die. Yeah. And I think that's very, very doable if we're willing to be creative, like financially, private sector and public sector working together.
So in Nigeria, mortgage is an issue?
Mortgage is a huge issue in Nigeria. It's a very huge issue.
And what do you suggest, what are the ways we can get around that?
Okay, personally, I think that the bank or banks who are willing to bet on the housing market are gonna win. There's a thing called REOs. So banks have the ability to engage in the business of REOs. So basically, look, many banks in Nigeria don't want to get into the real estate business. I think that's a huge mistake. They use AMCON, but to me, I think it makes sense that if a man wants to buy a property that's 100 million, that's inevitably going to appreciate over time, why not give him a fair mortgage? And then we also have to have very, very strict regulation on that space so that, yes, this man is going to engage in this deal with you. You give him a loan, he buys the house. You own the title, and he pays over time. If he misses it, if he starts missing payments up to a certain point, you repossess the property. You keep the money he has already paid you over time, and you get the actual house and whatever value it is. But a lot of banks don't want to get into that business. I will never understand why a bank doesn't want to get into the REO business. But the first bank to decide that I'm going to give people mortgages, I know there's a bunch of microfinance. You go to a bank now, they have like 18 G-Wagons parked in the parking lot because they've collected people's stuff. But the issue is that you have a G-Wagon. That is going to depreciate forever and ever. If it's parked in your parking lot for 1 year, it's lost 1 year of value. In that 1 year, they've made another G-Wagon. So that's the issue. So the moment they're ready to face the real estate industry and actually stop being afraid to run a real estate division in their banks, they'll always be scared of the mortgage space.
Okay, now the next issue I would like you to discuss is entrepreneurship. When should entrepreneurs exit if they are struggling with a particular business?
Okay, that's also an ethical question to me as well, because I'm like an entrepreneur, and I personally think you have an ethical duty to, like, for example, if I start a business, I have a bunch of people, I told them to come work for me, we're gonna grow this thing, blah, blah, blah. I've told them all. If the thing starts going bad, I have an ethical duty to make sure I make it work for the sake of a lot of these people. Some people have given up one job to take the job with me, a job that they could have built their future with. So I think ethically, you should definitely try your best to see it through. So I think it very much matters what the reason for exiting is. If you're exiting because you're at your own limit and there's a company or a business that has way more tools and leverage that can make that company bigger, for example, I think you have a duty to, you have a fiduciary duty to your investors, to yourself. You can make some good money, and a lot of your employees can become part of a larger organization that could take them places they couldn't be, or some of them can take a payout as, original founders. So I think that if you can come out without damaging too many people's lives, get out of it as fast as you can. If you're getting out because it's not working at all,
right.
If you're getting out because it's not working but it can work, you're just not the person who can take it to where it's supposed to go. Then there's also taking on partners. You don't have to exit. There's also taking on partners. Maybe you don't own majority stake anymore, but you can certainly, there's many ways to cut that cake when it comes to fixing a bad business. Now, this is very different from if the business is not working and realistically can't work. That's a different story. But if it's a business that can work and it's just not working under you, maybe take on some partners.
Right. Kenny, one last question, and it's about the youths.
Yes.
Many of them have this entrepreneurial fire burning in them. They want to start their own businesses. Some are also there trying to make money very quickly.
Yes.
What is your advice for the Nigerian youths? Those who want to start their own businesses, how do they go about it? What are the right steps that they must take?
Okay, so one of the things I always tell young people is be very self-aware. Self-awareness is one of the most important traits because it allows you to know who you are, audit yourself accurately, audit your surroundings. There's some businesses you just simply can't get into because you're not in a space to get into it. But you can get yourself into that space. So I always tell young people it's very important to network as much as you can, provide value. One of my lucky traits is that I don't have this sense that I'm not afraid to be used. So I think a lot of people, in order to not be used, they never want to do anything for free. Someone who has value and that you need isn't going to hang around you if you're not giving them value. And if you're making them pay you for the value, it's like, fine, I could just go hire someone else. For someone to give you the chance, for someone to give you an opportunity that on paper you might not deserve. Maybe you deserve it spiritually, maybe you deserve it, but on paper, no one can prove that you deserve it. For someone to believe in you and give you those kinds of chances, you have to, one, be willing to provide value without asking for anything in return. That's something that I've always done. And network, take advantage of the people around you and find ways to give them value and grow. That's how you get into rooms. That's how you get opportunities. The reason why you're even allowed to be here is because someone is benefiting from you being there. If you work really hard to not allow people to benefit from you, you'll get the kind of outcomes that comes with that. I see a lot of young people. I know in Nigeria they won't use my head, And I'm like, you probably should let them. That's what's gonna allow them to bring you around, call you when this is happening, or come around because you're valuable. Then that's how you network and leverage your network and all those things and take advantage of it for the short and long term. And be honest, if it's fast money, question it. Some fast money is real and pure. Sometimes, if you're lucky, once in 100 times, there's fast money that's real and pure, but more than likely it's not real and it's not pure. Try to avoid it if you can. Be honest. And I know it sounds cliche, but that matters a lot to people. Even thieves want you to be honest, you know? So I think it matters, like, you know, just work on yourself a lot. Make money, try to make money as much as you can in different ways. Don't have too much pride. Don't think there's anything that's above you, that's below you. And at the same time, don't think anything is above you. You know, have audacity, but with guardrails. You know, these are things I would tell young people. I see this every day. I see a lot of young people who could squeeze more juice out of the orange of life, but they don't due to certain maybe character flaws, not believing themselves, believing too much in themselves, you know, all these different things. So definitely audit yourself, be very self-aware, and work on yourself constantly. That's what I would say, tell to the youth.
That's straight from the expert. These are things you may not be able to learn in a business school, but we got all of them here from Achievers Money. Thank you very much, Kenny.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye-bye, viewers. See you next time.
There's an old African proverb that smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Just imagine life as a voyage and a quest, and you are the sailor. Indeed, the navigator, and your dreams and your aspirations for greatness and for goodness represent your destinations. Hello, dream chasers and future history makers. Welcome to another timeless capsule where we dive deep into the wisdom of ages to fuel your journey, your quest, your desire towards greatness. Today, we're setting sail on the vast ocean of life, guided by an ancient African proverb. Smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Think about it. If life were always calm and predictable, how would we grow? How would you learn to navigate the storms, harness the winds, and chart our own course towards our dreams? It is indeed, and in fact, the challenges, the setbacks, the unexpected turns, the twists, those difficulties that truly shape us into the capable, resilient individuals that we are meant to be. Just like a skilled sailor relies on their experience and knowledge to conquer the roughest seas, we too must draw upon our inner strength and determination in order to overcome some of life's obstacles that stand between us and our aspirations. Remember, every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. It is a chance to test our limits, to learn new skills, and to emerge stronger than ever before. In fact, as the great Jim Rohn once said, it should make us stronger, wiser, and better. And that's why we must embrace the storms no matter what happens. We must embrace setbacks, for they will teach us valuable lessons. We must also embrace the detours, for they may lead us to even greater destinations than we originally imagined. That is a very important lesson for you. I know it's not always easy. There will be times when the winds are against you, when the waves crash over your bow, and when you feel like giving up. I know, but in those moments, remember the words of the great Nelson Mandela when he said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." So keep your eyes on that horizon, your dreams in heart, and your spirit unwavering. You are the navigator of your own destiny. You have the power to turn those challenges into triumphs, setbacks into comebacks, and dreams into reality. So let the winds of adversity blow. Let the waves of doubt crash against you. You are that skillful sailor that is capable of navigating any storm. And remember, the greatest rewards await those who dare to venture into the uncharted waters of their own potential. Set sail, my friends. Embrace the journey, and may your voyage be filled with courage, resilience, and, of course, the unwavering belief that you are destined for greatness.
Hello and welcome to Mighty Moms, the show dedicated to the strength and determination of mothers who pursue their dreams while raising a family. I'm your host, Sarah Roberts, and you're watching the Achievement Channel, broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi here in Lagos. Today, we are discussing how to balance high-level operations with the demands of motherhood. Our guest is a legal expert with a master's from the University of Buckingham and a professional track record in HR and organizational coordination. She has managed firms in real estate and law and is currently the company secretary for GCW Nigeria Limited, all while being a devoted wife and a mother of 3. Please welcome the accomplished Otonjo Bobadilla. Today we will learn how to lead with efficiency and heart. Stay tuned. Otonjo, I hope you are okay with me calling you Otonjo or Tonjo.
Definitely.
Which one do you prefer?
Definitely, anyone is fine actually. So.
All right, I like Tonjo.
Okay, that's fine.
So maybe I'll mix it. Otonjo, Tonjo.
Fine.
It's a wonderful name.
Thank you.
You're welcome
Thank you.
to the show.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
We're happy to have you.
Thank you. Happy to be here too.
Thank you so much. Otonjo, you have a master's in international law.
Yes.
And an HR qualification.
Yes.
How do these professional skills help you to solve everyday problems at work?
Okay, first of all, I would say, okay, so I have a background in law. Even before master's, my first degree was in law. And by the time I went into the workplace, I worked in the legal department, I worked in the administrative department. And for some reason, maybe it's just I'm a woman, I don't know, but I found the administrative and HR department more interesting. It was more practical, more hands-on. Yeah, law was
More
like,
engaging.
yes, more engaging. And law is like, oh, you're just always writing or researching. So I just said, okay, you know what, I wanted to change. That's just it. I just decided to do certification to actually move into the HR sector.
Seriously?
Yes, yes, actually. And then I moved in there and, you know, I found out that it's almost like it's a very good marriage. The legal system, the law and HR actually work perfectly together. I would say that the two of them are integral for the progress of the company. HR deals with the management of the human resources, and then law tells you the legal implications of managing human resources, managing transactions of the company. So it kind of gave me an advantage almost immediately. I didn't see it before I got into it, but when I got into it, I found out that, okay, this actually works. I would see that the other HR staff will come and meet me and ask, okay, the law, so can we do this or can we not do this? Or even in their templates, the employment contracts that they give staff, most of the time, HR staff, they can just use a general template for their employment contracts. But as a lawyer, I would look into this contract and say, okay, this is a trap. I look at some clauses and say, no, you have to remove this from there. If not, you put your clients into a trap. So I was able to advise. I had the advantage also with risks that you cannot take with your employees or business. The company cannot, depending on the company you are, there are some businesses you can't go into, there are some businesses you can. So I was just able to advise on that part and also do what I wanted, be more engaging, be more practical, both with staff, both with transactions. So I think it really helps. It's a very good marriage and it actually benefits the company in the long run. And it gave me the advantage, the market advantage too, to have the two of them. So yeah.
So at a point, you must have been so indispensable.
Oh yes.
In two walls.
In two walls, yes. Yes, I would say that, definitely.
That's great. Otonjo,
yes,
you have held top roles in tough industries like construction and real estate. What are some of the important lessons you learn about leading teams in those fields?
Okay, well, so in the different industries I've worked in, I feel like I've learned a lot. But then I'll say what stands out to me is, as the most important lesson, is working well with your team members. Definitely, that stands out because a company or an organization is a corporate entity and a corporate person has its own personality. That means it can be sued, it can go into transactions, it can sue,
borrow.
Yes, borrow, exactly. So, because it's not an individual person, it doesn't have hands and legs. So I would say your staff, your team, they're your hands and your legs. And then the delivery or the productivity of the company actually depends on the staff you have and how you work well to deliver. So first of all, I would say I've learned that you have to choose the right workforce.
Yeah.
That may take some time. You may go into the season of hiring and firing, but then when you do get the right workforce, build a structure, a system around it that you can work well with them to deliver. So I would say that structure would entail discipline, will entail accountability, putting systems in place that will make your employees accountable. Willingness, definitely willingness. A lot of feedback, a lot of, you don't want to be too on one end where you're just structure, strict, and your staff can't actually come to you. So you should also show some empathy, show that you're sensitive to the needs of your employee, your staff, so that they can come to you, they can give you feedback. The worst thing to happen to you is to have a hostile workforce.
Yeah.
And that has happened to me once. So they stifle the productivity, and at the end of the day, you look bad.
Yeah.
You look really bad. So you have to have a workforce, a team that you can work with. You have to create alliances. You have to create systems that allow for accountability. So it doesn't look like at any point you're witch hunting your employees.
Yeah.
This is the rule. This is what you have to do. This is the consequence if you don't do it. So it's clear to everyone. So create a plan, clear plan, structures, discipline, feedback, and also be empathetic towards them.
That's good. Osonjo, being a mother of 3 is a huge responsibility. And by the way, you don't even look like a mother of 1. Talk less of 3. You look marvelous. You look outstanding. You look amiable. You look everything that, I don't know what adjective I should use to describe you, really. So being a mother of 3 is a huge responsibility. How do you deal with the busy mornings and some of the stressful days without actually feeling overwhelmed?
I would not even lie to you that it's not tough.
It's not tough.
That it's not tough.
Okay.
I didn't say no, it's easy. I won't say that. Yeah, I won't just say no, you can do it. And yes, you can. However, I would say it takes a lot of planning and intentionality. A lot of that. So, first of all, I would start with the planning. Let me go to the planning aspect. And I feel the planning should start with you and your partner.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Family.
Yes. Your partner and you have to understand what you want out of life and understand how to support each other to actually achieve it. It's very important. Once you understand what you want and, understand, okay, this is what I want, this is how I'm going to achieve it, this is where you come in, this is where I come in, it makes it easier. Nobody feels like, oh no, you're selfish, or because that comes up, when the stress comes up, that may come up. So you have to understand with your partner, you have to plan. In the planning, there should be structure put in place. I'm a very structured person. I'll show you HR, so everything is structure. And then there should be your support system. It's very important to have a healthy support system around it. You can't do everything
Family
yourself.
members.
Yes. You can't do everything yourself. Family members, staff. But I would say that if you have staff, then it's necessary to put structure around accountability.
Yes.
So you can, for example, have cameras in your home.
Of course.
Or you can create timelines around your children pending your work period, the work day. So for example, I'm here, I know my kids are in school,
And your mind is...
Exactly, okay, they're in school, they have this. And when they come back from school, you can either create extracurricular activities, or they're doing lesson, or there's a prep period, but you can kind of account for what they're doing during the day. So that if they are not there, depending on who is your support system, you can get them to account for it, you can talk to them about it. So I would say it's very important.
Yeah.
I would also say, despite this whole structure, it's very important to also talk to your kids, create time in the day. I know it's hard because some people work late, so you may come back late, it's hard, but you have to create time in the day. Either you call them from work if you can't, but you have to create time in the day to touch base with them, find out what is going on. Don't keep it till the weekend.
Give them room to communicate with you.
Exactly. You can't keep it till the weekend where you don't hear and, because you find out that you work for certain years and you don't know your children eventually. And your children it's a very integral part of your life too. So you can't just drop it. I would say that structure is important, support system at home, and also in the workplace. The structure is very important. So you create policies on everything. Policies of time of resumption, time to check out, retention of client retention policies, conflict resolution policies. Make it clear. Choose your team. They know your policies and they can work with it. It's almost like on autopilot. Whether you have to go out for a meeting, whether you have to travel, your staff know what they're working with.
This discussion is getting more interesting. We will be right back shortly after this break.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, engaging.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power. Welcome back. Otonjo, you are an expert at making things run smoothly. You said it earlier, Dave. Can you tell us some of the simple tricks you use in making your home run, or keeping your home run as smoothly, your home life run as smoothly and organized as your work life?
Okay. So I would say those two things, I would have to repeat them again. The structure and the support system. They're actually very important, because you can't, if you don't have a support system, you can't do everything yourself. You can't be here and be somewhere else at the same time.
A mother is said to have 10 hands.
I'm telling you, like, you have to have eyes behind your head, really. So you do a lot. You do a lot, and then you have to ensure that everything comes together to ensure that you're progressing. You're not just running around in circles. So I would say you have to have a support team. It can be family. You know, some people have family, grandparents, siblings that can stay with the children, you know, or it can be staff. Some people don't have their family around them. But if it is staff, you have to have cameras.
You have to have a special plan.
Because you don't know who you're leaving your children with. You have to have that accountability. You have to be able to account for their timelines, their spaces, what they are doing at each time. It helps. Also, you have to, if you have family, same thing. Same thing. You have to be able to talk to them. You have to make sure they are accountable to you. They have a good relationship with the children. Hear from your children, because sometimes the staff will give you the impression that everything is going on well, and then you talk to the child and it's not going on well. So you have to be able to get feedback. Always get feedback. Always have people in place that can help you, because you can't do everything. You have to delegate.
Being a career woman and a mother at the same time is not easy.
Not easy. No.
But it is achievable.
Yes, it is achievable.
So Otonjo, with such a demanding career and a family of 5, what do you do where self-care is concerned? How do you find time for self-care? And why do you think it is important for your mental
health,
well-being?
I think self-care is very important, especially when you work really hard.
So you make plans for a kind of getaway alone?
Definitely, definitely.
Let's hear it.
Yes, so I would say first of all, you have to be conscious. You have to be very deliberate about that. You have to have spiritual and physical rejuvenation. If you don't relax, if you're not deliberate, you would burn out.
Exactly.
And then when you do burn out, it's not beneficial to anybody. It's not beneficial to you. It's not beneficial to the people you're working with. It's not beneficial to your children. So if you burn out, you're useless to everybody.
So you're like a machine that is not functioning.
Exactly. So you're useless to everybody. So everyone has the way they feel they relax. It's not one fits all, but I would recommend that whatever it is that you do to relax, you need to do it. You need to take time out to do it. I would say I like to spend time with, I meditate, spend time with God, and then I take time off. I like weekends away sometimes to indulge. You work hard. You work hard for your money. So spend your money on yourself, not just kids and, you know. So take time off. Go to a spa. Get a spa treatment. Sometimes pamper yourself. You deserve it because you work hard. So take time out to relax. Also, another thing I like is also sometimes create memories with your kids. You know, they don't go back. You can't relive their age. Once they pass their age, they've passed it. So you are at work most of the time.
There must be a history.
Exactly. So
for
take
one to
time
fall
out.
back on
Mhm.
later on.
Yes.
This is what we
This is what we did. Yes. You know, so take time out. You know, take time out for yourself, with your spouse. You can choose to take time out with your spouse or by yourself or with the kids, you know, and just, you know, relax.
But
Whatever
it's
it
important
is,
that you
very
have
important.
to
Very, very important.
take some time out for
Yes.
yourself.
Yes, very, very important. You don't
Because
want
our
to burn
mothers
out.
out there must know,
Mhm.
have to know how to deal with, you know, the responsibility of raising a family, pursuing their careers or their
career.
dreams, and also taking care of
Care of
themselves. It's like a
themselves.
tripod.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You have to be deliberate. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, Otonjo, what piece of advice would you want to give to our mighty moms out there who want to reach the top or the peak of their careers without actually neglecting their homes or family?
Okay, so with this, I would start from the very beginning. And for me, the very beginning is family. Family. The partner you choose. The partner you choose to marry is very, very important. You should start from there. What do you want in life? Define what you want. What do you want? Speak with your partner and agree even before you go into marriage. I know people play this down, and many times you find out that people get married out of feelings. You know, the way this partner makes me feel, the way, you know. But then you find out that you go into marriage and those feelings, they dwindle. Sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low, and then the pressures come. Pressure of children, pressure of finance, so many things. And then you throw
all
those
of a
feelings.
sudden
Exactly.
you start having goals and dreams that emerges
Exactly.
from nowhere.
And then because you haven't planned, it is actually very hard to just step into it all of a sudden, you know. So you should plan very well with your partner. See who your partner is, you know exactly what you want, know exactly what he wants. If you feel that you are not compatible for marriage, then that's the time that you should rethink, should I marry this person or not? For example, somebody wants, is just very family oriented, doesn't want you to work, you know, at that time you have to ensure, this is what I want. Are we willing to go or not? You have to know. Then there are some people that just want, okay, be in the workforce. In that case, you talk around it. When you have decided that, okay, this is the person I want, you now create systems around it that can actually work, you know. So you want a woman that maybe works, is in the workforce. As a man, a partner, you have to be prepared to assist her with the home front too. So you guys are not, you're not in competition.
Your partners.
Your partners. You need to work together, you know. So have that discussion and know that, okay, these are the challenges you're going to face since you have decided on this. What do we do? As I said before, it's not one fits all.
Yeah.
They are different. Exactly. So you decide, this is what I want.
Yeah.
This is what we can do. This is the support
This is
system
what
we can
works for
create
me.
around it. For some people, it may be work before we have children. Maybe let's spend some few years before we have children. When you do have the children, take a bit of time off. At that time, we'll save or we'll invest for later on. Some people, it may be
all the way.
All the way. So it just depends on you and your partner and your planning. It's very, very important to plan. I would say that. And then when you do plan, create the system. Create the system around it. Create, you know, get the support system you need. Get the structure in place you need. You guys know you're working together. So it's not a surprise. Your partner is, no, I don't want this. Or, you know, we've already talked about
planned it. Yeah.
You know, so you can always come back and say, but we talked about this. Let's go back to our drawing board and let's see what are the things we need to put in place that will enable this to work. Because either of I feel the two pillars are so important. If you do not do your career well or achieve what you want to achieve, you may feel unfulfilled. But then your children are so important that when you do retire, because one day you will.
Yeah, they will show.
Exactly. You will. And you will come back to children that maybe you don't know, or children that don't really have a bond at all with their parents.
With their family, yeah.
And then somehow, in some ways, I wouldn't say, no, I'm not saying financially, but even if you're wealthy, your children would administer your finances at the end of the day. Now, if you haven't trained these children well, or you don't have a relationship with them, you may be put in a home.
True.
You may be neglected because no matter how rich or wealthy you are, as you get older, the things you can do by yourself reduce. And then these children are supposed to take over from you. If they don't know what to do, you're also in trouble.
So everything is hinged on
planning.
The mighty mother must plan
Very
to
important.
enjoy her future.
Yes,
Isn't it?
Definitely.
Thank you so much. I wish we could continue, Otonjo, but this is where we have to draw the curtain. But believe me, I have enjoyed this session. I've gotten some tips, and I'm sure our mighty moms out there have also gotten some tips that will help them to pursue their career and also learn to not neglect their home. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a powerful session. A huge thank you to Otonjo Bobadilla for reminding us that being organized in business starts with a disciplined and loving heart at home. We've learned today that motherhood isn't a barrier to success. It's a source of incredible resilience. Remember to follow Achievement Channel on all social platforms and use the hashtag Mighty Moms to join the conversation. I'm Sarah Roberts, and this is Mighty Moms. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep leading, and keep seeing possibilities.
Day. It's a beautiful day. Oh yeah, I know it's gonna be days.
Hello, this is Achievement Channel and I'm Tracy Dominic. Today we're at Central Lagos CMS where we are diving into an intriguing question. How do we rate our own public speaking skills? Yes, we often judge others, but how do we assess ourselves? Today we're about to find out all of that and more, so come with me.
On the good speaker, I rate myself #1.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say I will rate myself 5.
Public speaking is not my thing. If there's a way I can pass the responsibility to someone else, I will do that. But if there's no way, yeah, I'll stand up and do the speaking. If I rate myself, I'll rate myself average, maybe 5. I won't rate myself 5.
I will rate my skill of speaking, right? I'll rate 3%. 3. That's good.
I'll rate my public speaking 2. So over 10.
Good.
I can rate my public speaking to 3.
I'm not really a public speaker because I only speak outside. I think it takes time for us to develop such skills. But if I need to rate myself, maybe I'll give myself 5. Because at least I speak to my clients regarding my job.
And my skill, I'll give myself 8. 8, yes.
Hey, that's a good one. All right, thank you.
I'll rate myself 7/10. I'm a good public speaker. I'll rate myself 7/10.
I hope today's insights have inspired you to take a step back and evaluate your own speaking skills. Remember, there's always room to grow. Chris Dominic, Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Teachers World, where we celebrate the heroes of education. Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Hello and welcome to Teachers World, the show dedicated to equipping educators with the tools to thrive and motivation to lead. I'm your host, David Obianyo, and you're watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today, we are exploring a powerful shift in the profession, from the classroom to catalyst. Scaling your impact as an educator. Joining us is a man who truly needs no introduction in the world of education. He is a Guinness World Record holder, a global policy expert, and the author of the inspiring book, Let There Be Teachers. The Director of Strategic Partnerships at 1 Million Teachers, Oluwaseyi Anifowose. He is a dynamic education policy expert, thought leader, and advocate for teacher development and systemic education reform. Oluwaseyi leads high-impact collaborations that promote teacher excellence, professional growth, and equitable learning outcomes across Africa. Today, we will discuss how you can move beyond the 4 walls of your classroom to become a national leader and a catalyst for change. Whether you are in a city school or a rural classroom, stay tuned. This conversation is about to change the way you see your career.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome again to the show, Mr. Oluwaseyi. It's good to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Smooth Teacher. Nice to see you again.
Okay, so what a lot of people may not know is that we've known each other for close to a decade as acquaintances, went for an activity, and from then we knew that we were going to be doing so many projects together.
Absolutely.
So that brings me to the first question. It's a thing about mindsets. You and I, we already had this mindset from the beginning that we were going to do great things.
Yeah.
So if I ask you, what do you think it is that makes a teacher's mindset such a pivotal part of making them see themselves as leaders and not just employees?
So thank you once again, and I'd like to start by appreciating you for this kind of initiative. Over the years, one of the things that I've always believed, particularly in our sector, this education sector, is that we do not know how to tell our stories very well. All right, I feel that we've not been sharing the things, the impact in the education space, and so this kind of initiative helps us to be able to communicate our value, and I probably will get, probably we'll talk more about that as we go in this interview. So basically, I'd like to appreciate you for this first stuff. And then, so talking about the question, mindset, I believe that teaching is not just a profession, all right? Unlike every other profession, teaching is way different. I like to say that you're not a teacher because of the subject you teach. So for many years I taught English, but that's not what makes me a teacher. What makes me a teacher is my capacity to illuminate the mind, inspire change, and transform generations, one child per time. And so, as teachers, we must come to understand that because you teach in a school doesn't confine you to that school, right? Towards the end of last year, I started to make some videos on my social media platforms. And I did a series, and I titled it Teachers Who Built a Nation. And in the videos, what I did was to objectively did a collection of Nigerian leaders who were once teachers. And interestingly, there were a lot of them, starting from Shehu Shagari, Obafemi Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello. I mean, many of these presidents, up till our last vice president, Yemi Osinbajo, many of them had classroom experiences. So what that tells me is that being a teacher gives you the capacity to live not just within the four walls of the classroom. It gives you the capacity to be able to lead, to transform not just your environment, but to transform your nation. And so we must get to a point where teachers understand that you can inspire change. You can build a nation, and building a nation is in two ways. First, in yourself, and then in the students that you teach. All right, I normally would say that we teachers are custodians of the future. So, in your classroom are students who will eventually lead the future, and so that first of all empowers you as an influence in future. So that means your relevance in the future is secure. I don't know if you understand what I mean. And then talking about you as a teacher, you also have the capacity to lead a change. So we must encourage teachers to understand that because you are teaching in a school should not confine you to that school, right? So you are not just an employee who is collecting salary. You are a change maker.
Transformational leader.
Absolutely.
Totally get that. I mean, as transformational leaders ourselves, we have walked this path, and I think I totally get what you're saying. And maybe someday soon, some people may start researching teachers who built a nation, and we might have Oluseyi and David right there.
Absolutely, and that's what it. So what we're doing right now is actually we're curating the future, such that 10 years after now, 20 years after now, people can reference David Obiayon, who was once a classroom teacher, but then transitioned from not just being a classroom teacher to begin to engage, all right, to begin to develop. That's how they started. They were not just comfortable with just being teachers. They wanted to do more. They wanted to give more to the community. They wanted to give more to the society. And then when they became leaders, it showed. Many of them went to the National Assembly and they curated, for instance, someone like Alvan Ikoku was once a teacher, right? So you have Alvan Ikoku College of Education, you have Alvan Ikoku Federal College of Education. So you have things that are traceable to him. Someone like the then Solomon La, he was once a governor in Plateau State, who initiated a lot of things. So you have a number of them who were not just comfortable with just being teachers. So they carried their influence beyond the classroom and began to institutionalize policies that will help the younger generation become better. And that's what we're enjoying today.
I see you towing that part. Okay. So if I were to ask you, what steps do you think a teacher in the classroom presently can take to differentiate themselves and transcend beyond the classroom? What steps?
I would say communicate your value. Right? So it is one thing to have value. And so, I wrote a book, Let There Be Teachers.
Okay.
And I postulated. So basically, I was trying to get teachers to know that there are certain things that you need to understand. So I talked about, I call it the anatomy of the teacher. So I discussed 4 things. I call it 4S. Understand self, understand student, understand subject, and understand society. All right. Understand yourself. That talks about identity. So you're not and that's basically what I talked about when we started. Understanding your identity as a being. So I'm not just an English teacher. My influence goes beyond that. All right. And then so to your question, understand both your subject and your student. All right. What you teach is who you teach is more important than what you teach.
Sure.
But one of the challenges we face in the teaching profession, unfortunately, is that we have a number of teachers who lack competence. All right. So you need to know your subject. All right. You need to be able to, and thankfully, you are someone who I'm looking for the word now, who represents knowing your subject, who represents who has capacity who doesn't just show capacity in what you do. You won several awards. All right. So that stems from the fact that you value what you do and you give it your best. So as teachers in the classroom, you must give it your best. That's where it starts from. It is not when you leave the classroom that you begin to give your best. So giving your best begins from the classroom. Understand your subject. I read this thing many years ago. It's about, I don't know what they call it. I think it's pheromones or something. That when you are face to face with a wild animal, all right, so that there's something that comes out of your body that gives the animal the impression that you're afraid. All right, I don't know what it is called, but this, we can't see it, but the animal can see it. So when you see the animal is afraid, you're afraid. But it is who has the more courage And so back to the classroom, when you don't know what you're teaching, your students know.
They can tell.
They see it. Yeah. All right. So you must know your subject. You must have mastery over your subject. You must have competence, and then you must also know your students. All right. Understand the student. So when you have been able to do that, you now begin to communicate your value. All right. Show it to the world, right? Show it to the world. Start from, let the people around you see that you're doing your best. Show up, right? Let people. When I met you and I went through your social media platforms, I see all of the things that you have done, and that for me endeared me to you. I wanted to identify myself with your success, with your excellence. All right, and so and here we are today.
Okay, so it's looking like this show is revolving around me, but you are actually the guest on my show. But thank you very much for the flowers, and I would have you know that being my first guest today also shows that I have mutual respect for you. Now, you talked about 4 S's. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have the subject, student, society, and self.
Yeah.
So self will bring me to my next question, which I know that is something I have embodied and I personify, which is, why would you think, or why do you think it's impossible to be a catalyst for change without proper well-being that's taking care of yourself? Self being the operational word here.
Okay. I'll say this. I'll say it this way. Emotionally unstable teachers cannot produce emotionally stable students. All right. So you cannot give what you don't have. All right. You cannot pour a drink. Interestingly, I can't pour a drink from this cup. All right, because it is empty. All right, so for me to pour, there must be substance in this cup before it goes out. And so, as teachers, your well-being is important because that's where everything comes out from. All right. So, for you to be able to emotionally produce students that are, emotionally sound, stable. All right, you must be emotionally stable yourself.
True.
All right, and that's why we ask teachers to pay attention to their emotional well-being, their mental well-being. Take care of yourself. All right, I know that you don't have time. Our schedules are usually very busy. All right, you have, I say this a lot that the work of a teacher begins and ends at home. All right, so you literally don't have the time. All right, because your work begins from home. So you have to prepare lesson notes, prepare all of those things, and then go to school, come back to mark, you understand? Yeah. And then so you still have to give time to yourself, to your family, socialize, just be happy.
Totally understand that. I mean, being a student myself, being a teacher, I have experienced the effect of teachers who were overwhelmed with work and how it cascaded down to negative effects in their classroom. Okay, with that, we'll be going on a break. We have to pay bills. Thank you.
So to do well in public speaking, you must see it as a relationship between yourself and your audience.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power. Speak with power.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back to Teachers World, and I still have Mr. Anifowoshe with me in the studio.
Thank you.
Now, for those of us who are just joining, Mr. Anifowoshe is also a Guinness World Record holder, and that's another project we worked together on. Now, this brings me to this question. As a Guinness World Record holder, what would you say is the importance of teachers working together, collaboration?
Okay, so what that event has taught me is the power of collaboration. Right? There's nothing you can do alone, right? We can't do anything alone, Success in life is dependent on not just your ability, but it also depends on the strength of other people, and we must learn how to leverage our different strengths, right? So what that event has taught me is that collectively as teachers, we have the strength, in our togetherness to transform education, to transform the teaching profession, not just in Nigeria, globally, right? See, I don't know if many of the interviews I've attended, there's something that I normally would say, and that's because it's my personal philosophy. It says, values and institutions are not given to us by God or handed to us by nature. We invented them. And if they don't suit our purposes, we have the right to change them, right? So the things that we see in the teaching profession, they are the things that were engineered by some people. And so as teachers who believe, who have different ideologies about how things should be, we must begin to re-engineer the teaching profession. And we cannot do it alone. I cannot do it alone. Apologies, I always reference you. You were part of the Guinness World Record. So the record, the conference was a global platform, all right, for us to begin to advocate better teaching standards, advocate better welfare for teachers, advocate policy reform for teachers. That's not what one person can do. That's not what only Oluwaseyi can do. That's what all of us can do together. So lessons from that event is that together we can begin to make things happen.
True. You couldn't have said it better.
Yeah.
Okay, so your organization works on raising a new generation of teachers and educators. I would have to ask you this. What do you think the ideal classroom looks like in the next 5 years or in the next decade?
Okay, I read the book by Robert Starrett, Refocusing School Leadership, and he defined education in a particular way. And from that day, I began to adopt that definition. And he says, education as an end is to develop intelligent human beings who know how the world works and are prepared to participate as healers of its ills and stakeholders of its development. All right, and teachers are critical to that. All right, so my ideal classroom is a classroom where we have teachers who know how the world works, teachers who are not bound by curriculum, students who are not bound by curriculum, students who are not bound to conform, but who are allowed to express their creativity. Right? So because the curriculum is just a document, all right, what makes change happen is not just the curriculum, it is life that happens in the classroom. So my ideal classroom is where education helps us to solve the need of our community, because education is need-based. All right, so we look at the issues in our environment and design a curriculum that can solve the problem. All right, so that way we're not following a rigid curriculum. We're looking at things that can help us become better.
Fantastic. I could actually relate to what you were talking about, because I remember that kind of question was once posed at me at one of my interviews for one of the awards I won, and I said something along the lines of, I want a classroom where children don't only learn about the world, but where they learn with the world. And one of the interviewers told me that was something I was already doing in my classroom while I was connecting them to other continents from the classroom. So I can see, they say great minds think alike. All right, so lots of people are watching this now and are feeling like they are inspired and they can aspire to what it is you have accomplished in your very distinguished career. What would you say to those who feel like their contribution isn't being appreciated at work as educators?
All right, I would say keep showing up. All right, I would say continue to communicate your value, continue to do what you do. All right, it's a matter of time. All right, you will be appreciated, you will be seen, you will be visible. All right, so you see, I have this analogy. If a drop of water keeps dropping on a rock, after a while it makes a hole on that rock. Even as hard as this thing is, if you have drops, you know, so the consistency of the drops makes impact on this solid surface, and it makes a hole. And so that's the same thing I would say, right? Keep dropping, be consistent, all right? Just keep doing what you're doing, all right? Keep evolving, all right? Keep learning, and with time, all right, it says time and chance happening
to everyone.
Yeah, so
all
your
right.
time will come.
So that's a very profound way to close that, and I actually agree with you. There is nothing as important as consistency. It always leaves its mark. All right, so thank you so much for being here, Mr. Oluwaseyi.
It's been a great pleasure.
It's fantastic to have you in the studio with me, and I would want us to do more things together.
Absolutely.
However, there's one thing that's going to be happening on this show for everyone who is going to come here. Mr. Anifowose has the privilege of being the first person to launch this tradition, and he's going to nominate one other educator who he would like to see on this show sometime. So
amazing.
The floor is yours.
That is very, so I have a lot of people, all right, so I think I'll just choose one.
Okay.
So this is not about, I mean, okay, I think I'll nominate Shola Adeola.
Shola Adeola.
Sojibra.
Okay, do you want to say her handle? Okay. Shola, you've heard it here. I assume that you're going to be sitting on this seat very soon on Teachers World. So there we have it. It's been a fantastic show, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure to be here as well.
My name is Mrs. Ifoma Okolo. I've been a teacher for over 25 years. This is Achievement Channel, and I'm watching Teachers World.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for the past 14 years. This is Achievement Channel, and you're watching Teachers World.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
What an empowering conversation. A massive thank you to Oluwaseyi and Anifowose for reminding us that a teacher's impact should never be limited by a classroom door. We have learned today that being a catalyst starts with a simple choice. The choice to see yourself as a leader who shapes generations. Remember, when you pour into your own growth and dignity, you aren't just teaching a lesson, you are transforming the future of Africa, one child at a time. Remember to follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X and YouTube for empowering conversations and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts. I'm David Obianyo, and this is Teachers World on Achievement Channel. Thank you for watching. Join us next time on Teachers World as we continue to provide the solutions and motivation you need to shape a brighter future. Remember, keep seeing possibilities, and don't forget that regular is boring.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make the most of their NYSC journey and beyond. I'm your host Priscilla, and you are watching us on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational television station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's topic is one we all feel: soft life, hard work, finding balance in the hustle. Everybody wants the soft life, but what does it really mean? Comfort, peace, or just vibes? In a world where hustle never sleeps, How do you keep your grind going without burning out or losing your joy? Joining me today are two amazing guests who are finding that balance every day. Adeyola Nafisat Fumilayo is a passionate young woman serving at the School of Eloquence. She believes communication is power and continues to inspire others to use their voice with confidence and purpose. And Imafidon Abigail is a creative communicator and storyteller with a degree in mass communication from Redeemers University. She's passionate about using media and fame to inspire and educate, proof that creativity and hard work can truly coexist. Together, we'll explore what it means to chase success and still live softly without losing yourself in the process. Stay tuned. This is going to be a fun and inspiring conversation.
This is Corporate Rising to Serve, Rising to Lead.
Welcome, Abigail and Nafisat. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having me too. Everybody wants the soft life, but what does soft life really mean to you? Is it money, peace, or just vibes?
Well, thank you for that question. For me, I think soft life goes beyond money. Of course, everybody wants money. I want money.
Yeah.
That's why you have to work hard. To me, soft life is finding balance and peace of mind. So even when we are working hard, you are meant to rest.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are working so hard and you cannot rest, there's nothing soft life thing about that.
True.
So if you have that money and you are rich and you cannot even have the leverage of taking few hours break, to me that's not even soft life. It's as if you are just punishing yourself, because how can you be working for probably a very long time and you cannot even take few days off? So soft life goes beyond just money. It's about finding balance between making money and taking a break. That's what soft life means to me. When you are working hard, you have to at least take it, like take a deep breath and pause. So soft life is that for me. Money is actually very important.
Yeah.
There's no soft life without money. But at least you should be able to find balance between making money and taking a break. So without doing all the hard work and everything, should be able to take a break, should be able to pause. So to me, that's soft life. My definition of soft life is finding balance and having peace of mind. So when you are doing that hard labor, you should be able to take a break when necessary.
Okay, thank you so much. Abigail, what do you think?
So to me, soft life, as she said, it's just like finding balance between your comfort and then your productivity. That's like, as you are working, also like find time to like take breaks in between.
Yeah.
Just go outside, touch grass, ensure that you're having peace of mind.
Yeah.
And to me, soft life to me is also being able to afford the little things that I want. It's not like it's not about having the whole money in the whole world, but like being able to afford some little things. I think that's what soft life means to me.
Yeah, okay. That's great. Moving on, I have another question. These days, it feels like if you are not hustling, you are slacking. How do you keep your grind going without burning out or losing your joy?
That's a very deep one.
Yeah.
Because to be very honest, the society we find ourselves, when you see other people hustling, and you at least, even when you are hustling, and you are not like meeting up to what like other people are doing in terms of hustling, you see yourself as, at times you ask yourself, are you sure I'm doing the right thing? Hope I'm not a failure. There are questions that you keep asking yourself. But the truth about hustling is that you should not compare what, for example, if you have a friend and you guys also together, started hustling together, and boom, the person just like rise and everything like that. I think everybody's journey is different from each other. So comparing journeys will only just drain you and make you feel very bad, and to start giving you a lot of thinking to do. At times you overthink. When you're hustling, you have to take a step back, as in relax, look at where you start from and where you are presently. There's some things that I'm very sure that when you go down the memory lane, you're able to say that you actually you actually tried your very best.
Yeah,
You are not also
compare.
not slacking. But in society we find ourselves today, there's no way you will know, like find yourself comparing yourself
Yeah.
to other people that is hustling. So not hustling does not necessarily means you are slacking off. But the society we have today make people believe that if they are not really hustling, that's like, in the sense that to be able to afford the little things of life, you have to hustle.
Yes.
You have to come out of that your peace, like
Comfort
your
zone.
comfort zone. You have to do that. So you have, even if it's little, you just have to have something like up. You just have to be up and running. You have to have something that you're actually doing. Okay, for example, I said something about 9 to 5.
Yeah.
So there are some people that their only source of income is 9 to 5.
Mhm.
We have some people that they have other sources of income apart from 9 to 5. So at times, as a 9 to 5 person, if you see someone that has an entrepreneurship business apart from 9 to 5, you cannot compare the income the income of that person to you that the only source of income is 9 to 5.
Mhm.
And at times when you, for example, let's say, okay, the person just randomly said something about starting entrepreneurship or having a business.
Mm.
You were there when the person like just said the idea, and you were there when the person just started the business. And probably a year down the line or 6 months down the line, when you notice the growth of that person, for someone like you that you are just like the only source of income is just 9 to 5, you question yourself like I should have just also I should have just go into this entrepreneurship also. Because and one thing is that the reason because that person did business and the person, he or she, is able to succeed in it, does not mean that if you do the same you'll be able to succeed in it. That's just the point. So doing that does not mean you are slacking off. And I think also hustling, and put it that way, means different things to different people. So that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Abigail, what do you think?
I think I will go with the word finding balance again. In as much as the country we find ourselves, you have to like hustle hard to like buy the basic things.
Yeah.
I feel like as much as you are working, I think you also find time to rest and all. I also like find time to like do little things for myself. Be it like things that I enjoy. Like for me now, I really enjoy reading, like watching movies. So if I've worked hard for the day, even it's just reading a chapter or watching an episode, I try, because that's like, it helps me like settle down after that long day stress. Because if you are thinking about it, if you just keep thinking about surviving, I promise you are going to crash out so bad. So instead of like overthinking, overworking yourself, also like find time to like
balance.
create balance, like do things that you like. And she also mentioned the point that if you also like see others like maybe your age mates like doing better than you, I won't like that thoughts will always come up.
Yeah.
But it's just you just have to like find a way to not like those thoughts like override your sense of this thing.
Thinking
And
or
yes,
grind.
exactly. So
Okay,
that's just
thank
it.
you so much.
Yeah.
We've listened to some insights from Abigail and Nafisat on how they find their own work-life balance, and we'll come back after this short break.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corporate, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome to the Corporate program, where we have Nafisat and Abigail share their insights on how you balance your work life and your free time. Nafisat here told us about not having peer pressure while you are working and how you balance the 9 to 5 and also your free time, and also talked about entrepreneurship. And Abigail also gave more insights on the questions. So moving on, do you ever feel bad for resting? Like taking a nap or chilling makes you unproductive? How do you handle that guilt?
Honestly, I won't lie. Like, yes, most time when I'm supposed to like be working, I know like maybe I have a task to do, and let's say I'm tired, but if I don't rest, I might not give that task my all. So it's just better for me to like just like take a break, maybe for some minutes, and then continue with the task. Because if I don't, I promise you, once I complete that task, even the outcome, you yourself, you are not going to like it. So it's very, very essential, no matter how busy, like definitely we'll be busy. No matter how busy we are, it's very essential we take breaks, because if you don't take breaks, you're going to crash out so bad. So it's very, very essential that you take breaks. And don't feel guilty about it, because once you break down, you still have yourself to blame. So it's just better, as much as you can, take breaks in between and then go back to do whatsoever you are doing.
Okay, what does taking break mean to you? Like, what do you do?
Taking breaks, for me, when I want to rest, I most time like rest with maybe by listening to music. Just help me put my mind at ease, like not doing anything. Sometimes I even just like go off my phone, just keep my phone somewhere, just lie down somewhere, just rest. Not just like just like for the meantime.
For me, I think you asked the question like, do I ever feel guilty?
Guilty, yeah.
Of course I do, but there are some breaks that I don't feel guilty for, because they're actually very much needed. It says that some people believe that being busy means being valuable, which is not.
Not all the time.
Not all the time. At times, rest is also very productive, because when you rest, your mind works better. Like your creativity come out much more better, because you've taken, it's like you take a deep breath. I don't know, there's an exercise that I think medically you take, they say inhale and exhale. So at times when you it's like taking a pause, like okay, everything is just calm down, take a pause down, then okay, fine, you can have, even if it's just 1 minute, that inhaling and exhaling, when you do that, when you finish it, you notice that you feel much better. So rest is also productive, because after rest, the work you do after that rest, you cannot compare it to the one you do it before the rest. But a lot of people has made us believe that the only valuable time is when being busy means being valuable, which is not. But to me, when you rest, you are much more productive after than even our body. Our body needs rest. Our body tells us when we need rest, but most of us are stubborn. Like I think I'm part of them. You know, like maybe I've been working since morning, and probably I'm just about to finish whatever it is, like rounding up whatever it is. But at that time, I know that I meant to take a break. But I was like, this thing is almost done. Let me just finish it and rest. I do that a lot. And at times, the body, even when the body say no, you just have to. But at times, the body will say no, I'm not doing anything. At this point, the body will just break down. That's where the problem begins. So all these illness and everything start from all these small signs. I think rest is very important. Taking a 30 seconds or 30 minutes nap goes a very long way. A lot of us do not even sleep up to 8 hours. Normal 8 hours you're meant to sleep. Because you get home very late in the night. And you are up early the following day. And that pattern rotates each other every day. So at times when I take a break, I don't feel guilty. At times I was like, see, there's nothing that I want to do. I'm not doing anything again. At this point, I'm resting. So I think there's some break, but you know, some people rest, take too much rest, and at times it leads to being lazy. You see it as laziness. So they just take that break or rest, just use it to like as a shield for being lazy, which is not meant to be. But some parts, everybody needs rest. No matter how hardworking you are, you have to take a break. So that's it.
I also wanted to chip in, but she already said like the ultimate rest should like be at night when you are back from work. Like sometimes the Lagos that we are in now, you might be like encounter traffic at time and you're not able to like meet up with your 8 hours of sleep. But I wanted to see that 8 hours of sleep is like also really, really essential. That's what I wanted to like say.
Okay, thank you so much, Amika. Also, if you had one soft life tip to give to other couples, something simple that makes you happy and sane, what would it be?
For couples, it's just the simple sense. I'll say, live your life. Keep that your peace.
Okay.
NYSC here can be very, 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 very stressful. It's not even can be. It is very stressful.
Yeah. Aside the camp life.
To me, a lot of people have all their life, all their whole life, they have never been stressed before.
Yeah.
The only time they are stressed is during their NYSC service. Because I think NYSC here pushes everybody out of their comfort zone.
True.
So some people that are used to this soft life, no stress, everything, there's no way you'll be an NYSC member, a core member, and you're not stressed.
Yeah.
There's no way. At one point in time, you will stress. So I think my own is live your life and protect your peace. So there are some things that you like. I would say, transform your challenges into opportunities. I used to say that we face challenges during NYSC, but make sure you transform that challenges into opportunities.
Learn as much as
opportunities. Learn as much as you can. Gather all the experience you can ever get. Because there are some opportunities that after the old NYSC stuff, you may not see it again. Those experiences, these days, I think no employer wants to start from the very scratch, training an employee. They want someone that has experience, even little knowledge about what they are coming to do. So imagine you just being employed into an organization and they just notice that you don't even know anything about even the job and anything, the job description. They are busy with other things. They have a lot of works to do. So to them, starting over and like taking a break and start teaching you from the basic is like pulling them back. There's a saying that say the only thing you need is just idea. Just have an idea. So a lot of people just build their life on the ideas, and from there, that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Nafisa.
So I believe what I'm about to say, I'm speaking for about, let me say 75 to 80% of couples. I believe that our NYSC, this is the first time most of us are working in like an organization per se. We've never been like, we've never done 9 to 5 before. So it might really like take a big toll on us, although it is preparing us for real life per se. But like since it's our first time, we might find it hard. And so my babe, my guy, whenever you can rest, please do. And one soft life tip I will give, like, in as much as you are busy, find something you enjoy doing. Like, I know that we're all busy, but like, do not forget to like create things to create time for things you love. Don't forget to have fun. Definitely, we are hustling. There will always be bills to pay. But let me just say, once you collect that your 77K, if it's ice cream, you can buy for yourself. Buy ice cream. If it's shawarma, buy it for yourself, because there will definitely be bills to pay. So please, as much as frequent as you can, just make sure you just enjoy yourself, buy something for yourself. That's just
I would like to add to what she said.
Okay.
I would say enjoy the little things, even just a few moments of life in your life. Make sure you enjoy it
as much as NYSC is stressful.
If they pay your halawi, remove 5,000.
Guys, don't forget
exactly
and invest. So is your because it's very, very difficult. A lot of people use all their allowance on transport. Like there's practically nothing left, and that pattern will start from the first month of their service until they finish. Imagine finishing the whole 1 year, and you cannot even say, okay, fine. When you are now, you cannot create memories. You cannot gather anything. You cannot even say, this is something I did for myself during my NYSC. It's that bad. So as much as you are catering, because you are working for someone. You are not a full-time employee of that organization. So it's like you are substituting in an organization. In as much as you are doing that, you are helping someone, you are working for, so you are catering for someone's job.
Also
cater for yourself. Cater for yourself. Take care of yourself. Even if it is just little things, it's very, very important. It matters. Yes.
Today's program is all about not just the camp experience, but also living outside camp, like having fun, getting more experiences. Also, it's not just having fun. You can also like register for online courses during your CDS, meet people, socialize. You know, you never know what happens after NYSC year. Also, as much as you have fun, please don't forget to save and invest. I mean, life after NYSC is not easy. You have to start hustling for jobs and all of that.
This is Corporate Rising to Serve, Rising to Lead.
What a refreshing conversation. Today we've learned that soft life isn't about escaping work. It's about working smart, protecting your peace and enjoying the journey. A big thank you to my guests, Nafisat Adeola and Imafidon Abigail, for reminding us that balance is the real flex. And to you watching, remember your hustle should build a life you actually love. Follow us on all social media platforms at Achievement Channel NG and keep the conversation going with the hashtag CorpersCan. Until next time, I'm Priscilla, reminding you deserve the soft life, but make sure your hard work makes it last. See you on the next episode of CorpersCan.
This is Corporate Rising to Serve, Rising to Lead.
My name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for 14 years now. I see teaching as a vocation and a way of, giving back to the society, helping children who are struggling with their education to grow and find their path in life. As a mother, I want the best for my children, and giving back to children in the society, helping them to find their potentials, helping them to find their path, gives me joy. I see that, in fact, it's a passion for me. I love teaching as a profession, and in fact, I see that even as a hobby, basically. Yes. When I see children who struggled during the course of their years, because I teach in a secondary school, they struggled, but by the time they get into the higher institution, you see them doing very well, and at the end of the day they come back and say, Mrs. Osage, you were part of my success story. So it gives me joy, so that's why this keeps me going and it helps me to do more. There was even a time a child sent me a text message and said, Mrs. Osage, I'm now a medical doctor. I never thought in my years, because I teach biology, I never thought that in my years I could become a medical doctor because I struggled. But you kept me going, you helped me, you told me, don't give up, you can do this. And that inspired me to become a medical doctor, And today she's a medical doctor and doing very well in the medical field.
I would rather say I am born to teach because I derive pleasure seeing me instill value into people. And seeing them carrying out, passing it to the next generation, it's most appealing to me as a teacher. And what you really make out of people, that's what really stands for me. And it has been a key point to me that it's not about the finances. Like we know in our countries today, they don't really value the teacher, they look down on the teacher. But you being a person that you don't look down on yourself, you want to put in and create an avenue for people to explore in their giving God's talents. I don't see the need why many people should not venture into that profession. It's a cool profession, and it's not basically within the four walls of the classroom. You can go all the way. As I'm talking to you, I'm teaching you. And I learned from you. It's a give and take situation. So it's not just a one-way thing. We are far beyond the traditional system of teaching. And now even within the comfort of your home, you can be educated. You can receive education. Be it online teaching or offline teaching, education is just the key. But the core value is to instill in you the value which you need to carry on to the next generation.
My name is Mrs. Ifoma Okolo from Anambra State. Over 25 years. At the beginning, like young lady, when I finished secondary school, my mind is not going to teaching. My mind was that, go to all those kind of courses, architecturing, pharmacy, and the rest. So I decided to say, okay, let me go for architecturing. But then, fortunately, my dad is, he's late now, learned, and then he had a friend in one of the college of education in Delta State. He said, instead of you to be waiting to take JAMB, because it's not like now that before you even do the WAEC, they are taking JAMB. So we now take WAEC before JAMB. So he said, you've done your WAEC. Instead of waiting to take JAMB, why not just come in the college of education? So I entered. So when I entered, I started with mathematics, physics, education. So after that, maybe that was what made me now say, why will you now after this one now go to? So I continued with education courses. From there, went into my degree education courses. When I look at my students, I feel that this is my life. That I can't even imagine myself going to do something else, like something that doesn't have to do with human being. So I feel that I need to mold these ones, because when I will be talking to them, I will just be picturing them in my mind, their eyes and everything. I say, this is where I belong. I have to look at these girls, especially because that is where I am now. My students are what inspired me to really say, I don't need to leave this profession.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to Achievement News, your daily dose of inspiration, right here on Achievement Channel Nigeria, your first 100% motivational channel. I'm Udeme Essian, broadcasting live from our studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today, we're celebrating the spirit of achievement that drives our nation forward, from grand celebrations to the heart of our bustling markets. On today's headlines, we're revisiting the glamour of the Silver Bird Man of the Year Awards, showcasing international achievements in innovation and highlighting a powerful story of resilience from the streets of Ilupeju. Let's get started. On March 16, 2025, the nation gathered to celebrate extraordinary achievements at the Silver Bird Man of the Year Awards. This event, a beacon of excellence, highlighted the incredible contributions of Nigerians across various fields. The atmosphere was electric, filled with hope and admiration for the individuals who are shaping our nation. We witnessed moments of pure inspiration as the winners were announced, their stories resonating with every attendee.
How does it feel being surrounded by so many talented individuals tonight?
No, I feel great. I feel great. I feel privileged. Out of 200 million Nigerians, and we have almost 100 people we are celebrating today. And fine, I'm not collecting any award, but at least I'm happy to be among them. You know, I'm very happy, delighted to see people succeed. And I have some man of the year, like some of the governors I love so much, like the Ekiti State Governor, Biodun Oyebanji, the Enugu State Governor, the Minister. David Omayi. I'm seeing a whole lot of them here, and amazing. They are doing a wonderful job. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy. Even sometimes to even manage your home too is not easy. But managing crowd, so it's something we need to commend with them. So that's why the likes of us are here to celebrate with them.
Yeah. Daddy, how do you feel about this event?
Yeah, the event is a very good one. Where you recognize people and you give them due recognition, it encourages them to do better and to do much more.
Because on our channel, we're all about achievements, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this interview, sir.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State was honored for his outstanding leadership and commitment to the development of Lagos State. His dedication to infrastructure development and inclusive governance has set a benchmark for purposeful leadership. And also, Governor Biodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State received the Silver Bird Man of the Year 2025 award, acknowledging his significant contributions to the state's progress and youth empowerment. Richard Mofe-Damijo, a veteran actor and media personality, was celebrated for his impact on the Nigerian entertainment landscape, reflecting his dedication to promoting African arts and culture. The event also recognized many other distinguished individuals and governors who have made significant contributions to society, underscoring the diverse talents and achievements within our country. The event was a vibrant celebration of the Nigerian spirit, a reminder that we are a nation of achievers.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078 or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
The Nigeria Food Summit 2025 was a landmark gathering of food professionals from across the country, bringing together restaurant owners, chefs, farmers, and industry leaders to discuss the future of Nigerian cuisine and agriculture. With the theme, Making Nigeria a Global Food Destination, the summit provided a platform for collaboration and innovation, highlighting new strategies to enhance Nigeria's position in the global food industry. The event was a crucial step in positioning Nigeria as a global food powerhouse. Participants shared insights on boosting food exports, improving sustainability, and celebrating our rich culinary heritage. Now, we take you to the heart of Lagos entrepreneurial spirits at the streets of Ilupeju, where we met a remarkable woman who has become a local legend. Iyabumi, as she's popularly known, has been selling bananas for over 25 years. Her story is one of determination and unwavering optimism in the face of daily challenges.
$20 naira ni mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọjà yìí tí mo ta $20 naira. Ṣé ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀ wọn ò rà bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ torí pé ó ti rẹ̀ kò yá bí tẹ́lẹ̀ torí pé wọ́n. Torí tẹ́lẹ̀ irú èlé tàǹtàn 2,000 yẹn 500 300 ní sígbà àmọ́ ń sìn yìí irú èlé ṣe 3,000 2,000 tẹ́lẹ̀ kí a máa ta méjì báyìí 500. Tó léwu jù ń bẹ̀ ni pé tí bá ti rà á pọ̀ tó bá ti wá pọ́n ó léwu pé kò ní bí mo ṣe fẹ́ tà nígbà tó dúdú yẹn kọ́ ọ́nà máa rà ní kópa yẹn wọ́n máa ná nínú ìkùnà wọn nílé kò nílé owó yẹn nílé tó bí mo ṣe fẹ́ tà nígbà tó wà dúdú yẹn tó léwu ń bẹ̀ nìyẹn.
What struck us most was her resilience and ability to find joy in her work. She's not just selling bananas, she's building a community, one customer at a time. Iyabumi's story reminds us that achievement comes in many different forms, and that the spirit of hard work and dedication is alive and well in every corner of our nation. These are the stories shaping Nigeria's journey toward progress and excellence. From national icons to global innovators, from entrepreneurs to community legends, Achievement News captures the moments that define our future. At Achievement Channel, we believe that every milestone is a step towards success. Stay tuned for more inspiring stories because achievement is not just a destination, it's a journey. Thank you for joining us. See you next time on Achievement News, where every story is a step toward empowerment.
Hey, this is Habiba Balogun, Chair of the 11th Champions of Talent Development Conference by Learning and Development Network. Shout out to who? The Achievement Channel.
Yeah, my name is Victor Diali. My friends call me Victorious Victor. You're on to Achievement Channel. Shout out to you, Achievement Channel. Thank you so much for being here and for relating with us in the way that you have done. I'm really excited to have met you all here today. And please, guys, keep watching Achievement Channel so you can achieve.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tayo Luwole, and I want to say a special shout out to the Achievement Talent. You guys are doing great thing, and you are really inspiring us with most of the content you are churning out. And I am proud to even say that you are our partner in progress with some of the things you are turning out. Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Samuel Jackson, Director Marketing Communication for the Learning and Development Network International. Keep watching Achievement Channel. Just like the name says, you got so much to achieve, so much to learn, capacity built on this channel. So keep it locked in. Don't turn it off.
The future of any nation is hidden in the potential of its children. At Catching Them Young, we don't wait for greatness to grow. We ignite it early. This is where champions are noticed. Where leaders are born. Where purpose begins. Catching Them Young, because tomorrow begins today.
Hello and welcome to Catching Them Young, the show where we inspire the future, one young mind at a time. You are watching Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational TV station, dedicated to showcasing stories that spark purpose, passion, and the pursuit of greatness. We are broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence Studio in Ikoyi, Lagos, and I'm your host, Sarah Andu. On this program, we bring you real-life achievers who are making waves across the world, people who started young and stayed focused, and are now helping others rise with them. Today's guest is a shining example of what it means to live with purpose and lead with vision. She is an education consultant, creative visionary, and passionate advocate for equity in education. Her name is Danielle Joshua Babantunde, and she is the founder and CEO of Transcend Movement and Transcend Education. With over 8 years of experience in the classroom and in the leadership roles across the UK and Nigeria, Danielle has trained more than 600 teachers, shaped thousands of students' journeys, and continues to redefine what education looks like. Danielle is driven by her faith and her mission to help every young person, regardless of background, unlock their full potential. Stay with us because this is going to be an inspiring conversation you don't want to miss.
Catching Them Young, because tomorrow begins today.
So, Danielle.
Yes, hi.
You've done so much. You've done a lot of things. But let's start from here. Your beginning, how was it like for you, your childhood, growing up? How was it like growing up?
Yes, firstly, thank you for having me. It's an honor. Thank you so much. So I grew up in the UK. I was born in the UK.
Okay.
So lived with my sister, my parents, kind of an normal background, I would say. My parents were working. But I experienced both private and state school. So my parents really believed in education, like every Nigerian parent, most Nigerian parents. And so it was always about being the best that you can be, really aspiring high. So I was really nurtured. I had a really good community, church environment, was serving in the church from a very young age, singing and dancing from a very young age, and experienced going to a private school and also a state school. So kind of seeing that both ends, basically. So yeah.
Wow, that's great. So we see that you had a very good background growing up, a childhood background growing up. That's interesting. So you hold a degree in politics and sociology, a master's in policy studies in education, and currently you are now pursuing a doctorate. That's quite impressive, So what motivated you to pursue education so seriously at a young age?
Yes, I love this because education was never the plan. The plan was to perform. Right. So the plan was performance. So I was always doing theatre from a very young age, performing, camera, TV, that kind of thing. That was my goal. But then it actually started because I was 16 and I was in school and I was studying sociology. And the teacher said, if you are black, right, being in the UK, you are less likely to do as well as your white counterparts. And if you are from a working class background, so a lower income background, you are less likely to achieve an A star to C grade. And if you're a black boy, you're 4 times more likely to be excluded from school. And I remember looking around as a 16-year-old and thinking, this is actually true. Like, this is what I'm seeing around me. Like, these statistics are real. And so it was disturbing. It was disturbing enough that I was like, I need to do something about this. And even though I love my passions of performance and things like that, I wanted to go to uni to study sociology more, do something about it within the education space. Because I don't think it should be right that where you're from should determine how well you do in life. So yeah.
Wow. So you're saying that there was a discrimination with, your color because you were black.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like outrightly. It's not like, oh, because you are black, you're going to fail. But it's just that it's harder. It's harder to achieve. It's harder you have to put a bit more work. There's lots of different things. And I just never thought about it. But I noticed that it wasn't reality for me. But it was reality. I went to a private school, but I also went to a state school. So I saw that difference that, when I was in a private school, that's true. My friends who weren't doing well, it didn't really matter because they were just going to work for their dad. Whereas when I went to the state school, I saw a lot of my friends, that was the reality, that a lot of them did drop out of school. A lot of them did try, I saw that. I saw the statistic. And so I wanted to do something about it.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. So that motivated you to go into
education. Again, when I did my degree, I thought I was finished. I did not. I'm not, by the way, I know that most people, when they do a doctorate, you would think they're really intelligent. I'm not saying I'm not intelligent, but you would expect that, you must love books. You must love to read. No, I don't. I think I'm just passionate, and that's what drives me to try and do something more.
So, wow, that's an inspiring story. That's inspiring. So, Danielle, many young people currently are watching and they think that studying is boring or hard. So, what helped you stay focused? Do you have any tips for students who find it quite difficult?
Yeah. Okay, so there's actually research, right? That if a young person has an idea of what they want to do in the future and they know how school can help them achieve it, they're more than likely going to have higher motivation and they're more likely going to have higher achievement. And what that shows us is that if there's a goal, if there's an end goal that each child has, that, okay, I want to do this. Okay, school can help me with this. I need to put effort because this is where I'm going. Whereas if they don't have a goal and we're just saying, pass your exams, pass your exams, pass your exams, there's no real motivation. Okay, I'll pass my exams because I'm scared to fail. I'm scared to bring shame. But when you have something driving you more, it will push you in the right direction. So I would encourage that young people should find out their strengths, should find out an idea of what they want to do, their passion, and try to see education as that stepping stone to whatever you want to do. I would also say start revising and working from the beginning, not waiting till the end, not waiting till your exam 2 weeks before you start reading. I think that really helped me personally, especially in A levels and, that's 16 to 18 age, where just before university. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Good. All right. That's good. But I want to ask you something. You made mention of having a goal. What about children who do not have, a good parental background and don't even have an idea of what having a goal is, or, something they want to pursue? So how would you say that they can, have a goal actually, even if they don't have someone, to help them, picture the future for them?
Yes. I love what you said, because I think this is where school comes in.
Oh, good.
And this is where the institution of schooling comes in. And that's why I'm so passionate with the work that I do with Transcend Education, because this is what we're trying to do. I think that if the curriculum in schools, if you embed in the curriculum about careers, future pathways, right from the beginning, primary school through to secondary, the teaching, basically. If every teacher, if you teach maths, English, science, whatever you're teaching, if you get the students to realize that this is not just for you to become a scientist or a mathematician, but these skills are going to help you in whatever you're going to do. If we can inspire the children from young and have this embedded in our curriculum, we'll be able to bridge that gap for children who have homes that unfortunately parents are not able to give them that support, or parents aren't exposed enough to be able to support them in that way. Then hopefully the school can be that bridge.
Wow, that's good. That's good. So the schools have a major role to play in every. That's good.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
good. That's good. So you made mention of Transcend. Let's talk about Transcend.
Yeah.
So Transcend Education. You've trained over 600 teachers in Abuja. What inspired that work?
Yes. So that was interesting. So when I was a couple of years ago, I went to do missionary work in Ghana. So I stayed in an orphanage, basically, for about 6 months. So I lived with children in their bunk beds, sleeping on their bunk beds in like a rural area, Asikuma kind of thing. So when I went there, I wanted to volunteer and teach. So I went to the school and said, I'm here to teach. And they were like, instead of you teaching, come and train our teachers. And I was like, why? I've only been qualified for a couple of years. I don't think I should be the one training your teachers. And they were like, no, trust me, you should train our teachers, because majority of them are not qualified. And, whatever you're going to bring from outside, I'm sure it will be of value. So I basically, put my postgraduate kind of courses together that I got trained in, and basically trained those teachers. And that was great. The teachers loved it. And then I went to another school and said, hi, I'm here to volunteer for a week. And they were like, instead of you coming to teach, just train our teachers. And I began to see that there was a real issue with unqualified teachers teaching, teachers that are not passionate, teachers that are probably just doing this to figure out their own path, and they're teaching some of the most deprived children. And so that's basically how Transcend Education started. It started because there was a need. And I realized that it's not just Ghana. Now that I've relocated with my husband to Nigeria, it's the same thing in Nigeria, it's everywhere. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So that's what inspired Transcend.
Yes.
That's quite impressive, Danielle. Let us go on a quick break and we would be right back.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Welcome back. Danielle, you talked about how inspired you were and how Transcend Education started. So I want to ask you, why is it important for young people to have teachers who care and use modern methods?
Yes, it's really important. Because if you think about it, a teacher is in front of 30 children, right? Every single day, each hour. And those children have an opportunity to either be demotivated or motivated. They have an opportunity to learn something new or not learn anything. And the responsibility is on the teacher. It's a lot, it's not easy. And so the teacher must be able to be aware of new forms of teaching, new pedagogy. They must be able to build relationships with their students and understand where each child is at. Or else we're just going to be having almost a babysitting building, a building where babysitting is happening and not learning is really taking place. And so even though my passion is really young people, a lot of people think initially that Transcend Education was just for teachers. It's not, it's for the children. But I recognize that if I'm training 100 teachers, you need to times that by 30. That's the amount of students that we are impacting.
Wow.
And so the teachers are the gateway, they're the access to the students. And so if you really want to make reach and impact and scale, you need to reach the teachers.
The teachers, wow. So you're saying reaching the teachers in turn,
yes,
you were affecting the students.
Definitely.
Good.
Definitely.
That's all right. So you were also leading careers and PSHA development for students in the UK.
Yeah.
So what exactly does that mean, and how does it help students prepare for life?
Nice. So career education is just basically educating young people about the future careers, jobs that are happening around the world. And so what I do is I embed that into the curriculum, where every subject is empowering and inspiring career education for students, where students, regardless of what subject they're learning, they'll be able to see the potential skills that they can learn.
Okay.
So that's career education. PSHE stands for Personal Social Health Education. And so that's usually in the UK a core curriculum. In Nigeria, they might make it similar to civic, but it's not quite civic, but that's the most aligned subject I can say. And so that enables young people to learn about themselves, and then learn about how they react with people around them, and then of course their future. So yes, so I currently do that and embed that into the curriculum for over 1,000 students in the UK, but also imbibe that into Transcend Education, where we delivered, workshops even just recently in Yaba. So hopefully for more young people to be more inspired. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So you're saying that the career education would help the children, have a knowledge or an idea of the kind of career path they want to take.
Yes. And know their strengths. Know their interests. A lot of young people are just untapped potential. I found out that I could sing at the age of 12, right? And thankfully my local church, when I presented it to them, they were like, join the choir. When I realized that I could write plays, they were like, write the play for our church anniversary. They gave me a platform, right? But if I didn't have that local church to support me and enable that and enable me to practice, I might not have known my potential, right? And so it's important that every single institution, whether that's school, home life, church, mosque, whatever, that they are finding that untapped potential from young people and bringing it out, helping them to discover it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Can you talk more about the PSHE development?
Yes, definitely. Okay. So like I said before, PSHE is Personal Social Health Education, and that is developing the minds of young people, developing who they are as a person, developing their identity, helping them to learn about life skills. I always say this to young people, that your qualifications may get you to the door, but your character is what's going to sustain you, right? And so the character development of each of the children as well, regardless of whether you are privileged, right, or whether you're underprivileged, how can you relate with people? How can you relate with employers? How can you relate, having this conversation, looking at eye contact, all of these skills that a lot of the affluent families teach their children. A lot of affluent parents teach their children how to stand straight, how to look, how to handshake. But people that are from underprivileged backgrounds, people that are from low income backgrounds, they are not always as exposed to that. And so these are just the different layers that we really want to bridge that gap so that a child can be from wherever, from the most slums of places, and they can come here and you can have a conversation with them and wouldn't even know whether they're the ones that is from the island or they're the ones from, do you understand? And I think that's my heart. That's my heart, to be able to see that. Yeah.
Wow, that's a great one.
Thank
That's a great one. So Danielle, for viewers at home, especially students, what life skill should every young person begin to build now?
Yes. One is communication skills. Definitely. Communication skills is so important. So your oracy, your eye contact, body language, all of that, being able to master that, being able to perform, being able to deliver a speech, because even in an interview, a job, you have to sell yourself the moment you step in. And so mastering communication skills is going to help everyone. Critical thinking is also really good. Being somebody that is able to solve problems, being a problem solver in any job, in any career, in anywhere you go. If you can solve problems, money will follow you. If you can solve problems, people will flock you, because there are problems that people are looking for somebody to solve. And if you can do it, you're going to get that opportunity. So problem solving, critical thinking, communication. I would say those three. Definitely. There's loads, there's a lot more, but I would say those three are key. Yeah, really key.
Yeah, communication especially, because a lot of people currently, they have quite a lot of things up in their head. They have quite a lot of ideas, great ideas, but they don't know how to pitch themselves.
Right.
They don't know how to, sell their ideas, or even, so I think communication is a very good skill for children, students at home to learn.
Yes.
Yeah, because you don't expect that I have so much of things. I have a future. I have things that I think I want to do, but I can't express myself.
Right. With what you just said, actually, I think that stems from school. I don't know what your schooling experience was like, but in school, were you encouraged to ask questions? Were you encouraged to critique? Were you encouraged to contribute?
Not really.
Right. And that is most schools in Nigeria, right? Most schools, children are not empowered to ask questions. They believe that the class is going well because all the children are quiet and are copying what is being written on the board. This is the difference between overseas. So overseas in the schools, they develop critical thinking. They want students to critique. They want you to ask questions. They want you to contribute to your learning. So what you find when you go to university, I met a lot of Nigerians, Ghanaians, loads of students from around the world that would come. And in our seminars, they would say, so what do you think about this? The lecturers will ask, everybody contribute. What do you think? And you would find that the people from UK, USA, they would be able to contribute.
Speak more,
Other students, they'll just be like, are you really asking for my opinion? Please, just tell me what the answer is so I can pass my exam. Like, I don't understand this. And I think that if we in Nigeria and Ghana and everywhere, if we can ensure that we are developing that critical thinking, that empowerment, that they're not undermining the teacher by asking a question, you're empowering them so that when they go out into the world, wherever they find themselves, they'll be able to contribute. So, yeah.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a great one. So let's talk about something really unique. Transcend Movement. 7 original gospel theatre productions across UK. That's incredible. How did it start?
Yes. So that started, remember what I said, I love to perform, and my church nurtured that environment for me. And so I went to uni, and I've grown up in the church from a very young age. But I think when I went to uni was where I really kind of came to a crossroad where I really needed to decide, my journey with God. Is it really for God, or am I doing lukewarm? And lukewarm just basically means, I'm following my faith, but I'm still compromising on everything, right? And so when I went to university, I really decided that, this is the journey that I want to go on. This is what I believe is right for me. And I wanted to inspire other young people. I went on a missionary trip, and we actually did evangelism. And I really got so inspired that I was like, I want to be able to inspire other young people to experience what I've just experienced. And I realized that media was the best way to do that, writing a play. So I wrote a play of basically conversations and people that I knew, all into these fake characters, about real life journey, finding your faith. And I wrote this play, and I was in university. And when you're in university, it's very easy to gather people around because you're all young and you all want something to do. So I managed to gather people and was like, guys, we're gonna do this play. And I told my best friend, and my best friend was doing it with me. And we did this play and we had like 350 people that came and 50 people gave their life to Christ. They decided that they're going to go on this faith journey. And so people were like, we want this, we want more of this. And so we did more and we just went to different cities and more people joined. And I think people joined because they wanted an opportunity, a platform to be able to also use their gifts for their faith. And so that's how we started. And
Wow. You said something that caught my attention. You said you in uni you had to ask yourself that was it are you going to be lukewarm or are you going to talk about that? Okay?
So I think really, obviously I've always known God. I've always believed in God. I've always served in church. I've been in church serving in church since like 11. I've been singing in the choir. So I know it all, like in that sense, in terms of church and going to church and prayer and all of those things. And I believe that prayer answers all things. And I've always believed that. And I've always operated in that. However, deciding that it means I'm going to put myself to the standards in which God, I believe, has set for me. That is where the journey really begins, right? And so in university, I found myself very lukewarm in terms of I was just compromising. I'll do whatever I wanted, whatever I desired, but still go to church. And for me, it wasn't until I went on that missionary trip where my really good friend, Michael, said, are you integral? He asked that question, do you have integrity? And I was like, I'm integral, I have integrity. And he was like, okay, so if you got your mum or your pastor to watch your life in every facets of your life, would you be pleased? Would you be comfortable with them seeing every area? And I think that's when I realized, oh my gosh, I don't have integrity. And I think these are values, these are life values. Same thing, even if you're working in a company or a job, do you have integrity, right? And so these were life values that I asked myself in that situation, and I realized that no, there's more to do here, and there's more for me to do here. And I think when that light bulb switch came, I kind of made that decision that I'm going all in now. I know who God is. I believe in Jesus, and I'm going.
Wow. So do you now say that there is actually more to just being here on earth? And
definitely, I believe that there's a purpose for everyone, and I believe that some people discover that purpose, and I believe that some don't. I believe that some people create a purpose, and I believe that some people get a divine purpose from God. But I think that there's a reason for why all of us are here. And I think, again, similar to that goal thing that I mentioned, I think once you know that, then you can focus everything on that, and everything you do can have a purpose, and you're not just living meaninglessly. You're able to live meaningful. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
So why is it important for young people to express themselves, whether through art, theater, writing, or even tech?
Yeah, so good. I think it's really important because in you expressing yourself, you're going to inspire other people to do the same. If you think about like what I said with Transcend Movement, how it started, because of the platform that I got in my local church, that inspired me that I can do something that I enjoy and that I really liked, and I felt fulfilled. In me doing that, I was able to get, we had a team of like 50 people at one point, 50 other people to start using their sound engineering, camera, pianists, drummers, all these people with gifts. They also were able to be inspired. And you're able to send a message, whatever that message is, whatever that light is, whatever that message is, you're able to send it through the medium that you're using to express yourself, whether that's art, whether that's, social media, whatever it may be. So I think it's really important. It helps people to find purpose and also inspire others.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. That's true. That's true. So how has your faith shaped your journey, both personally and professionally?
Yeah, I think my faith has shaped my journey, like I said earlier, in terms of just finding my purpose, knowing why I'm here, and knowing that some of why I'm here is to empower and equip young people to reach their full potential and go above and beyond. And that has shaped my journey with Transcend Education, with Transcend Movement, and it has also shaped my journey because it keeps me focused on also doing that for myself. You know, you can't pour from an empty cup. You can't inspire other people if you're not inspired.
True.
So because that fuels me, I'm able to also get other people to also do that for themselves as well. Professionally, I think the values that my faith journey holds, like I said, integrity, that's something that I had to learn and develop, and really realize that, am I integral in all things? Am I doing things the right way, or am I just trying to make shortcuts to benefit me? And so these are values that professionally, when you go into your careers, they want to see that you're integral. They want to see that you're honest. They want to see all of these values, and that's what is going to probably keep you in those companies. That's what's going to favor you by your managers. That's the light that's going to shine through to the CEOs and the owners of these companies, is people with values, right? People with good character. Because in this world, there's so many reasons why you shouldn't have good character. So when you're able to shine your light in that way, people are drawn to you and they position you in places that maybe you might not actually be qualified for. But that's what opens the door.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's great. So Danielle, you've achieved so much already, but if you had to go back and speak to your 12-year-old self, what would you say?
I would probably say to myself, you're young. Do you know what it is? I would probably say to myself what I would say to myself now. It's not going to change. And that's because as a 12-year-old, I always wanted to be older. I always wanted to do things quickly. Like I always wanted to move forward and
you
move
didn't want
fast.
to enjoy your...
I was never like in the moment. I was just like, moving on to the next.
Moving.
And I'm still like that, right?
Wow.
And that's why I've done so much to people,
Wow.
even though I don't feel like I've done half of what I meant to do here. And I think that's because my mindset, I'm very futuristic. So I would have to tell my 12-year-old self what I'm telling my 30-year-old self, which is, you have time. Well, you don't really have time. It's God that owns the time. But that just enjoy the now, enjoy the present, be happy with what you have achieved now, and just continue to enjoy the process as you're pushing forward to your goals. That's what I would probably tell myself. Enjoy the process. Enjoy the process as you're moving forward towards your goal. So yeah.
Wow. So while they rather, because you were telling them, why they are trying to pursue, they should also enjoy the process.
Honestly, because parts of those processes are not easy. You have a goal, and so parts of it you feel like, I'm getting towards it, right? You're like, yeah, I'm getting this opportunity. But then when you get the opportunity, you realize it's, whether it's, you're not earning enough, or whether it's whatever it could be, you might not necessarily be as content in it, because it's not quite the main thing. And that's why, instead of finding your identity in things around you, just enjoy the process, because in the process it's helping you, whether you see it or not. It's giving you skills, it's helping you towards the goal. So yeah.
Oh, that's great, because I would say that that's true, because a lot of teenagers, young children, adults, they want to, get onto the next thing. And they just do not want to enjoy the whole process of, getting into that futuristic aspect of their life. And they just want to, I want to experience the
move on.
Yeah, that's true. So Danielle, for our viewers currently watching us, some are in school, so some are in challenging environments. So what's your number one message for them today?
My message, I think, would be that you all have a gift, you all have a talent, and you all have purpose. And through life, you're going to discover that and keep your focus on what it is that you have to serve the world. Because when you realize what you have in terms of your strengths and your passions, and when you realize how you can serve people, you will find that those things that you're chasing, whether it's money, status, opportunity, those things will follow. When you're able to serve a need and you're doing what you love by serving a need, everything else you'll find. It says in the word, it says that your gift will make room for you, right?
Mhm.
And so once you know your gift, focus on your gifting and focus on how you can serve people, whether that's making the nation better, whether that's serving a need. You will find every other desire that you have, it will all come together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's a knowing
It's a
your
knowing,
gift.
knowing your gift, knowing why you're here, knowing what you have, and then thinking, how can I use this to serve? When you do that, money will come, opportunity will come, platform will come.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So one more, you said knowing. How do they most of them are children.
Yeah.
Excuse. So how do they get to know?
Okay, so you can ask yourself, what do I enjoy doing? Right? So you ask yourself some questions. What do I enjoy doing? What am I good at? So you write those down. You might enjoy speaking. You might say, I really like speaking. Or you might say, I really like helping people solve a problem. And then, what are you good at? You might say, I'm good at maths, or I'm good at English, or I'm good at singing, I'm good at dancing, right? And then you can ask yourself, what do I care about? Okay? What do I look outside and it bothers me? Is it homelessness? Is it media, entertainment, not looking a certain way? There's something that you care about. There's something that you are yet to discover. When you write those 3 things down, what you enjoy, what you're good at, and what you care about, you'll be able to know.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Danielle, thank you so much. You've given us so much wisdom, motivation, and inspiration that every young child can transcend to their goals and to their visions. And to our amazing viewers at home, remember, greatness doesn't wait until you are older. It starts now. Whether you are in school, learning at home, or discovering your talent, take it seriously, dream big, and stay focused. Don't forget to tune in next time for more inspiring stories and valuable lessons. Keep the conversation going. Follow Arts Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and YouTube for more inspiring stories and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your own experiences with us. Until next time, believe in yourself, work hard, and never stop rising.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Speak with Power. Hello and welcome to the maiden episode of Speak with Power, the program that teaches you everything you need to know about public speaking. Speak with Power is brought to you by the School of Eloquence, Nigeria's home of public speaking, where we teach people how to speak well in public. This program is designed to educate you, to inspire you, and to challenge you with reference to the art of public speaking. Many people from various walks of life grapple with this all too important skill. There are people who work for organizations, people involved in sales, people in politics, people who are in the social enterprise sector, and in various other endeavors. When it's time to be heard, when it's time to take the stage, they struggle, they wobble, and in most cases, they fail. This program will unbundle the subject matter and demystify what public speaking is all about. This program will also show you the tips, the techniques, and of course the stories of ordinary people like you and I who have stepped up to the plate, and because they have learned how to speak in public, they have carved a niche for themselves. My name is Ubal Gesied, certified speaking professional and the Dean of the School of Eloquence, and I will be your host throughout this program. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll begin the eloquence journey. For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. The essence of this course is to focus you on the subject of public speaking.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are with speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back. The program is still Speak with Power, where we teach you everything public speaking. You might be a politician, a classroom teacher, a businessman, an engineer, whatever field of human endeavor you find yourself in. You could even be a traditional ruler or part of the clergy. The truth is, sooner or later, you will be asked to get up in front of people and speak in public. On the program today, we've got a drama skit for you titled The Bland Ambassador. You'll be amazed when this skit comes up, what happens to celebrities when they fail to speak well in public. From the drama skit, we'll hit the road to hear from Nigerians why they fear public speaking. Next will be Inside Masterclass. In the masterclass, you'll find me teaching professionals how they can master this all too important subject matter. And then our guest today on the Eloquence Journey segment tells us how she became a chief executive and how public speaking helped her to rise from nothingness to a position of prominence. So sit tight and let's enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen,
embraced different types of artists. Artists.
Come on for there, you know even sabi English.
Nah, your speech. Anyways, Oasis is the first of its kind to wanting to take entertainment to the next level. Big shout out to Oasis. Peace. Thank you.
Is that the celeb you were talking about? The one you want to present our new brand, Zeus, a luxurious perfume? No. This is unacceptable. I suggest you pick another person. This will not fly. It's embarrassing.
I'm surprised at this myself. So disappointing. I thought it would be of a good performance, but it cannot be our ambassador. We have to look for another ambassador for our project. I will personally inform the management about our decision. No, it is so disappointing.
But better do that as fast as possible.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066, 0706 160 6078, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
If you look at how Wikipedia describes public speaking, it says it is a process of speaking to a group of people in a structured, deliberate manner intended to either inform, influence, or persuade or entertain. Because when you're influencing people, you're persuading them. It goes further to say that the purpose of public speaking can range from simply transmitting information to motivating people to act, to simply telling a story. But here is the catch. He says good orators, good speakers, that is, should be able to change the emotions of their listeners and not just inform them. I started out by saying that all of the context, all of the various scenarios in public speaking can be surmised as just simply creating a human experience, because people can recollect what you said, how you said it, and then they can connect with it in some ways that gives you credit. However, whether we are speaking to inform or speaking to influence, which is also speaking to persuade, or speaking to entertain, one key principle underlines all of speaking. If that speaking is going to be result oriented, and that principle is the eloquence principle. If your speaking is going to be result oriented, you must be eloquent. How will we know that you are eloquent? Eloquence rests on two legs. The two key ingredients that you must know, you must be able to clearly delineate, and which if you do, you can categorically say that you are eloquent. Now the first of the two legs is effectiveness. To be effective. To be effective simply means that the people you're speaking to get what it is that you're speaking about. They understand it, they have a very good appreciation of what you are speaking about. They get it. You might see that in their nodding. It's dawning on them. The facts, the gravity, the intent, the seriousness, the ramifications of what you're saying. It's clear in their mind's eyes. It's not ambiguous, it's not mixed up in any way. It's definite. And so they get it, and that makes you, the speaker, effective. That is the first leg. A lot of people, when they speak, you find it difficult to even understand what is it or what it is they are talking about. You're asking yourself, so what is he saying? What is she saying? They've been speaking for the past 30 minutes, and those 30 minutes seem like an eternity. That's why I tell you, so what are you trying to say? Have you ever found yourself in that situation? Someone goes on rambling, and then you cut it and say, okay, so what is the gist? What are you trying to say? And they keep going, all I'm simply trying to say. They ramble, they go around in circles, they keep going, and then eventually, because you've nudged them, you've pushed them, you want to extract what is the point of these 30 minutes. What is the essence of your being in front of us to give this narration? It must be clear. If you are in sales, people must get what it is, the value proposition you're bringing to the customer or to that prospect. If you're in health and safety, like you talked about, as you communicate, people must get the reason why they need to comport themselves in a certain manner. If there's a zebra crossing in the environment, there are some places that are marked with certain colors, and you have to walk down a particular path in order to get to where you're going. It must be clear that it's for your safety, it's for your well-being. We want you to leave this place the same way you came in one piece, that is. One reason why you get a lot of these agitations when you're communicating things that tend to carry an air of command to people, especially in a health, safety, environment situation, is because people don't get it. People don't get it. They don't get what it is that's being communicated. They feel they're being belittled. Most times it's because the first leg of eloquence fails. When such people come in and you're able to let them know, sir, as you know, this environment is littered with a lot of danger based on our operations and the logistical activity going on in here. Sometimes there could be equipment movement without notice. And because we want to prevent any unmitigated disaster, we have some safety procedures for your safety. They are precautionary, but it's because we want to be proactive. So based on that, everyone that comes in has to pass through this route for safety, for your safety. But when they show up and say, okay, we have a few safety tips. First, when you come in, go this way, go that way, go this way. What you're doing, you're just reading out. You're reading out data. And that data is lifeless as far as that audience is concerned.
Welcome to Speak with Power. Have you ever been to outings or events and people are being called upon to speak and they could not speak? The people who are being perceived as confident, all-powerful, they are being called upon to give a remark or two. And they can't. They become fidgety, they become sweaty, they become nervous, they become marshmallows, so to speak. Here I am today on the streets in Lagos, asking of people's opinion on why they think people are afraid of public speaking. My name is Damilola. Welcome again to Speak with Power. Ma, why do you think that people are scared of public speaking? Why do you think they're afraid of speaking in public?
In my opinion, I would say people are scared because basically the number one thing on ground, I think it's the root cause of it, because they are not people are not educated, they are not enlightened, and they are scared because not everyone can express he or herself. And so when you tend to ask people to talk, it's not everybody that really has that courage, that charisma, that self-esteem to come out and really speak or say their minds about things they know.
I think it's all about state of mind and state fright. What I would say about public speaking is that every human being has state fright. Every human being has state fright. But what you have to do is to work on it. Then, after working on it, one of the clues in which you can have confidence in speaking in public is to have the knowledge of what you are speaking about, and be confident. So when you have the knowledge of what you are talking about, when you want to talk about it, will boost your confidence. They say that Preparation is the mother of confidence. So if you are well prepared, you will have confidence, then you will deliver.
Some people are afraid of speaking in the public because of shyness. Another thing is not being bold enough to face the crowd, to face public. Because you know, when you are speaking to a group of people, you'll be having what they call eye contact, and some people used to feel shy when they have eye contact with people, and some people are not composed. If you are not composed, you cannot speak to the public.
Anxiety, people are anxious, people are shy, people are unprepared, people are scared, nervous. Could be a combination of so many things.
They don't have this boldness spirit. Some people are very scared. They even in the midst of their family, they can't talk more about public where people are. So to me, maybe they are not bold enough.
Maybe they don't have confidence in themselves, you know, or that's what I call it. They don't have confidence in themselves, and they feel shy, you know, to speak in public. Maybe due to upbringing. You know, most students of nowadays, they don't like coming out to express themselves, and we as the parents, we don't encourage our kids to, you know, to be outspoken, you know, to express themselves either in the public or at home.
Everybody is trying to cover their kind of identity, because if they don't do that, if they go out or say anything that is against any other person in the public, they will definitely have to pay for it in one way or the other. This is Nigeria.
People are afraid of public speaking because, you know, in Nigeria, our own country is a place that if you speak the truth, either the law enforcement agents or whatever, they can come, you know, against you. So that is why a lot of people, when you ask them questions in public, they avoid a lot of things.
Most people are scared of camera, are scared of facing the camera, and also inferiority complex, you know. So there are so many of them that they are just scared of crowd.
So there it is, you've heard it all. Join us again for another interesting episode of Speak with Power. Speak with Power was brought to you by the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking. Bye-bye!
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking at 47B Oduduwa Crescent, GRA Ikeja, Lagos. Classes hold Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066, 0706 160 6078, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
My name is Kofi Idowu Noel, also known as Kofi the Guru, beast of comedy, Nigeria's most versatile entertainer, comedian, actor, singer, producer, entrepreneur, and a responsible human being. My first time on stage was not just a wake up, take a mic and go in front of an audience. We started very small, which is what I tell young people, start very small. You know, when you're in the midst of your friends that you play with, your confidence level is normal. And they are the first clients and the last clients. Take note of that statement. Your friends that you started with in a small gathering are your first clients, and then they are your last clients. By the fading days of your career, they're still the ones around there who say, oh yeah, you're an old man then, or you'll be fooling yourself in front of the young generation of life. What's wrong with this old man? But those your friends, because they know the story of how you started in that small parlor with them. From there, gradually to the point where you now face the confidence level grew. It was not just wake up one day, there's this crowd in front of you, then you go and meet them and crack a joke. And then because I trained as a stage actor, facing the audience
with your lines in your head, you had no choice but to deliver. There was nothing like take two. It's not a camera recording. It's not Nollywood. It's stage. So the combination of training as a stage actor and then having had experience from little gatherings just made it easy for me to stand in front of anybody as a comedian, as a public speaker, whatever I wanted to do in front of the people. 1,000 people, one person, it doesn't matter to me. But what is in my head to give to the person, I bring it on board and I deliver it. No fright. I've never had a stage fright, never. Before, during, or after the show, never. First things first, to get out of the inability to confront an audience is to be friends with the audience. Most people don't understand that they are the audience. You have this thing in your head you want to tell somebody, a total stranger that has never met you. They don't know you. So first things first, you have to befriend them. That's why you see when comedians come on stage, area, how are they now? It's a gradual cajole and build up. But because we're used to the formal ways of presentation in public, good morning ladies and gentlemen, it just makes it flat. Comedians don't do good morning ladies and gentlemen. We go a bit more personal. That's why you see some comedians go, hey bros, how you doing? I see your head. They're just trying to warm up and be friends. So the first way to kill that phobia is to be friends with the people you want to speak with. That way, all barriers, all walls come down. When they see you as one of us, then they are ready, they are listening. You won't even know when you start flowing like a stream. You want to get done and they're like, no, it's not time for you to go yet. Continue, don't stop. Because they now feel that, this is our guy, he's talking. So, there should be no phobia if the audience, do you know you speak easily in front of your family? So that's it. Make them your family. That's the only way. The audience should be your family, not a customers. Customers are total strangers who walk on by. But for an audience that needs to hear you over and over again, they have to be family. But when it comes to public speaking, though some is scripted, but it has to be applicable to certain subject matters. Now in entertainment, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to deal on. And then of course, most entertainers are not so eloquent enough to express themselves when it comes to public speaking. Some entertainers, when you watch their interviews, you will be shocked at their diction and their thought processes. You know, first things first, we think in our mother tongue. True. Okay, but because English is our major expression, except you were born and raised speaking English and thinking in English, I would think first in Yoruba, then apply it. Some persons would think first in Pidgin, then apply it. But because entertainment is generally accepted with a certain lingua, you're supposed to express yourself proficiently in that lingua. Okay, so the only way in entertainment where we can marry public speaking with what we do is to train people in the act of speaking thoughtfully, not only in their thought process, their mother tongue, but for the benefit of the job itself. You need to be able to express yourself in such a way that it carries you as an upright entertainer. It places you right. You know, I want to listen to Katy Perry now. I will not just hear some trashy talk. There's a way, even if she's caught in a drama, there's a way she's going to use words to put herself out of that drama. But if it was a Nigerian with the same scenario, he would dust it off by just, because he doesn't understand the perception of using language well to express himself, to cover up defects. You know, we just speak and then we make slangs out of everything. We make games out of everything, jokes out of everything. We just, you know, see they be now. You know, my people are not see they be now. So. And you're like, actually, what I'm asking is, you know, now my sister, next question. So we need a lot of entertainers to understand that there is need to enhance your thought processes for the sake of public speaking in entertainment. Not just to entertain, but the way I speak, people, sometimes I arrogantly say it at interviews. I just want you people to know that I'm very enlightened and educated. I say it with confidence. When I'm talking, people can tell that, oh, there's a difference between this guy and some other entertainers. I don't just use words. I use expressions that tell of depth and value. Okay, most entertainers, their value is in their craft, and they leave it at that. They don't emancipate themselves for the act of the public. They just do that into the work and let it go. When it now comes to the interview, you just feel it's the same thing that was in the work that has to be, it's two different worlds. They don't know. Public image presentation is different from my work in public. This is not Kofi the comedian. This is Kofi the public presentation person. I'm sending myself to the public as an eloquent and thoughtful person right now.
Yes.
But then when you pay me to come and crack jokes, I enter the element of Kofi that will be the comedian. So they need to understand these differences. It might be hard for them to want to go back to school, but then you can get training from like this place.
I hope you've enjoyed today's episode of the program Speak with Power, and you can now see how important it is that public speaking be taken seriously in order to avoid the embarrassment faced by the bland ambassador. If you've enjoyed the program, remember that you can also learn the skill, and at the School of Eloquence, we offer you all of the opportunities you require to learn the skill, to practice the skill, and to advance in your use of the skill of public speaking. Till I see you next time, I leave you with the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson when he said, "Speech is power. Speech is to persuade. Speech is to compel, and speech is to convert." The stage is yours. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
What drives me to keep pushing forward, I think very importantly, is just we all have dreams. We have things that we want to achieve. And for me, really, it's achieving my dreams, ensuring that everything that I have set out to do, I want to do it, and I want to do it successfully. So that really drives me. It's like I've set very, very high bars for myself, very high goals for myself every year, and the drive to meet those goals, and it just keeps inspiring you when you see that you can actually do something and achieve it, and the joy of achieving something every year, you just want to set new goals and go after it every single year. You have to be honest with yourself, you have to be honest with others, so that you can know the true state of things and you can make changes if necessary, but honesty is always the best policy.
What drives me forward, specifically in work, is really working with the businesses in Nigeria who there's a really incredible group of founders with so much commitment and so much drive, not just to grow their businesses, but to make Nigeria a better place. It's more attractive to international investors and to the world. It has nothing to do with being professional, but I think being happy with my family and seeing my children succeed is my greatest definition of success.
WIMBIZ is all about women, how to empower the women and to stay connected. This year's theme is profound. Own your journey, walk the journey, and nurture yourself to greatness. And the summary of it all is your community is a multiplier, and that's the joy of being within the WIMBIZ community. As I said earlier, for the past 24 years, as I navigate my career journey, I've always shown up, dressed up, shown up, and be active in WIMBIZ conferences. And I'm a product of the benefits of being consistent at WIMBIZ conferences. I take the learnings, opportunity to relearn, unlearn, and to course correct. And that is what we are encouraging all the women showing up here. Visibility is hinged on how relevant you are. As the saying goes, if you are not given a seat at the table, move in silence, build your network, grow, empower yourself until you become so powerful to be ignored. You'll be too powerful to be ignored. And that's what WIMBIZ has done. We've grown through the years. And this is the joy of the power of many. Visibility, community multiplier. And so, shout out to the WIMBIZ organizers. They've been consistent through the years. And also, shout out to MasterCard, one of the sponsors, and to all the sponsors. I'm representing MasterCard, and it's a joy to be part of this community, thriving community of world changers that are women. My personal definition of success is the people in your corner. Who are you hand-holding as you're growing? Because you need to be mindful of those holding your ladder as you grow. Because on the journey back, you will meet them. It is the seed you sow that you will thrive on. Success for me is impactful life that is growing with purpose, profiting with purpose. And that's what we do at MasterCard. Connecting 1 billion people to digital economy, 50 million small and medium enterprises, constituting 25 million women entrepreneurs. As at end of 2024, we have hit 37 million women that we connected to digital economy. For me, that's a good picture of success.
I don't want to be broke. I want to live a full life of impact. I look at patterns in my family. I have seen my parents work so hard and lose everything. I don't want that pattern replicated, and I don't want to see it in the lives of people around me. So I'm motivated to learn the right things, to teach the same, and build an ecosystem of really wealthy people. That's what drives me. Success is simply successfully owning your story, where you have been, converting it into walking in power with your skills, and then nurturing the future. Every other person is taken, be you. Your story can never be the same as another person's story. So live authentic. When you live in the reality of who you are and your gifts and talents, then you are successful. Not by what people define you as, but what you define yourself as, and just generally living a life of impact.
Success is not success until your community, is impacted or elevates or, become who they ought to be also, because you have given of yourself to that community. So it's very lonely at the top, they say. So you want to make sure that as you rise, you raise others. Every day I wake up, I tell myself, make something out of your life. And because if I make something out of my life, I get to help others too to make something out of their own lives.
Because as a woman, I'm supposed to add value. I'm supposed to, create value, not just adding. I'm supposed to also create value, mentor others and guide others, because I've been guided by women and inspired by other powerful women. So that is what pushes me, so that my daughter will also have a good path to trade upon here. To do better, to become the best version of myself, better than I was yesterday.
I'll say I'm very passionate about driving growth and culture change, and because that's what I do for a living, it has helped me also push my personal life and wanting to always drive growth and drive change in my career and in my personal life as well, because that's what I help organizations do. My personal definition of success is being happy and being at peace. I think that's what really that's when I feel most successful, when I'm happy and when I'm at peace.
Success is me attaining my goals. Success is me creating values. Success is me meeting my targets. Yes. Okay, so that's interesting. So when things get hard, what keeps me going? I'm very big on challenges. I don't see challenges as challenges. I see challenges as tools to prove myself. So when I face challenges, what drives me is hitting that success, like hitting that point you get to where you say, oh yes, I've achieved this. And when something seems like a problem, like a big issue before you, and you're able to surmount it, right? And you're able to crush it. So for me, what keeps me going is that thirst for accomplishments, that thirst for I would say success. Yes, it keeps me going because I'm very big on it.
I think for me, I want to be remembered as a woman who gave her all. I want to go home to be with God when I've done everything I want to do. I want, to be able to have achieved all my dreams, all my talents, all my goals. So that's what pushes me. And of course, my children as well. I want them to remember their mom as someone who was goal-driven and who was focused in life. What keeps me going when things get hard? I think a mental resolve, a very good mental resolve that doesn't come from myself, to be honest. It comes from God. And so when things are hard for me, I go into myself and I just center myself. I breathe and I remind myself all the things that God has told me about me, and I move on from there. My personal definition, because I'm a very religious woman, I believe in God, I'll say being everything that God wants me to be is what I'll say is success. Not what I think I should be, not what others think I should be, but what He has decided for me to be, and me finding that out and walking in it powerfully is what I think success is.
So for me, social impact has always been my thing, and what drives me is actually impact and change. So when I see the beneficiaries, the girls that I work with through my organization, I see that there's a change in behavior, I see that there's a change in their lives, there's improvement. Honestly, that's what drives me. What keeps me going when things get hard? God, first of all, number one, because He's been my anchor. I go to God for every little inconveniences, for everything I go to God. And another thing that keeps me going, I'll still draw it back again to impact, because whenever I see change, I just get happy. Like this conference makes me so happy because I'm seeing that a lot of lives have been transformed, people are being touched. So that's what keeps me going. People are getting better. So I just feel very, very encouraged with that.
Okay, so for me, what drives me is helping people to have a better quality of life. As a pathologist, I work with, or should I say my work revolves around cancer diagnosis and the diagnosis of untimely deaths. So what pushes me is helping people or arming people with information so that they are healthy and they avoid, unnecessary or untimely death, just to have a better quality of life. Okay, so for me, my personal definition of success is number one, being at peace with myself. Number two, enjoying the work I do. And then number three, being in a peaceful, loving relationship with my family. And then fourthly, making impact and helping people have a good quality of life.
I wake up every day determined to be impactful, determined to make the world a better place for everyone around me, not just limited to those I know, but what can I do to be a better version of myself every day? Honestly, it changes from time to time because every time I review, but I don't let other external factors define success for me. And success is me achieving those things that I have set out to achieve. And then when I achieve them, I move on to other things, and I keep succeeding every day.
Well, especially about this menopause thing, I hate to see women go through menopause. I went through it at 42-year-old. My parents didn't educate me about menopause. It was my 9-year-old son that pushed me. I used to beat him. I was always cranky. And then one day he walked up to me and he said, "Mom, you need help." And I thought to myself, how would a 9-year-old boy come to his 42-year-old woman and tell her that she needed help? So I brought out my laptop and I went through the signs and symptoms of depression. Out of 15, I was going through 13, and that changed my story. And I went through perimenopause, the signs and symptoms were crazy. I lost my branches of pharmacy. I had crying spells. I had memory loss. I had problems with my skin. The most important thing, I couldn't manage my business. I started my master's. I had brain lapses. I couldn't continue with it. And God helped me. Yeah, it was God that helped me, because I didn't go to the hospital. If you're out there, you need help, please seek for help. And God helped me. And here I am today. I'm giving hope to so many women. Now, if your body system is changing, you have a hand to hold, you have a community that can support you. And that is what I live for. Success for me is fulfillment. Success is doing what you know how to do best. Initially, there might not be what you call money, but you're laying a legacy. You're seeing the lives of people changed. For me, that is what gives me fulfillment. That is my success.
Oftentimes, women find that the journey of being a woman can sometimes feel very lonely, especially as you're growing up. It can feel like you're lost. You don't know what to do. There's so much ahead of you, but you don't even know where to begin. I believe that forums like WIMBIZ are actually key to connecting to yourself, to connecting to fellow women that can help grow you. They say iron sharpens iron. And so it's absolutely important in that place of discovering who you are, especially as a young woman, to connect to circles like this that can empower you and strengthen, equip you, and connect you with the women that will help you become the woman that you need to be for your society, for your community, and in your life.
I would say have a destination, because when you have a destination, you're able to plan what will take you to that destination, and then you can own your story because you know your plan. And so when you know your plan, you're more confident with yourself. You're able to move strategically because you have a plan. So that's why I would just say, and that's it really. Right. Also me just owning my stuff and owning myself, and being proud of my work and working endlessly. I work every time, and I think that's what the most important thing is, that if you want anything, you have to work towards it, and just know that, keep working and results will come. That's it. My personal definition of success would be, I don't say I have a personal definition, because I think everybody has their own definition of what success. For some people it's money, and that's okay. For some people it's family, but me it's everything. I want it all. I think with my generation we can do 10 things at a time, honestly. Because again, multitasking is, the more you practice it, the better you become at it. And so I'm able to do different things at a time. But again, like I said, everything that you do in life is based on practice. If you practice, you become more efficient at it. I could be singing and playing the keyboard at the same time. That's multitasking. Sometimes, but they're just particular things that you need to concentrate on. So if you are reading, for example, you need to concentrate on what you're reading on, so you'll get it in. But it's possible to multitask, of course. My advice to the younger generation 25 years from now is that be strong, be confident with yourself, be proud of yourself, learn from others, learn from the people who have come before you, because when you learn, you're working with experience, and that's one of the most important things you can do for yourself. And young ladies, please join WIMBIZ. I love WIMBIZ so much, even though I'm not a woman in business, but please join WIMBIZ. You learn a lot. You get to network with so many important people who have walked the talk, literally. There's so many important women I could see from the stage, and everybody who is here is important, and I know they are networking and taking the best of the event. So, you learn, you network, and of course you own it, period.
One of the things I tell people is that it's not a journey that starts at the end of a journey. It's a journey you start from the beginning. I have all boys. Yes, the first one is a lawyer. He has a master's in law, and the last one still in the university as in Nigeria. We'll be friends. We'll play together when they were young. We'll play ball. We'll roll on the bed, and we still roll on the bed. We cook together. So that had been able to close the gap. And so it wasn't forcing them to learn. It's a thing of friendship, Okay, for example, when they were young, we'll watch literally all the videos. I know powerful girls, I know powerful boys, I know all the videos. So we could discuss. And so when we had issues of life that we literally needed to change, it was discussion. It was not force. And so, well, another thing that really helped me is because I had a mother who was a very strong woman, a very energetic, and then literally she studied too. And then, but I saw the gap because she was trying to force things, and we had a gap, the difference was much. So I made up my mind that raising my children, they were going to be my friend, and we're still friends. We kiss. When you see our text messages, if you're not sure, you think I'm actually talking to a boyfriend, you know.
I'm your boyfriend.
And so I encourage parents to be friends with their children. And well, some people say you cannot be a friend to your child, but sincerely speaking, when you understand their language, you speak, you talk the way they talk. I understand some of the Gen Z languages. The value, well, I happen to be a born-again Christian, so I taught them the rudiments of the gospel from the beginning. You can almost read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, and that's a standard, that's a period. And then the value of education. I grew up in the midst of elites. My mother, when I didn't pass my O level, then would say, elites are talking, so I should keep quiet. So I understand the value of education because we know that education is a leveler. It brings you to the level where you think you cannot get to. Culture. Greeting is one of the things that people are losing this day. It's not wrong for you to meet somebody on the street and greet, and you don't know your destiny helper. If you fight your destiny helper, you've lost it. But if you're a friend, and it's cheaper to be friendly and more expensive not to be friendly. So I encourage people not to lose the value of friendship. As a younger woman, I read so much when I had not even joined Wimbiz. I read so much about what they were doing. Wimbiz is doing so much. I have a platform for women. I've been training and empowering women. So I see this opportunity in Wimbiz to connect with other women, especially women of value. I mean, you see the value, the people coming to talk to you. You know, these people had gone through it. They're talking with experience. They're talking from experience. And so I love Wimbiz, and I wish Wimbiz bigger, get bigger, stronger.
Amen. Shout out to Achievement Channel and all the good people, all the media team that is supporting Wimbiz annual conference.
My name is Rita George Oko. I'm a lawyer. I'm into real estate, also into oil and gas. And this is a big shout out to Achievement Channel. You guys are doing great. Well done.
Oh, hi, my name is Richmond Bassi, and this is a big shout out to Achievement Channel.
Shout out to the Achievement Channel for covering this event so professionally.
My name is Sharon Ecott. I'm a management consultant at Seed Academy. And a shout out to Achievement TV. They're doing a great work here, and everyone should follow them and tune into their channel. Thank you.
Hi, Achievement Channel. Shout out to Achievement Channel. Shout out to you guys. You are amazing. You've been doing so well. I'm Ijo Mani, Managing Director of Verify Experts Limited.
Hi, my name is Pai Gamde. I'm an enterprise architect. Shout out to Achievement Channels. Well done for the work you do. Thank you.
Hi, Bumi George here, CEO and founder of Shredder Gang, Nigeria's #1 fitness community, giving a big shout out to Achievement Channel.
Hello, Achievement Channels. You are doing amazing. I just want to say keep doing it and more grace.
Okay, so my name is Dr. Agility Obi Hesie, consultant pathologist and founder of Dr. Pure Joy Skincare and Wellness. I'd like to give a shout out to the Achievement Channel. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Hi, this is Anugba Degeshi, and I'm a lawyer, I'm a compliance and data protection professional, and I'm shouting out to the Achievement Channel. Well done, and I wish you all the best.
Ooh! Achievement Channel, take 5. You've done well. My name is Musumola Dosumo, founder, Menopause Support Initiative. I hope that one day, Achievement Channel will partner with us and take menopause to the next stage so that every woman in Nigeria from the age of 45 will not have to go through the pain of menopause.
My name is Annie. Keep watching Achievement Channel.
Achievement Channel, we are borrowed sense. We are achieving big things. 2025, 2026, this decade, next decade, we are building big money things. Shout out.
Ifoma Okolo, and I'm a mighty mom.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Osage, and I'm a mighty mom.
My name is Mrs. Emmanuel Efe. I'm a mighty mom.
Hello, I'm Mary Frances Nagoni. I'm a super mighty mom.
Hello, my name is Ogunmoyiwa Folakemi, and I am a mighty mom.
First episode of Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. I'm your host, Sarah Roberts, and I am thrilled to share this journey with you. Here on Mighty Moms, we celebrate the incredible journey of motherhood, sharing inspiring stories, valuable tips, and heartfelt moments. Whether you are a new mom, an experienced mom, or simply interested in the joys and challenges of motherhood, this is the show for you. So sit back, relax, and let's dive into the maiden episode of Mighty Moms right here on Achievement Channel. Sometimes it could be challenging to pay complete attention to your career and still be fully present as an active mom in the lives of our children. On the show today, we will be focusing on balancing career and motherhood. I'm thrilled to welcome our very first guest today, Mrs. Patience Okonta, an exceptional architect, a woman who has maintained world-class standard in the practice of architecture in Nigeria and beyond. She's the managing partner of Interdesigns Partnership, and most importantly, the mighty mom on the very first episode of our show today. Mrs. Okonta, can you tell us a bit about your career journey as an architect and how you managed to balance it with motherhood?
I'm so happy this is called Mighty Moms because my career journey as an architect actually started because of my mum. My mum worked with Aquaman Associates, an architectural firm, and she was their receptionist. So my first vacation job, or my first job ever, was the photocopying girl at Aquaman Associates. And from the inspiration that I got there, I made up my mind that I would be an architect. And
right there and then?
Right there and then, I only had to look at these beautiful things that I was photocopying and issuing to people and the whole ambience of the office, and I knew that I didn't want to do any other thing apart from architecture.
And that, I suppose, led you to a journey of architecture?
Yes.
And so far, have you regretted it?
No, I have never looked back. I've never really wanted to do any other thing apart from the fact that, times are really changing, and you probably need to do a little bit of diversification when you want to fill in gaps here and there. But I love architecture, and architecture has been really good to me.
So being an architect, how were you able to balance it with motherhood?
I was lucky. I was privileged. I had a fantastic family support. My husband was ever ready to, give me the go-ahead to do whatever I needed. And then I had my mum, I had my dad, and I had my brothers and sisters. I had a fantastic family support system, which I don't know what's happened to it in this day and age, but we were privileged, and that's how I managed most of the time. Sometimes I had to be out of town, and I had to be out of town on short notice, and the only people I could rely on were my family, and they were there for me, and that's how I did what I had to do.
That's great. Now, Mrs. Okonta, have you ever experienced mom's guilt? And if yes, how were you able to handle it?
Mom's guilt, yes. So I will say yes, and I don't think I'm ashamed of experiencing mom's guilt. I do things to make myself happy. Sometimes I just have to close the door and have my peace of mind. I have a set of twins, and my children were all maybe 1 year apart. And sometimes the reporting could go on forever and ever and ever and ever. So there comes a time where you just have to draw the line and do something that makes you really happy and shut out the rest of the world. So I don't know what I'll call my guilt. I think I'll call my mom's me time.
That's fair enough. Let's talk about your challenges.
Yes.
While juggling between your career and motherhood, what were those challenges that you would want to share with us, and how did you overcome them?
Seriously, the challenges were the amount of time that you had to put in to progress your career. Sometimes in my field, there are lots of deadlines, and those deadlines are taken seriously. So you find out that maybe you're supposed to be at home at a certain time, have lunch or have dinner, and make sure the children are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you can't be there. Sometimes you just need to be able to say to yourself, I'm going to give this amount of time to the children and do whatever it is. It means working doubly hard and everything, but you do whatever it is to make sure that at a certain time, this 2 hours or this 3 hours, I'm going to be there before my children go to sleep. Those deadline times and those times where you have to deliver, and those times where things have to be done in a certain way. You just have to get them done and make the choice and try and sort of compartmentalize. This is the time for my work, and this is the time for my children. Sometimes the children get less in those type of trying times, but that's what happens.
Okay. If you had one advice for a mother who juggles between parenting and her career, what would that advice be and why?
Certainly, I would really say that it's not one solution for everybody's situation. We do not all parent the same way. For instance, motherhood is such a beautiful and exciting journey. It's not something that I plan. I don't plan when my children decide to get sick. I don't plan for my children to call me in the middle of a meeting and say, Mom, I want to eat a bag of chips. It's not something you can actually plan for. It's not something I can actually tell you this is the way to go. For instance, I said I had a very fantastic support system. My daughter is in Aberdeen right now. She doesn't have that. She has to make serious arrangements when she has to go out of town to do her work. So it's not a one-size-fits-all thing, and it's not a do-or-die matter. If you cannot achieve what you want to achieve in your career at that point in time, I would say the children always come first. The career doesn't run away. I know so many people that had to put their careers on hold. We're all more or less at the same level now. So family comes first all the time. That's my advice.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Patience Okonta, for sharing this inspiring story with us. We have had a very wonderful conversation. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dive deeply into how to prioritize time for yourself and your family in the midst of a demanding career. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Mighty Mom. So far, we've learned about the journey and challenges of being a working mom. Now let's get into some practical tips you can use to manage your time and prioritize both your career and family. We are going to talk about time management, delegation, and self-care. Time management actually is very, very key in juggling between your career and motherhood. Without doing this, it may be difficult for you to achieve your day's schedule. What about delegation? Who do you delegate to take care of your child? And even at your workplace, who do you delegate to in order for you to have a proper balance of your day activities? Now, self-care. The body is like an engine. It needs to be cared for. Gone are the days when mothers just refuse to take care of themselves, sacrificing their time, sacrificing their goals, sacrificing their dreams for their children, husbands, and their work. These days, you need to take care of that self. You need to love yourself. You need to care for yourself to be able to juggle between motherhood and career. So think about it. Mrs. Okonta, what's your take on these issues?
I am a full believer in self-care and delegation. I try not to delegate so much when it comes to my children. There are certain things concerning the children and the family that you must do yourself. For instance, when you're asked to come to the schools, you need to take time off from the office, and I try as much as possible not to delegate in those regards. But sometimes there are things that you have to delegate and the things you cannot meet up with. Self-care, I will always look after myself. Luckily, I had a husband that believed in me looking after myself, so I didn't have any problems with that. And my children always even was very, very happy to say, that's my mom. So that's another reason why every mom has to take care of themselves, so that you make the children also proud as well.
We will take a short break, so please stay with us. We've talked about some great tips on managing career and motherhood. Coming up, we'll hear a special message from another mighty mom who has found her own unique way of balancing it all. Stay tuned.
My name is Chisa Oladipo. I am a HR professional. I'm also a career coach. By the grace of God, I have 3 boys, and God has been helping me to manage both the career and the home front. It's not an easy journey, but with intentionality, I have been able to manage both. So one thing I know I do well is I delegate. I delegate a lot of things. I delegate house chores. I ensure that I have people that help me do things at time. I am intentional to be in my children's space. Like, I want to know everything that happens there. It's something that we must be conscious about. So working for 15 years now and managing 3 children, I'd say is being by intentionality. Remember that motherhood is the greatest accomplishment of life, no matter how chaotic it can be. Embrace it, and I'm sure that you'll scale through.
Hi, my name is Lois Kess. I am a businesswoman and also a journalist. Combining this together as motherhood is actually challenging. I take my beautiful daughter to school in the morning, have normal routine school runs, and then back to my business, attend to my clients. At the same time, once she's back from school, I make sure I attend to her assignments. You know, being a mother and combining my career together with it is kind of challenging, but it's worth it. You know, it's worth doing because it actually gives me joy. Thank you so much, and do have a wonderful day.
you can see, no two journeys are the same, but every mother finds her own way to thrive. These women prove that it's possible to be both a dedicated mother and a successful professional. We'll be back in just a moment to wrap up this inspiring episode of Mighty Mom. You won't want to miss the final word of advice from today's guests.
Well, my experience here at School of Eloquence, I was able to overcome my shyness and anxieties because previously I was not able to communicate well with people. I wasn't able to look in the eyes of people. I was so nervous, but coming out today on my last masterclass, I was able to overcome all of my fears, and I am really grateful for that. Thank you so much, School of Eloquence.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
We've had a wonderful conversation so far with Mrs. Okonta. I'm sure you will agree with me that it's been a wonderful day. Mrs. Okonta, your final advice to mothers out there.
I think that my final advice would be that every mother should be intentional and enjoy the experience of motherhood. Well, if you have to set your career aside for any reason, there's no better reason than for the children. So my advice is to love yourself, love your children, put the family first, always.
Motherhood is one of the toughest jobs in the world, and combining it with a career is no small feat. But remember, every day is an opportunity to thrive in both roles. You are enough, and your best is always enough. Thank you so much for joining us on this first episode of Mighty Mom. Next week, we'll be talking about the silent strength, unspoken sacrifices mothers make for their children. Don't forget to tune in, and always remember, you are a mighty mom. My name remains Sarah Roberts. Thank you.
There's an old African proverb that smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Just imagine life as a voyage and a quest, and you are the sailor. Indeed, the navigator, and your dreams and your aspirations for greatness and for goodness represent your destinations. Hello, dream chasers and future history makers. Welcome to another timeless capsule where we dive deep into the wisdom of ages to fuel your journey, your quest, your desire towards greatness. Today, we're setting sail on the vast ocean of life, guided by an ancient African proverb. Smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Think about it. If life were always calm and predictable, how would we grow? How would you learn to navigate the storms, harness the winds, and chart our own course towards our dreams? It is indeed, and in fact, the challenges, the setbacks, the unexpected turns, the twists, those difficulties that truly shape us into the capable, resilient individuals that we are meant to be. Just like a skilled sailor relies on their experience and knowledge to conquer the roughest seas, we too must draw upon our inner strength and determination in order to overcome some of life's obstacles that that stand between us and our aspirations. Remember, every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. It is a chance to test our limits, to learn new skills, and to emerge stronger than ever before. In fact, as the great Jim Rohn once said, it should make us stronger, wiser, and better. And that's why we must embrace the storms no matter what happens. We must embrace setbacks, for they will teach us valuable lessons. We must also embrace the detours, for they may lead us to even greater destinations than we originally imagined. That is a very important lesson for you. I know it's not always easy. There will be times when the winds are against you, when the waves crash over your bow, and when you feel like giving up. I know, but in those moments, remember the words of the great Nelson Mandela when he said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." So keep your eyes on that horizon, your dreams in heart, and your spirit unwavering. You are the navigator of your own destiny. You have the power to turn those challenges into triumphs, setbacks into comebacks, and dreams into reality. So, let the winds of adversity blow. Let the waves of doubt crash against you. You are that skillful sailor that is capable of navigating any storm. And remember, the greatest rewards await those who dare to venture into the uncharted waters of their own potential. Set sail, my friends. Embrace the journey, and may your voyage be filled with courage, resilience, and, of course, the unwavering belief that you are destined for greatness.
Wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make the most of their NYSC's journey and beyond. I am your host Amy, and you're watching us right here on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational television station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's episode hits close to home. Every young Nigerian, the hustle and the calling, chasing money without losing yourself. Let's be real. Everybody wants to make it. We all want success, comfort, and a soft life, but not everyone keeps their peace while doing it. So how do we find that balance between ambition and authenticity, between chasing money and following purpose? Joining me today are two remarkable young Nigerians whose life reflects the balance between hard work and inner peace. Our first guest, Madu Dennis Uchechukwu, is a purpose-driven young professional currently serving with the School of Eloquence in Ikoyi, Lagos. Passionate about growth, leadership, and creativity, he's building a career rooted in excellence and impact. He believes in working hard, staying consistent, and pursuing success without losing touch with one's value. And our school guest, Abdul Wahid Issa, is a proud son of Ilorin in Kwara State, a passionate communicator and multi-skilled young professional with background in mass communication from Kwara State Polytechnic. He's gained hands-on experience at New Telegraph's publishing company and Daily Trust newspaper, and he's also trained in solar and inverter installation. Proof that versatility is the new power of today's youth. Together, we'll explore how to stay true to your purpose in a world that never stops hustling.
This is Corporate, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello, Uche. Hello, Wahid. Welcome to this show.
Thank you, Amy.
Corporate Can.
Thank you.
How are you doing this morning?
Very well. Well, good. Thank you.
Okay. We're diving right into the topic, the hustling and the calling, chasing money without losing yourself. Hello, Uche. I would love you to let us know how one can continue chasing the person's dream while remaining steady to the person's core value.
Thank you, Amy. For me, I've learned that chasing your dream or money doesn't mean anything to you if you lose yourself to it. It's not all about the money, it's not all about the success. Still, you kind of like have to put yourself on hold, make out plans, get ideas, and get it all thought out. For instance, in my PPA at the School of Eloquence, I kind of like have myself scheduled, and I kind of like line up things that I mean to do, and I try to kind of like achieve 1 or 2 things a day before I go. Or if I'm not able to achieve something, I'll kind of like have in mind what I'm going to start up in the next day. And before I come the next day, I have it planned up, and when I come, I start up with it before the main jobs for the day comes. So it's not just about success, or it's not just about the success or the search for the money or fame or what. I kind of like feel it's more of the value, the insight, and what you're looking at to gain from it.
Okay.
That's my point.
So in all, we should always just look towards what we always wanted or what we always know before the success starts coming.
What we always wanted, what we always know, and what we want to achieve, what we want to impact. The kind of like the footprint we want to leave behind as we pass through the process.
Oh, that was very insightful.
So let me just chip in just a point with what Uche has said, so as just to make a contribution to his question. In order not to lose yourself, your value, you just need to be careful of how you chase the money. Although it's legal to chase money, and the way you chase it determines if it's legal or illegal.
Oh, that's a point.
So if you chase it legally, and you are able to control yourself, because money controls people.
Okay.
If you are able to chase it legally, I guess you are still within, you are still maintaining your value. But once you chase it illegally, you are coming out of it.
Oh.
So that's just what I want to chip in.
That's a very nice add to what Uche has said, and I love that.
Thank you.
And I know the people listening would also pick from that. Don't lose yourself and the value.
Exactly.
Once you go illegally, you've lost the essence of the game.
Exactly.
Okay, now, so I'm just going to ask you some other things for people listening and for us also. You know, there's a lot of fake get quick scam going on, and everywhere you go, they just say click here and make this money. How do we become able to spot it? Like once you see those, you say this is fake, is a scam. Yeah.
Thank you. You see this question, okay, there is a saying in Yoruba language.
Wow.
Yoruba will say, which means there is no shortcut to success.
Wow.
Any shortcut to success will cut your success short.
Okay.
So there are some things, let me say there are several things, there are several ways you'll be able to spot.
Get quick rich trap. Yeah.
There are different ways you can spot such things.
Okay.
One of it, let's take for instance, maybe you're just scrolling on the internet or maybe the social media, or you see some people advertising this, advertising that. Once they are asking, or once their demand is much more than expected, you should be able to figure out that, no, is this real?
So you're going to use the memo of nothing good comes easy.
Exactly, exactly. Because
Yeah.
if it's something good, most of what is good,
Value.
although it doesn't come easy, but at least, even as a human being, you should be able to differentiate how this thing works. Okay,
It's like
is this
everything
real?
with value is what
Is,
it
is this real? Or is this, let's take for instance, there are some, let me say there are different platforms whereby you invest. When you invest, then at the end of the day, you get your return back.
Amen.
Also, and we also have some. We have legal ones and we have illegal ones. And I'm very sure at this age we are now, although it might not be easy to identify the illegal ones, and it might be easy at times. There are some platforms whereby they will ask you that, okay, deliver payment is delivery. Why some will ask you to pay before delivery. And those who will ask you to pay before delivery are the well-known ones. If you can understand, if you are the type that do this online transaction. And if there are some whereby even if they want to require for payment first, at least they might not even request for maybe you pay the full payment. They might say, okay, we'll make half payment
30%.
then. But at least once it gets to that stage, one should be able to identify, is this real? Is this not real? And so in this age we are now, there are a lot of things we can do which are legally that we don't even need to be panicking, okay, is this real or is this not real? I don't know if I am permitted to say this. There is this something called trading. We are all familiar with it.
The crypto trading.
The crypto trading. These are some of the things whereby we can, although it might flop at times, but I'm very sure it's not every time that it flops.
Because you're trying
Even
to
if it comes down, then it rises again. I think that, and even if you are a business type, there are risks. So everything in this life is risk. So once you are able to, okay, let me just give it my trial. Once you are seeing that where this thing is going, it might not favor me, so you can easily withdraw. But when you see that, okay, this thing where it is going, I think it will yield a good result. At least you can just keep going on that.
Thank you so much. We're
You're
going to
welcome.
take off. Nothing good comes easy. from
Exactly.
this. Just everybody be careful, watch out, probe what you want to do. Don't be quick to analyze and everything. Mr. Uche, would you love to chip in to anything Mr. Wahid has said?
Well, he has already hit the nail on the head.
Okay.
But I just would like to add one or two things. If it's too good to be true, then it probably is. Then make researches. Always make researches. Don't just jump into conclusions or whatnot. Then again, if it's something you want to do and it's something that they rush you to make payment and stuff, have second thoughts. It's kind of like, it's quite scary.
Yeah, exactly.
Then I believe this is Nigeria. Everybody wants to make money.
Exactly.
And even
Please.
as coppers, what we have is not enough, really. But let's be careful. Let's be careful.
Okay, this takes me down to a very similar question, but I think it would be something different. What are some red flags you think we should look out for when we get opportunities? What are those things that once an opportunity is coming, we're like, no, this can't be true. This can't be it. Like, what are those hinting red flags to those opportunities? Something you just pick up and say, this is a no. I have to be careful of this.
All right, I would like to give an example which I experienced myself. The first time I came to Lagos for my service. Okay, I was home. I wasn't posted yet. So I wasn't doing anything. It was boring, and I was thinking of what should I do? Boredom, how it can be. So it was an auntie of mine who kind of like wanted to introduce me to a platform where they kind of like making money to get more money. Even from the way she was sounding, like she was saying it, it was sounding so sweet. Come on, you put maybe as a student, let's say something like 70, and then in 1 month or before December, you'll be getting like a meal. I was like, God, it picked me actually. But then along the line, when I went, I didn't go directly into it. I still kind of like, thank God, I still kind of like slowed down. I was hyped about it. I was very much interested. I was like, my service will be sweet. So, but I slowed down, I asked, and then I found out that it's not the first time this kind of thing is happening. It's not the first time this kind of thing is being heard or spoken about. There are other platforms. It's kind of like these MMMs scam and stuff. But their own was looking so real in the form that they sent us, it was a conference. I went, it was a conference. It was in a hotel somewhere in Ikeja, owned by Reverend Sisters. It is a hotel. I think it's a very well-known hotel. So the thing was, but I reasoned it. Are these people expecting me to kind of like put the 70,000 I should be saving into this thing, and then expecting me to kind of like wait for that 1 million, and then from it, it's not just like it comes instantly. From it, you start getting extra jobs, because when they tell you about this thing, they say it to you as if it just comes like that. You don't have, but when you do your researches on your findings, you find out that you have to bring up people, and those people have to bring up people, and it keeps going.
It's always a chain.
On and on and on and on. And then this kind of thing, they give you promises, and promises which are kind of like unbelievable.
That can be true.
So that's kind of like the red flag that I saw, and I was like, no, I can't do this. And I came back and I got back to myself, and I didn't do it.
Okay, I think I have something to say. I just want to reference to the question you asked earlier, and one of the answers which you gave is just to make research. In anything, I say it again, in anything we do, we should just make a proper research, a deep research about anything. Because if you are researching, we'll be able to get what is real and what is not. And secondly, let me give an instance. Let's take for instance, how do we spot a red flag, right? We normally see some adverts. That's happened to me some times ago. So we normally see some adverts whereby they will just place the adverts maybe on the streets while walking. You see it on the pole somewhere. So once you get that advert, they will ask you to call so number to get so opportunity. Once you dial the numbers on it, they might ask you to, okay, come to so place to get the opportunity. Once they are able to convince you and you go there, before you go, make sure that the place they invited you to, make sure it's somewhere everybody knows. So that we don't just fall victim. Because why I'm saying this is that when it happened to me, I called that number, the number I saw on that advert. I called the number, and I think I told maybe my dad or my elder brother. It was like, where were you invited to? Where did they ask you to come? I said, so place. So place. I think then I was still much younger. It was like, why would they ask you to come to this? This is not real. I didn't mean that if it's something real, they won't ask you to come to that kind of a place. At least it should be something they can do publicly or in an open space whereby other people will see that, okay, something is going on here. So once you are not able to verify the address you are being invited to, it's a red flag.
And luckily for us, we have the internet at our beck and call now.
Exactly. So you can just go on the internet or on the map, just search So thank God now you can access everywhere from the Google map now. So if you are not able to locate a so place that you are invited to come for an opportunity, my brother and sister, it's a red flag.
These are eye-opening experiences, and I'm so glad we have you people here to share with us, because this hearing your experience is my first time hearing it. I know I've heard lots of stories about the money chain thing, bring someone coming, but I've never heard of this, and it's scary. And I also picked something from here: involve people. When you get this kind of opportunities, there's no need to rush into it. Talk to people. Like they always say, 2 heads are better than 1. Yeah. Thank you so much. We're going on a short break now, and when we're back, we'll continue this conversation. Stay tuned.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome back to Corpuscan. Before we left, we were talking about how to chase money without losing yourself and your core values. Back to this discussion, I would love to ask Uche, what does real success mean to you?
Real success to me is not all about the money, not all about the wealth, not all about being at the top of the pyramid or whatnot. Real success to me is kind of like being at peace with whatever I am doing, being at peace with whatever I want to achieve. I know I want to be there, but I am not there yet. So I kind of like strive to be there by working hard. I pray, I work hard, I follow a schedule, a timeline, and in all, I kind of like try to be consistent and efficient in whatever I'm doing. All in all, to kind of like achieve the success that I want to achieve. Thank you.
Well, that's very insightful.
I think I have an insight.
Okay.
Real success is not just about the amount of wealth you have now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the influence you have. What I feel real success is, let's take for instance, you have a knowledge,
mm-hmm,
and you are able to impact it into someone. And from that person also is able to transfer it to another person, and it keeps going on like that.
Okay.
So let me just say that's an impact that you've made in the community, right? As long as the knowledge, people are benefiting from it. It might not be knowledge alone. It might be from your resources that you have. As long as people keep benefiting and they pray for you in return, I think that's success.
Oh, very profound. So moving on. So I would love to ask you why peace of mind is part of real success.
Yeah, peace of mind and real success, they are 2 different things, but it can be linked together. As I've said earlier, real success is not just the amount of wealth you gathered or the properties you've had. If you are successful, so how we can link it? If you are successful in life and you don't have peace of mind, what's the essence of your success? So being at peace is very, very, very key. Okay, let's take for instance, you are successful and you have some things going within yourself, like you are not pleased with yourself. Probably internally, let me say internally, like you're not happy. The wealth that you have gathered, that we are counted as being successful, if you are not happy, you won't be able to manage the wealth or the resources you've gathered. let me give a point. If you are successful, okay, people might know, okay, this person is successful, right? Okay. But if your mind is not at peace, my sister, even your health status, it will be obvious from the look of things. No, this person doesn't have peace of mind. So, peace of mind, it improves your health status. It even increases your mental stability. So, if you are successful and you are not at peace, I don't see the reason for. Let me say, I don't see. I don't know how to put it. You are successful and you are not at peace. So, what's the essence of being successful? So, if you want to be successful in life, or if you want to be successful in life, we should also take into consideration our peace of mind. How do we want to get our wealth, the properties we've been longing for? How do we want to get it? And at the same time, keeping our peace of mind. Some people today, I can boldly say that the way they gather their wealth, once they are able to gather it, they don't have peace of mind anymore. Why? Because the way they've gone, they went, the way that they've been, what they've been to, in order to gather those resources or the funds or the wealth. So the ways they've run through, the way they've gone through, whatever places they've gone through, is what will not giving them the peace of mind they need in order to be able to manage what they've been able to get. So if you are not peaceful with yourself, or you don't have peace of mind, so I don't think the wealth you've gotten or the properties you've gotten will take you to anywhere.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'd like to contribute to what Wahid just said as pertaining to getting wealth and peace at the same time. Sometimes some persons, getting jobs, getting a business, or being into something is kind of like difficult. So sometimes some people are lucky enough to kind of like be in a certain place of work, in a certain position, or in a certain job, but they are not happy with the job because it's not what they actually want to do.
Exactly.
But yet that job is kind of like paying the bills and taking care of whatever they are doing. So a candid advice is kind of like a story I once heard. There is this man working in a place where he doesn't want to work, but he still works there, he still gets paid, he still delivers. But delivering is getting paid. What he does with his payment is he channels the payment into what he like, his passion, his dream. It might be art, it might be like painting, might be music or whatever. But he kind of like gets a payment and he channels it there to where he feels like he has that peace. And he kind of like uses the place he's not comfortable with to move himself to a comfortable and a more stable place. So that's my own point and the kind of like advice I was trying to put. You don't just, because you're not comfortable with where you are, you kind of like give mediocre or unacceptable output or service to that place. You kind of like, you can use what you don't want to get what you want. Thank you.
So we've all heard it from our guests today. Firstly, they talked about core values, not losing yourself when going for the things you want. Remember where you're coming from, remember where you're going, because when you get the success you want without the values, it becomes nothing. Also, nothing worth of value is for free. So when you see opportunities, you probe, you research. When you think they come easy, just make sure to know that nothing very good comes that easy.
This is Corporate rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a refreshing and powerful conversation. Today, we've learned that real success isn't just about the hustle, it's about finding peace, purpose, and balance along the way. A heartfelt thank you to my amazing guests, Uche and Wahid. for sharing their wisdom and reminding us that success without peace isn't true success at all. And to you watching, remember, the goal isn't just to make a living, but to make life that feels right to you. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at Achievement Channel and keep the conversation going with the hashtag CorpusCan. Until next time, I am Amy, reminding you, hustle hard, but don't lose your heart. See you on the next episode of CorpusCan. Thank you.
This is CorpusCan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to another soul-stirring episode of Achievement, your weekly show on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's 100% motivational TV station. We are coming to you from the School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. This program is dedicated to men, fathers, leaders, dreamers who are facing life's real challenges and need the fuel to push forward. At Achievement, we uplift, encourage, and inspire men to live with purpose, lead with strength, and rise above every setback. Today's topic is resilience, standing strong in tough times. We are diving into what it means to be truly resilient, how to bend without breaking, how to fall but rise even stronger. Joining me today are two exceptional guests. Mr. Austin Onono, a leadership expert, entrepreneur, and humanitarian. He's a former factory inspector, a veteran corporate leader, and the current CEO of Nutrify Farms Limited. His 25-year service in Lions Club International includes leading life-changing health projects across Nigeria. Austin is a builder of both people and institutions. And we also have Mr. Asef Kolawole Agbeyihane, a chartered accountant, a public speaker, and grassroots politician. He has served in various political leadership roles and is deeply committed to youth empowerment and also women's development through his foundation. He's also a financial consultant and public affairs analyst. Let's dive into a conversation that will empower you to stay the course, even in the storms of life. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you very much.
It's a wonderful profile, and I'm happy to be in this moment right now. And I'll ask from the very basics. Let me start with Mr. Asef. How do you define resilience? Personally, what's resilience to you?
For me, the resilience is ability to cope, to adapt, and also move forward from there.
Can I have your take, please?
Yes, it's your ability to tolerate, it's your ability to overcome, and it's also your ability to grow and respond to adversity. It's about survival and growth. You have to endeavor to survive in the moment and then find a way to get past it.
I love that. So I'll ask you directly, Mr. Austin. From your profile, it's obvious that you've gone through different sectors. And from your definition of resilience, I can see that you're actually very, very resilient. So what was the most difficult moment and how did you transition? How did you overcome it? How can you align these moments to express it that, okay, I'm learning from you now. This was the toughest. How did you go? How did you overcome it?
Okay, I think maybe one of my most difficult turnaround jobs was when I was Divisional Chief Executive of Technical Products and Leasing Services, John Holtz PLC. I think it was primarily the weight of expectation from the outcome of the job based on the impact it was likely to have on the business. So it was like a lot was resting on your shoulders and you had to do this. And then in the course of executing the turnaround, I discovered that I needed to spend a lot of time to get it done. So it wasn't just the time you were interfacing with people in the office. It was time before and time after that interface. So I found myself at some point, for a long period of time, working for about 19 hours every day. So I think that was the toughest period. And how I got over that was to motivate myself. I broke the overall objective down into smaller achievable goals. So as we were accomplishing one small goal after the other, I was getting more and more motivated, apart from, of course, ensuring that you were properly exercised and all.
Wow, that's some standards that I hope people can actually emulate. But 19 hours is a lot. It's really a lot.
It's ridiculous. I live on the peninsula, and then the Lekki Expressway was being built. So I had to leave home at 5 a.m. latest in the morning. The minute I got into the car, with the inner lights, I would start working. Get to the office, continue working, and then after people had left, I'll still try to finish up, walk all the way in the car going back home. And then unfortunately, when I get back, just again, because as you were seeing those numbers coming through and they were exciting you, let's do this one more. So I'll put in a little bit more time in the study before going upstairs. And that's why, it became 19 hours very, very quickly before I realized it.
Wow. Mr. Asef, I want to dig deep into your own moments too. And I'm sure you have a lot of them because you've been in the political sector. You've done a lot of primaries. We're in Nigeria, so we understand what's happened. So I'll ask you this question personally. And I want you to, take a moment and, feel it in. How have you been able to cope? Or for better use of the word, how have you been able to endure and go through these setbacks? How are you overcoming it? Because I've seen your profile. It's deep. So how did you do it? And you are not looking like what you've been through, if I want to use that word. You carry yourself so well with so much grace and compassion and panache. You are calm. You are not even showing it. So how have you been able to get through these setbacks and upsets, if I will use that word?
I think a lot of factors played out. One, like the popular say, when there's no purpose, there's bound to be an abuse. One, a purpose is driving you. Then you have no reason to let go because that becomes the inner driving force.
Correct.
Then number two is also that a positive mindset. You already have a mindset that something is achievable. Then number three, knowledge is power. Even in the Bible say, he say, in all your getting, get knowledge. And then when you get that knowledge, then the next step is understanding of the knowledge you got, and then the wisdom, ability to apply it. Because, for example, in the political system, one of my focus is that I have that inner voice that I'm among the people that will make Nigeria better. Because you run to USA, you run to Canada, you run to UK, some people pay the sacrifice that made that place standing today. That is why I don't blame people that japa, but me, my focus that I have that inner conviction that I'm among the people that make Nigeria great. Then I have no reason to live, and I have no reason also to lose focus, because a lot of also destiny rests on my shoulder. Because whatever you are doing is not for yourself, you are doing it for others. Even the scripture also says, those that steal should steal no more, so that they should walk. Can you imagine? And get to give order. He's not even thinking of you, because your own case is settled. You are in the kitchen cooking, and you're not the one that will determine how the food is served. You already taste, you already feel, even the aroma already, you are satisfied. Then that positive mindset that, no, something will just work. After if it didn't work, you change your strategy. Correct. Nobody that succeeds, even most of the people that are successful today, their number of failures were more than their success. Because you learn from that, and then you move on.
That is deep. That is reassuring. And I wanted to, in that flow, talk about the next question. I wanted to just say this. Do you think, or why do you think resilience is a crucial trait that young men or people should have? Because what you've just explained shows that you just have to do it. I'll give you an analogy so you can tell us deeply also why resilience is key. Why do you think it's key? I do a lot of work. I love hiking a lot. And I've done some hiking in places in Europe where our guide would tell me that we're like 4 hours into the woods. This particular tree has been planted for 1,200 years. So it means that Greek proverb of planting trees that you won't be under for the next generation, for posterity, which is why I love what you've just said. So why do you think resilience, like you've exemplified now, is key trait that people should have, especially the young generation, for you to succeed?
Well, there's a popular saying that not taking a risk is a risk in itself.
Right.
That's supposed to be a natural instinct for every human being. I used to give an example. If rain is falling and an animal is under it, do you know you begin to move, looking for where the rain will not touch him. Once you get there, we stop. But as a human being, you can observe your environment and be able to know where to hide. But unlike animal is testing the water, is testing on the get. But as a human being, that resilience is supposed to be a natural trait. Because what I mentioned also knowledge earlier on, every human being in life must give attention to reading. Every successful man, when you pick their biography, you will be surprised. You'll be amazed what they passed through. Even in my journey in life, one of the books that helped me is the book they call The God's General. When I read that book, I didn't even know the importance of that book until when I have one of the challenges in life. And I remember that if these great people suffer something like this, then you are just a baby. That means we must establish that resilience for we to survive. Nobody that became successful in life that doesn't pass through one pains or the other. That means it's a natural thing. If we now narrow it down to Nigeria now, it's more tougher. Thank God when Mr. Austin was addressing my son, their generation is more difficult than when we were growing up. Right. Sometimes I feel pity for them, but they need to also develop more because at this age now, they have access to more information than us. How they utilize those informations is very key for their resilience and survival.
Mr. Austin, I must have your take because of your... I want to oppose you based on your experience. So why do you think this resilience is a must-have, not a nice-to-have for this generation?
Based more on what I see now, and what I can deduce from the experience I've had. This is a social media generation. And there's a lot of pressure on people, especially the younger ones now, that didn't exist before. because your scope was limited to a few people. But with social media, you're exposed to a lot of people. You also now can't control what people are posting. So a lot of what is being posted is very far from the truth. Unfortunately, people consume the things that are posted and then try to measure their own performance against what they are seeing, not realizing that a lot of them are really false. So that puts a lot of pressure. As a matter of fact, not just the younger people, but everybody, who is not self-confident. And it's everyone, it's men, it's women. Now, matters are not helped by the fact that our value system is also now upside down. So the people who espouse to the pristine and traditional values, that we all cherish, are now being made to look as stupid, as slow, and as unsuccessful. Mr. Saab just mentioned reading and knowledge. All right. What you see today is that, guy, look, forget that matter of reading, shine your eye, clear road, make it, whatever is the case. And then you can buy all the doctors you want. You can buy all the lawyers that you need. And this is what people are being made to believe is real. It's now become the reality, but it's absurdity. Now, specifically, let's even go further. In 2018, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Health announced that 30% of Nigerians were suffering various levels of mental health challenges. At the same time, WHO had the number at about 25%. This is 2018. Do the math. Do you think things have improved since then?
Interesting.
And if the Permanent Secretary of Federal Ministry of Health officially was acknowledging 30%, do you not think that the number could have been more than that?
I love that data.
What would it be now? It's frightening.
I love that data. And do you mind? Because it's obvious from what you've just iterated that we need a paradigm shift.
We do.
So can I ask you the question? And I want you to answer also, but let me take it first. Can resilience be taught?
Resilience can be taught. Resilience can be learned. But while you're doing that, you also have to be mindful of the fact that at the end of the day, it comes down to you taking care of yourself. Now, going back to this Ministry of Health statistics, in Nigeria, we actually have less than 200 psychiatrists. Less than 200. For a population that is upwards of 180 million. So you find that you have to, by yourself, nurture your inner strength. So you can learn resilience through practicing of mindfulness, where people wake up in the morning and the first thing they do is to grab their phone. And you're going into that cycle. But you can actually distress and prepare for the day deliberately to engage with the day based on your own terms. So if you go into that day, just open to anything that comes, you're going to be blown away by all sorts of things.
Can it be taught?
Well, resilience can be
answer from your political
and also can be learned. Now, if you talk about how to taught resilience, as a father or as an experienced person, either political or in the secular world, you should be able to taught people, share experience and knowledge of what you pass through and how you survive it. That's how it can be taught. Even as a parent, you can sit down your children, begin to share life experience with you, some things you have passed through, how you were able to weather it. But there you must put a clause. They may not pass through a similar thing. They may not pass through the same thing, but there are some of those lessons that they can apply. That is how it can be taught. Then it can also be learned, like I said, about knowledge. When you've read the biography of people that were successful and you see how they suffer so many failures. Look at Thomas Edison. He tried 1,000 times before he was able to get electricity. He now make one comment that he now discovered that there are 10,000 ways of doing something.
I'll take it from
that
you.
That means it can be taught, it can also be learned.
You fail forward. Let's go on the commercial break. That's a really insightful one. We'll see you on the other side of the show.
Hi, my name is Olufemi Shea. I'm CEO of Casafina Development. I'd like to tell you this. Keep watching Achievement Channel.
Hello, my name is Roma Daniels. This is Achievement Channel. Please keep watching Achievement Channel, the first and only motivational channel in the country. Thanks, man.
Hello, guys. My name is TK Classic. I'm a singer, songwriter, and performer. I'm here live at the CEO Summit 2025, and this is Achievement Channel. Stay on the dial. Don't leave.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back to the other side of the show. I'm sure you were itchy to see how it goes out. That's how we're also feeling here. Miss Austin.
Yes.
Resilience means reinvention. So for everyone out there that needs help, that needs, they're feeling rejected, dejected, there's no work. We know how the situation is global, because I have data of Spain, at least Italy and the US. So it's not like there's job everywhere. So, and resilience means reinvention. You have reinvented yourself. Simply put, I'm sure a lot of our viewers will go and look you up. So how do you explain, how do you advise? I think that's what, how do you advise the younger generation to pull through whatever circumstances they find themselves?
Thank you very much. First of all, contentment works for me. Contentment has helped to ground me. And if people can build that contentment in themselves, it helps to prevent you from falling off the wagon, first of all. And then it's never too late to start all over. At some point, you have to make a conscious effort to stop digging. You know how you're digging a hole, you keep digging and you're going further and further. At some point, you need to stop, come out and look at it. It's almost like somebody drowning. When you're drowning in a river, you keep thrashing, you're dissipating energy, you're likely to take off faster. But if you were to actually slow down and tread water, allow the water to carry you, you have time to think, you have time to see whether there is something that you can support yourself with. And then maybe the water can even carry you to safety. It may carry you to peril, but it will take you there much later than if you were digging. So when you slow yourself down, you have to build up your versatility. You have to be ready to try new things. You have to be able to think innovatively. Innovative thinking will help you determine those things that you can do with little capital. Because what a lot of people have challenges with now is, how do I start? Where do I find the money? But there are things that people can do, but you need to just lose yourself, first of all. Get yourself off that pedestal. Forget who you used to be and look at what you need to become the person that you need to become.
Excellent. Mr. Asef, you are the water person. I love the analogy, the example you gave on the water part. There's something called blue ocean strategy. You are doing it when you are the first person to do it when nobody is doing it. And there's something that you are doing that I think you need to see as a trait, which I'm asking, that's why I'm asking for this, asking you this particular question. When you get stuck, when you don't know what to do again, how did you continue? Because there are moments that you knew that this looks, because of the politics parts, this is it. So when people get stuck, younger people, how should they go about it? What should they do? What has worked for you?
Now, if things didn't work, it's just like Mr. Austin said, well, first of all, you need to relax yourself. Then that gives you the opportunity to think, to analyze, to review, and to strategize. Just like the example of Thomas Edison. 1,000 times is not a camo, it's not a joke. Somebody tried something 1,000 times. That means if it didn't work for the first time, you need to also sit down, review what you've done. Is there anything to amend? Is there anything to change? Just yesterday, a younger person chatted me up. I've referred him to 2 companies to supply his into chemical. He now say he need more business. I now asked him, I said, the area I've already recommended, what have you done with it? He said they've not called him. I said, did you sit down to review? One, is your price competitive? Is your product quality enough? Because they already have existing suppliers supply the same thing. These are the questions you need to ask. I said, thirdly, you also need to go back to those people. Why have they not patronized you? From there, you'll be able to now know how you reinvent yourself. That means if it's not working, you need to review, you need to strategize, you need to examine, and then look at what you need to amend. And then you'll be able to find a way out.
You've stylishly mentioned my next question. And this is for both of you, but I'll start with you since you started it. Let's talk about support systems, faith, mentors, mentees, because some of us actually draw strength from the people we are mentoring. It has happened to me.
Absolutely.
I'm mentoring this person, but I actually draw strength from the person. The fact that I'm here today doing a lot, I think it swings both ways. So what is the role of support system in being resilient? What do you think? How do we need it? How far should it be applied? And is it even important?
Support system, very great, very necessary, but also there's a caution. Because some people also see support system as an entitlement. That would be very bad. But naturally, we need support system. From family, from faith. Like myself, I enjoy fantastic support system from my wife, from my elder brother, from the family circle. From the faith, there was a time I had some challenges. My pastors and deacons stand beside me. One day, the deacon was talking to me. He said, do you know I've used your case to encourage someone? I was so excited. I said, that means what I was going through was also becoming a testimony to encourage someone. Then also, I've also benefited from mentor. Either far or near. You know, some people are your mentor, either because the way you read their biography, their lifestyle encourage you. But what also interests me is the aspect of the métier. Whatever you are giving out, you are getting it back more. I think there's a Yoruba proverb that says, or a general, that when you are pointing one finger at other, the remaining four come back to you. When you are mentoring people, you are the one that is even benefiting more. Because that is what it's like. You are meant to give. That's why Jesus said, they say it's better to give than to receive. When you are giving, you are the one benefiting it more.
I think that's in almost all the holy books. At least my son said,
let me add something. Like now, if you are mentoring someone, you know, sometimes you do research on your own. Because this person that I'm going to guide, there are some things I also need to look at. Can you see how you are also benefiting? Because you can't just go as an empty person. Even though the area you've gone through, you still need to look at what are the current happening in those areas. You want to advise them.
I want to take on it as a man of many parts and as someone that has grown through the ranks. Literally, that's just the word, through the ranks. What do you have to say for the support system?
My main plank is faith. My faith is my main plank. I believe in God like a child.
Interesting.
I trust him without doubt. You know how you throw a child up? The child is laughing all the way up and laughing all the way down. Intuitively, the child knows. The child is not even thinking about whether you're going to catch him or her or not. But the child doesn't hit the ground because you're there. That's how I take God. I don't question. So when things happen that are adverse, I see it that he has allowed that to happen for a reason. So I just align with what has happened and it makes it easy for me, do you understand, to carry on. When you question and you begin to want to find the reason, oh this, oh that, then you're putting yourself ahead of what God has done. That's for me. All right. So my faith has really helped me, you know, to prevent challenges in those areas. I started early and became pretty successful, you know, at least by my own metrics, quite early. So I did not benefit from a lot of mentors. At the time, people should be mentoring me. They thought I was already doing well. But what that now did for me is that I drew strength and joy from the people I now mentored. I have a very interesting story that gladdens. In fact, I have so many stories like that, about 6. One of my house helps when I was still a bachelor, Matthew, came to my house, read all the books in the study, and would always ask for books. Long story short, put Matthew through school, HND, OND, HND, BSc. His uncle took over. Next thing he calls me, he's in Poland. What are you doing? He's doing his master's. As we speak today, Matthew has 2 doctorate degrees. It gladdens me that I played a role. Whenever I meet someone, my plan is for that person to become better than me. I want to impart enough for that person to achieve more than I did. So that's...
Stemming from what you've explained, it's wonderful when we have people that not just look out for others, but go all the way. We'll look forward to meeting Matthew. We'll ask a question also. I love when I have follow-ups like this because we make it very sweet and smooth for even our viewers. Criticisms, oppositions, betrayals, it will always happen. But it hurts deep when it's from people that are very close to you. Starting from you, let me just, so how do you handle such situations?
You see, again, we try to build things, that shouldn't be built. The human nature by itself is given to betrayals and things. Once you understand that, do you understand? Then it makes it easy for you to understand that somebody has done this. Now, one of the mantras that I live by is that I don't expect to see me in another person. The stimuli that forged me, the things that made me who I am, the value systems that made me who I am, the environment and background that made me who I am, are different from the ones that made you, different from the ones that made Mr. Saf. So your interpretation of a particular situation is based on the body of knowledge that developed you into the man that you are today. So more than likely, you will see things differently from the way I see it. So once you understand that you cannot expect to see yourself in somebody else, you give them a long rope to express themselves. In doing that, you allow room and time for tempers and everything to calm down. You allow yourself room to adapt to whatever is coming your way. So with criticisms, I listen attentively. I listen actively. I listen to hear exactly what you are saying, not how you are saying it. And when I see things, that make sense from what you're saying, I actually adapt. I do that. It's easy for me. When you say betrayal, yes, it's only people who are close to you that can betray you. Do you understand? Because you have invested trust in them. But if you understand that this person is also human and no one is above mistakes, sometimes people do things not necessarily having thought it through. Some people don't sit down and plan that I'm going to betray you. Some people just respond, to stimuli, and it happens.
So they are just opportunistic betrayal.
Sometimes it happens. But even when some people wake up in the morning and they ask themselves, whose life am I going to make miserable today? And imagine if it turns out to be you.
I find it amusing how there's a lot to learn from both of you. Criticism, opposition, betrayal. You are the political guru here. How do you handle it? Even if it's from, especially when it's from people that know you, they know your story. So his experience is really deep, like you mentioned. So how do you handle your own people that are very close to you?
Now, for me, out of the 3, criticism, opposition, and betrayal is a little difficult. But criticism and opposition is good for every one of us. Even when you talk about positive and negative criticism, positive one is good for you. The negative one is also good for you. One thing that normally, if people criticize me, one thing I know that sometimes people criticize because they were not even privileged to know something you know, something you have. Then they criticize you based on their level. But if you are sincere enough, you will now look at it, okay, what this person is saying is correct, then I need to improve. If it's not correct, let me give you an instance. There's somebody we share the same office. I have 5 whites that wear under as it should, but the guy thought it's only 1 white I was wearing every day. You can imagine as close as that person to me. I just look at if this person knew, he won't have even said what was saying. Then you can imagine at that level. That's why I say criticism and opposition is good for you. If as an opposition, you need to prove the person. If somebody is opposing you, your own is to determine, to prove to the person that you can be better. But betrayal, like I say, it becomes difficult a little to manage. David said that if it is an enemy that did it to me, I won't have bother. But we go to the house of God, we put counsel together, we eat together. But like he said, you must realize that as long as that person is human, is bound to make mistake. How I manage betrayal, which I say is difficult that. One, like God Mr. Austin said, you don't expect everybody to be like you. 2, again, I will feel it initially, but within a second, it's a human being. Because I expect any human being to behave funny, to do anything to you. But with that, you'll be able to manage it and move forward.
Parting shots now. Someone is listening. That's how our show is. The person wants to give up. What do you have to say to the person?
No, this is not the time to give up. Don't give up. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how dark it may seem, there's light at the end of that tunnel. This is the time to actually dig in. This is the time to reinvent yourself. This is the time to think of new things. This is the time to develop yourself further. And it's only over after you have decided that it's over. Once you switch yourself up, that's the time that it's over. But as long as you remain in the mix, a lot of better things can actually happen. Let me just close by saying there's a guy, I think his name is Gary Hamel, he's a businessman. He says that companies fail, and by companies, now let me also use individuals. Companies fail by investing a lot in the things that are happening now, as opposed to investing in the things that could happen.
In the future.
In the future. All right. So, if you decide to give up now, then you have shut yourself away from the wonderful things that are waiting for you in the future.
Your take?
Well,
like question, final answer. In conclusion, what do you say to
there's
them?
no need to give up. As long as you are still breathing, that means there's a hope. It's only a dead man. That's why they say a living dog is better than a dead lion. As long as you are alive, there's no. You can see somebody beside you that is making it. Then why can't you make it? You see somebody. If you listen to some people, you will even be surprised that your own case is a calm case. Some people are surviving a more difficult situation, and then you are shouting over a minority. But also remember, difficult time bring out the best in every human being. Nobody achieves something successful by being peaceful. When the tough time comes, it brings out the best.
This is amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll finish with the Akamu case. Even that Akamu is not easy to make. It means that as simple as life may look, it gets difficult. Well, you're not giving up. You are resilient and you will get to the other side. Thank you for having this show with us. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure having you on the show.
Thank you.
What an honest and empowering conversation. Resilience isn't about being perfect. It's about not quitting. It's about standing tall, even with scars. And today, Austin Onono and Asef Kolawole have shown us what it truly means to be built to endure. To every man watching this right now, maybe you've lost something, a job, a relationship, a dream. Maybe the weight feels too much, but hear this, you are still standing, and that means your story isn't over. Thank you, gentlemen, for your wisdom and transparency. And thank you to our viewers for joining us on Achievement, where we remind you that your struggle is valid, your strength is real, and your future is still bright. Let's continue this important conversation. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, Twitter, and YouTube for more achievement content and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us. I'm Antizoloe, and until next time, keep pushing, keep growing, and never stop believing.
Keep on watching Achievement Channel. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, Achievement Channel is the best. Achievement Channel is the best.
My name is Azu Ishekwene. I'm the editor-in-chief of Leadership. Keep watching the Achievement Channel if you want to be and continue to remain an achiever. Best.
Keep watching Achievement Channel because my name is Ray Chebri. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Okay, my name is Nkechubi and you should watch the Achievement Channel.
Welcome once again to Achievers Book Club. I'm Sarah Undu, your reading companion and guide. Every week here on the Achievement Channel, we open the pages of transformational books that help you live, lead, and achieve more intentionally. This week, we are focusing on a cornerstone text for anyone serious about impact, Developing the Leader Within You, by the incomparable John C. Maxwell. Get ready to discover that leadership isn't just a title, it's a journey of growth and influence. Because here at the Achievement Channel, we see possibilities. This book isn't just a bestseller, it's a masterclass in true leadership. Since its original release, Developing the Leader Within You has revolutionized how millions worldwide perceive and practice leadership. Maxwell dismantles the myth that leadership is solely about position or power, teaching us that it's fundamentally about influence. He invites us to understand that effective leadership is an inside job, beginning with personal growth before extending to others. Let's unpack the core principles that build an influential leader. My guest today is no stranger to impact. He's a speaker, coach, and Nigeria's one Mr. Motivator. He's here to help us uncover the life-changing wisdom in John C. Maxwell's principles. Welcome back to the book club, Mr. Motivator.
Thank you, Sarah. It's good to be back.
Thank you. So, Mr. Motivator, John C. Maxwell fundamentally states that leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less.
Absolutely.
So, but in a vibrant and a dynamic economy like this, Nigeria, where influence can manifest in so many ways, either from community leadership or to tech startup, whatever, how crucial is it for aspiring leaders now to truly grasp this concept, both locally and on a global space?
Yes, the concept of influence.
Influence.
Which is really what that book is about. I like to refer to it as the most developmental book on leadership. The first book anyone aspiring to grasp the most basic of concepts about leadership should read. Because if you cannot discover yourself in order to lead yourself, you don't stand a prayer when it comes to leading others, developing the leader within you. So let's look at your question. How crucial is understanding John C. Maxwell's core argument or his own core definition of leadership, which is simply put, influence, impact, making a difference. How crucial is that understanding for Nigerians, especially in a given context? It is very crucial because when you look at the typical mentality surrounding leadership in Nigeria, it is titular. It is always title-centric. It is always about position. Your brother gets appointed the chief executive of a company today. You jump up in celebration. We have arrived. We have someone in a very key and powerful position. You used to look at him in the eye to greet him before that time. Now, all of a sudden, because of that position, you no longer can look at him eyeball to eyeball to extend a common courtesy. The position has changed a lot of things, and we use the word change in levels. And so we begin to create so much more out of human beings because of positional changes. And by extension, we conclude that that is what leadership is all about. Such paradigm is what John C. Maxwell challenges in his book, in this book, Developing the Leader Within You. So say, wait a minute. That shift in position or that elevation to a higher post does not necessarily imply that leadership is in the mix, because if the person has not yet developed themselves to lead, the position does not change anything. In fact, in the same book, John Maxwell puts it this way, that the position only buys you time. It buys you time to either develop the leadership skills or buys you time to expose you. Absolutely. And for you to lose whatever respect you once had. It's all your choice as to how you use that time. So, to your question, how important, how crucial it is for us in this environment, regardless of what we are into. And we must interpret whether we are in tech or community leadership, business leadership, religious leadership, political leadership, whatever it is, positions or context. Let me not just use the word leadership. We must see all of these contexts as mere situations, calling for us to bring to bear the leadership skills we've developed within ourselves. So first, I say get away or push aside that titular mentality, that it's about a title or a position, and focus on the very essence of what leadership truly represents, which is influence. Meaning that I may have a small community. It doesn't make me any less a leader than a man who leads an army. Because it's not by sheer size or numbers. It's not by mere quantifiable metrics that one becomes more of a leader than another. Rather, it's by the impact, the influence that they bring to bear within that context. You're a leader if you have a team of 2 in your office and you can influence them to stay on target, to focus on the goals, and to achieve results. And you didn't need to bang the table, you didn't need to append anything, you simply guided them, became a source of inspiration, challenged them, and made sure there was collaboration, and in the end, they met the timeline and they delivered on the objective. That's leadership. Based on John C. Maxwell's definition in this book. Influencing means that you were able to influence those 2 colleagues of yours to get the job done, to achieve the results. That is leadership. Whereas you could have a political figure, a governor who is in charge of a state, for instance, with all of the resources, financial resources, human resources, the clout, the goodwill, the laws, everything, and they are floundering and unable to provide leadership. Why? Because they've not developed the leadership mindset and the leadership skill set required in those respective situations. So let us separate situations and positions from the actual disposition to lead. That is how Nigerians must understand this, so that you don't think of yourself less a leader or not even a leader because you don't seem to have the trappings or the external markers of a title or of a position or of a situation around you. So you wish yourself away from actual leadership. That is not true. It is the skill set, the mindset that you apply in being selfless, in working towards goals and harnessing the involvement of others towards producing results. That is what influence is about, and by extension, in very clear terms, that is the definition of leadership. You can do it. The little child in primary school can do it. The secondary school kid can do it. In the university, you can do it. In your private business, you can do it. In your home as well, you can do it. Yes. Siblings can lead one another, even in their homes. In a family of what, 2, 3, or 4 children, even 2. Leadership can be cultivated there. It's not a title, it's not a position. So Maxwell deals a very serious blow against that mentality. And that is what we have to deal with, or put properly aside, or push aside completely in this kind of culture, in a cultural context where you begin to look up to people because they are in a position. Yet, that responsibility attached to the position they are unable to deliver. There are people today who are governors of states who have failed the leadership test, but everybody sees them because of the position they defer. There are chief executives of companies who are running the companies aground. But when they drive in, everybody kneels around. Everybody rushes. Everyone would rush and say, hey, we want to be a part of this. Oh, we look up to you, you're the one. That's not leadership. That's positional attempts to claim leadership. It is not sustainable. Invariably, we will see you for who and what you are, that you lack the leadership capabilities. But there could be someone in a nondescript position who gradually, through their influence, there is impact, there's results. And we look at it and say, wow, how did you get there? Someone was being responsible, being alive to what that position or what that context required. They used their initiative, they volunteered themselves, they were selfless. And they found ways to galvanize participation by others to say, look, let's do this together. Let's get to where this needs to be. Which is part of what John Maxwell describes in his book, that a good leader is one that knows the way. He not only knows the way, he's also willing. They have a vision, they have skills, they have talent, they have knowledge. He's also willing to take some risk to what? To go the way himself. A good leader is not waiting for permission. That's leadership. He's willing to go the way himself, regardless of risk to him, regardless of the unknown. Meaning that leaders should be dealers in hope. And then, after going the way, he then looks and says, wow, this journey could be much more productive if I could bring others on board. And that leader then, according to Maxwell, shows the way. He knows the way. He doesn't just keep quiet or stay apathetic. It inspires him to say, what next? What can I do about it? At what risk to myself? At what cost possibly to me? You know what? I'm going to take the bull by the horn. I'm going to invest in the effort, take the risk, seize the initiative. Rather than being a wheelbarrow, I'm going to self-start and go the way and not stop there. I want to transcend by showing the way. Then that's what makes for leadership. And that has got to be the new way that we approach things in Nigeria, regardless of what we do.
Wow. Wow. That's absolutely true. So in a nutshell, you say that leadership is not just a title. Yes, so it simply says that it's an inside-out journey. Absolutely. So it starts from your character and your consistent action.
That's right.
Okay, amazing.
That then inspires others to say, wow, we can follow.
Okay.
That's the beauty of it, because as John Maxwell will also tell you, that he that thinks he's leading and has no one following is merely taking a walk. And there are many people today taking walks in their minds. They think they are leading. They don't know that they're just on their own, because no one is actually following.
Mr. Motivator, so the law of the lead
Yes.
is one of Maxwell's most impactful principles, suggesting our leadership ability caps our overall effectiveness. So how does this lead typically manifest, perhaps for someone building a business here in Nigeria or a global professional thing? And what immediate action can our viewers take from this?
So this lead, the concept of the lead is, a lead is a covering, a ceiling, which is essentially saying there's a ceiling there that you cannot go beyond. And that ceiling is usually self-imposed. You have a business leader or a business owner who stops taking courses, who stops learning, who stops attending conferences, who stops even reading, who stops going out there to learn more and understand the current trends about that business, the kind of skill sets required. A business owner who stops learning about human behavior, because you need to understand human behavior to run that business. It means, based on the law of the lead, that once that business leader plateaus there, automatically the fortunes of that business, of that enterprise, with regards to the people there and everything there, plateaus. Not because of the economic situation around, not because of the industry development around, the forces of demand and supply, no, but simply because the leader has stopped growing. The leader has stopped growing. That's what the law of the lead is essentially saying. In other words, your level of knowledge, your competency level, your motivational level, all these, if you don't continue to grow these parameters personally, you have executed a fait accompli on your business, on your venture, on your enterprise, that you can never go beyond, or this business, this enterprise can never grow beyond, say, this local level, because the leader's mentality, the leader's skill set, the leader's capabilities remain restricted. That's what it means. It's simply trying to tell us that no leader can give beyond what they have. So any leader that wants to give more must take off that lead and grow into becoming more. Intellectually, grow into becoming more. Experientially, in the area of expertise, in the area of exposure, in the area of inspiration and motivation, in the area of industry and business awareness. You must continue to expand as a human being. In the area of know-how, how do I lead people? How do I manage the organization? What are the current trends in human behavior? What are the current trends in technology? For instance, any leader today that is not averse, that is not up to date, that is not comfortable and growing, say, in the field of machine learning and artificial intelligence, has already placed a lead on the ability to lead in these times. I run an organization, and I can tell you that I know about AI more than all my staff, including the very young ones who we claim are the ones that are the digital natives. I have to sit with them, educate them, show them. And sometimes they wonder, this is supposed to be an old school fellow, what is happening? But for me as a leader, if I'm going to lead, I must know the way. I must have what? Also gone the way. And then now I show them the way. I mean, you sat in as I showed a copper currently working with us. This is how I want you to do it. Using artificial intelligence. That's leadership. And she will take that and grow with it. So leaders cannot give any excuse. So if you do not unleash yourself, take the lead off, that business will not grow. That idea will stagnate. And once it stagnates, people start peeling away. You no longer have people to lead because people are constantly looking for inspiration, people that they can look up to, look forward to their leadership. And so once you stagnate, human nature takes its toll and people find alternatives that can bring freshness into their lives. It applies in music, in entertainment, it applies in business, it applies in academics, it applies in every facet of human endeavor. Leaders must reinvent themselves as often as possible, as often as possible, as often as possible. Just keep on going and going and going so that there is no lead at all. Yeah. So we shouldn't be talking about any lead.
So it's a
except the ones we impose on ourselves. So there must be continuous and never-ending improvement so that you grow that space and other leaders grow. It starts with you.
Wow. A continuous personal development.
Absolutely.
Wow.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Motivator. It's been a wonderful and interesting conversation on the book, Developing the Leader Within You. We are going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we will continue with this conversation. We'll be right back.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. It is still the Achievers Book Club, and I have with me here Mr. Motivator. We are uncovering the book, Developing the Leaders Within You. Okay, Mr. Motivator, Maxwell emphasizes that leaders are perpetual learners.
That's true.
Given the rapid global shifts and the incredible dynamism we are seeing currently, particularly in places like Nigeria, why is this commitment to constant learning a non-negotiable to leaders today? And how do you personally stay in that growth mindset?
Okay, why is this commitment to constant learning non-negotiable? To me, I believe first and foremost, it's non-negotiable because of the ramifications of failed leadership. Anywhere you find a failure in leadership, it is usually very costly. It's expensive. Failed projects, wasted resources, various other negative consequences that reverberate into the future, not just in the near term. For instance, failed leadership in governance that does not recognize the importance of planning, because planning is part of governance and you expect a leader to be visionary enough to plan. You don't plan, say, for your population to grow. And because there's a lead on your leadership, we've talked about the law of the lead, you can't see beyond the current numbers. This place grows, the people living in this place grow from 20 to 50. What arrangement should be in place, say, for the water supply? So that failure, if it happens, 50 people occupy that space meant for 20, pressure on the resource, on the infrastructure, it leads to other unintended consequences. It could increase the crime rate, it could increase the mortality rate, there could be a breakout of diseases, all kinds of problems snowballing over something that a good leader ought to have envisaged if they did not have a lead on their leadership capabilities. And so it is the ramifications that makes it imperative for leaders to take leadership seriously. To your question, for me, it is because it becomes very costly. That mistake comes at such a huge cost. And sometimes it means the agony, be it at work, in business, in countries, in communities. So that is why it's so important, because there could be fallout. In fact, not that there could be. There will always be a fallout, good or bad. So it makes it imperative that leaders continue to remain on the cutting edge of their leadership skills in order to show that they were proactive enough. When the challenge comes, that readiness is there and they are able to deliver. And now to the second aspect of that question. How can leaders, who should be learners, remain or stay in that perpetual growth mindset? What do leaders need to do. I always advocate that leaders be proactive enough to surround themselves with knowing people, or leaders should surround themselves with knowers. When you surround yourself with knowers, for want of a better expression, what that does is that it guarantees a consistent influx of fresh ideas, different perspectives, with regards to whatever issues a leader has to grapple with. And that dynamic almost always guarantees that there is growth, because you are not a pond. You don't, I beg your pardon, you don't become a lake that is stuck and then stinks. Yeah. Like a river that flows with freshness, fresh ideas, fresh perspectives. It means that even you, the leader, can be challenged in terms of your own thinking. Someone can come up with a different view as to how to get it done. Remember, as the leader, you are the one showing the way. This is where we're going. But if you are surrounded as a leader with knowers, you can have a preponderance of ideas as to how to get there. How to get there sooner, cheaper, more efficiently. That way, your leadership grows. That way, you too, as the leader, you learn. Keep in mind that the leader is not an almighty figure. The leader is not an all-knowing figure. The leader himself or herself is a student of life, a student in general. And you can learn from even those around you. There is no stipulation that you learn constantly from those that are above you or ahead of you. So how can you retain that growth mindset? Stay humble. Stay humble, because that challenges you to submit yourself to superior knowledge that adds value and continues to lift that lead that John Maxwell talked about. Stay hungry, because that then motivates you. It motivates you to keep on going and to keep on learning and to keep on growing. Stay humble, stay hungry. These are two ways that any good leader can perpetually retain that growth mentality. You are humble because somebody else can be a teacher to you. And so you can orient and adjust. Even the situation that goes bad can teach you. We've seen how circumstances have humbled many people. Rather than react, they took the lessons and they returned to that development, they got it right. And then being hungry motivates them to say there must still be something more, or there must be something we are missing. So that forces them into seminars, attending seminars, conferences, symposiums, being part of critical associations, mastermind alliances, as Napoleon Hill in his book, Think and Grow Rich, we talked about. Surrounded by wise people, or wiser people. In that way, you can remain on the cutting edge. And staying hungry means that you can learn, even learning on your own with technology. Those are options as well. And also, respect feedback. There's a popular saying that feedback is the breakfast of champions. Respect feedback. Any leader that discountenances feedback will soon run out of equity. Any leader that discountenances feedback. And we're not just saying, okay, you're giving people the opportunity to air their views. No, you're genuinely paying attention, constructively, intentionally, onboarding it and saying, you know what, let's make some adjustment. This is so instrumental. This is critical. So we could go on and on and on. But I think these two critical principles of staying humble, staying hungry, and with the disposition of welcoming feedback, being a leader, having more knowers around you, shouldn't threaten you. It is only insecure leaders that find it difficult to stand rising stars. You should be secure in your own self as a person, not being secure by virtue of the position. Don't derive your security from the position you occupy. Derive your sense of security from your own sense of self-worth in terms of your uniqueness, your own capabilities and competencies. Let that give you a sane self-estimate of who and what you are, so that others around you who may be different, who may be distinct from you, don't come across as a threat, but rather to complement you. If you have that mindset, then the lead on your leadership is taken off and you continue to grow. That's the growth mindset we're talking about. Because that then challenges you to grow. Growth is not convenient. Growth is not convenient. So with these factors, I think, or rather I believe very strongly, that anyone who is leading, who aspires to lead, can perpetually attain greater heights in leadership. That's how I think you do it, in terms of a growth mindset.
That's interesting. I believe that when you stop, as a leader, when you stop learning, you actually stop leading.
That's right.
Actually stop
Absolutely,
leading.
because you stop growing.
Stop growing.
You can't lead if you're not growing. That's the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Motivator,
Thank
for
you.
sharing such inspiring and knowledgeable insights. Thank you so much, Mr. Motivator.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Motivator has given us so much to reflect on. Now, let's make these principles real. Here is your Achievers Challenge for the week, inspired by John C. Maxwell. 1. Identify your influence. This week, observe where you have influence without a formal title. How can you intentionally use that influence for good? 2. Raise your lead. Pick one area where you feel capped. Find one resource, either a book, a course, or a mentor, to start learning and growing in that specific area this week. And 3, develop another leader. Identify one person you can intentionally invest in. Offer them advice, mentorship, or encouragement to help them grow their own leadership potential. Don't forget to share your journey with us using the hashtag #AchieversBookClub. Let's grow together, leaders.
Today, we're exploring Developing the Leader Within You by John C. Maxwell. A titan in the field of leadership, Maxwell has dedicated his life to teaching and empowering leaders worldwide. This isn't just a theoretical treatise. It's a practical, accessible guide born from decades of experience, debunking the myth that leadership is an innate talent. Maxwell asserts that leadership is a skill you can learn, practice, and master. At its heart, Developing the Leader Within You introduces a transformative framework, the 5 levels of leadership. Maxwell argues that true leadership isn't about a title, but about your ability to influence and impact others. As each level appears on screen with its icon, it begins at level 1, position, where people follow you because they have to, simply because of your title. But true growth comes at level 2, permission, where people follow you because they want to, built on relationships and trust. Then, at level 3, production, you become a leader because you get results. People follow you because of what you've accomplished. The highest levels are found at level 4, people development, where you grow leaders, not just followers, and people follow you because of what you've done for them. Finally, the ultimate aspiration, level 5, pinnacle, where you are revered for your character and influence, and people follow you out of respect and admiration for who you are and what you represent. Maxwell's philosophy extends beyond these levels, emphasizing crucial leadership qualities like integrity, self-discipline, vision, and the power of empowering others. He champions the idea that everyone has the potential for leadership regardless of their title, and that true leadership is ultimately about service. The beauty of Developing the Leader Within You is its universal applicability. Its wisdom translates across industries, cultures, and roles, whether you're leading a large corporation, a small team, your family, or even just yourself. It provides a roadmap for consistent personal and professional growth. The impact of John C. Maxwell in Developing the Leader Within You is immeasurable. His work has inspired millions globally, solidifying his reputation as a master of leadership development. This book is more than a guide. It's an invitation to embark on a journey of self-discovery and influence, proving that leadership isn't just for the chosen few, it's for anyone willing to grow. This book challenges you to ask, what kind of leader do you want to be? And what steps are you willing to take to get there? If you're ready to amplify your influence, inspire those around you, and truly make a difference, then developing the leader within you is your essential roadmap. It's an invitation to step into your full potential and become the leader you were meant to be. Join us next time on Achievers Book Club, where we continue to explore the books that empower extraordinary lives. Until then, keep leading, keep developing, and keep achieving.
Next week, we confront a silent saboteur that holds many back, an enemy called average, in John L. Mason's incredibly direct and powerful book. You'll discover why settling for mediocrity is a dangerous trap and how to unlock your unique God-given potential. It's a call to action for anyone who believes they are made for more than just getting by. So if you are ready to break free from the ordinary and step into the extraordinary, you absolutely cannot miss our next episode. Thank you for spending this enriching time with us here at Achievers Book Club. Remember, whether it's in your community, your business, or your home, leadership is your capacity to influence for good. Embrace the journey of self-development and lead where you stand. I'm Sarah Undu, and until next time, we see possibilities.
On Wednesday, the 19th of November, 2025, leaders, policymakers, and media professionals gathered in Lagos for the 13th anniversary lecture of Real News Magazine, a platform that has become one of Nigeria's most trusted spaces for national dialogue. This year's theme tackled one of Africa's most threatening challenges: cybersecurity, illicit financial flows, and achieving Agenda 2063. A discussion set against the backdrop of Africa's digital revolution and the growing need to protect the continent's resources from cybercrime and economic leakages.
So cybersecurity sector has a lot to do. The fintech also will doing, also the government, the regulator, the private sector. So it's a win-win thing.
Regulation is the bedrock. It should be the framework. How the operators work should be there first before the operation.
In her opening remarks, Real News publisher Maureen Chigbo warned that Africa loses tens of billions of dollars every year through illicit financial flows, money that could transform education, infrastructure, and healthcare. Her message was clear: if Africa must achieve the African Union's Agenda 2063, it must first safeguard its wealth.
Real News Magazine is all about investigative, robust, and excellent journalism. We are your partners in development, and together we will build a strong and balanced society where all will be free and happy to live in.
Delivering the keynote address, Dr. Musa Adamu Aliyu, SAN, chairman of the ICPC, emphasized that cybersecurity is no longer just a technology issue, it is a national security priority. He noted that as Africa becomes more digital, cybercriminal networks are expanding just as fast, exploiting weak systems, unregulated platforms, and insider collaboration. He outlined a strategy that includes stronger laws, improved technology, international cooperation, and financial transparency.
Let us understand what is illicit financial flows we are talking about, and in this digital age. Now, illicit financial flows are illegal movements of money or capital from one country to another. The funds could be illegally earned and transferred, or legally earned but illegally transferred. Illicit financial flows remain one of the most devastating drains on Africa's development capacity. Estimates by African Union High-Level Panel, led by former South African President Mr. Thabo Mbeki, suggest that Africa loses over $80 billion annually through illegal tax practices, transfer, mispricing, corruption, trafficking, and the outright theft of public resources. This illicit financial flows, I want us to note that it also includes our artifacts, because our heritage are taken out of the continent, or have been taken out of the continents that are in other parts of the world, where those countries are using our heritage to get money.
The panel session deepened the conversation. Experts challenged government agencies and financial institutions to strengthen transparency and internal controls. A notable moment came when a participant demanded that the ICPC publicly name banks allegedly enabling illicit financial flows, a reminder that accountability must go beyond policy and become practice.
Tell us here and now so we can report it, so that we can start from there to fight this corruption, illicit flow of terror financing or whatever. So tell us the banks, name and shame. They do it in Asia, they do it in Europe, they do it elsewhere. Let us do it in Nigeria and in Africa. Thank you very much.
As part of the celebrations, distinguished contributors were inducted into the Real News Hall of Fame, honoring their support, integrity, and commitment to national development. There were lighter moments too, including a warm celebration for one of the discussants, adding joy to an otherwise serious conversation.
Anybody, any human being, any country who is not planning is planning to fail. So, and you don't wait until you are in 2063 to start planning, to start developing, to start corralling all the resources you need to develop. And we know that the continent is bleeding dry because of illicit financial flows. And technology is aiding it greatly and also making it impossible for those involved in this illicit financial flow to be tracked. So we chose this team to raise awareness and to call attention to governments that they have to step up their action to stem the tide of illicit financial flow. When you have about $50 billion being drained out of the economy of any country, that's a huge sum of money. Of any continent, is a huge sum of money. And then when you think, take Nigeria for instance, they have about 10 million children who are out of school, right? Now, can you imagine what such an amount of money could do to the life of these children if those monies or the illicit flows are stopped or the monies are tracked? So you have to plan. If you don't plan, you are planning to fail. That's what just it is. So the earlier we start to plan to curb illicit financial flows, the earlier for everybody involved and for us to achieve the sustainable development goals we have always talked about. So the most important thing is that information is power. When you don't have information that will help you to change your life, you will be wallowing in ignorance. So the cure of ignorance is to arm people with adequate information that can help them to uplift their well-being, achieve their aims, and contribute to nation building. Illicit flows is different from illicit financial flows because it's just not in the public space, it's both in the public and private sector. So we are helping to create awareness. We are helping to let people know that this ill exists in the society and it has to be fought and it has to be stemmed. And for us to achieve the aim we want, all hands has to be on deck. No matter what is happening in the country, integrity is still possible. There are people who could not succeed, but they are forging ahead because of their integrity, because people believe in them. And in the business we are in, the business of the media, integrity is everything. If you don't have integrity, nobody will trust you, nobody will come to your program, nobody will believe you. Once they see your medium, they will just wish it away. So integrity is everything. Achievement means what we have achieved here today now. That's it. We have achieved this. We wanted this hall to be filled up, and you can see that the hall is filled to the brim, not by colorful people, by a galaxy of intellectuals from different walks of life, from different countries, you know. And there are so many people online who are watching and following this event. So we have achieved success here today, and we are indeed grateful to God. I'm here today because of perseverance and hard work. So my life is a testimony to that. So if there is any Gen Z around and you want somebody who you want to emulate, you can read up about my work.
I am Martins Oloja, immediate past managing director and editor-in-chief of the Guardian newspaper. Integrity is possible, but it's still unachievable now because integrity is something that looks abstract to people. And because of the way we do not have ethical revolution that we desired, we do not have ethical reorientation to as part of public policy. It's very difficult, and people who have integrity in this place usually don't have even resources to manage their life. They may not be wealthy with integrity because corruption has become like a fundamental objective and directive principle of state policy. And the people who are prominent, who may not even be significant, are people who do not have integrity. And people who do not have integrity, some sections of the media decorate them with awards from time to time. So integrity is not something that is held here. So integrity is something that is very difficult to define, but it is something that people do when no one is watching. It's a classic definition. Integrity happens most time when no one is watching you. So it's very difficult. It's something that people should hang on their neck wherever they go. But it's very difficult to achieve in this country now because of the operating environment and the way we do not have role model, we do not have a reward for even integrity. We will have reward for people who can do some things that are unethical, and they don't identify them, they don't reward integrity in this country now.
To make ethics and accountability fashionable, we have to celebrate cases of ethics and accountability that takes place across. So not just in public sector, in private sector. We have to showcase it, we have to tell those stories. So what is happening now is that the stories that are being showcased and being told are not stories that encourage that. We see people celebrating unethical behavior. And for as long as you keep celebrating unethical behavior, you're not going to encourage ethical behavior. So I think achievement to me would be life of impact shows that you've lived for others and not just yourself. It shows that you have come into spaces and you have changed positively those spaces. So it could be impacting in the youths. And so in my case, it would be working with entrepreneurs. And I can count the achievements by how many entrepreneurs have been affected, how they have changed their systems, how they have improved their processes, and how they're doing much better. Not only from a profit perspective, but even from a planet perspective and the people in which they serve.
Achievement means accomplishment. A man that has achieved, a man that has accomplished. And accomplishment means different things for different people. To me, accomplishment is impact. My own understanding of accomplishment is not a man that built estates, but a man that built human beings. Because if you build human beings, a community of human beings, you have built a nation. The impact, the multiple effects will go around in a manner that you can't even imagine. So achievement for an individual is how much impact you have made. And you don't make impact if you don't grow yourself. So you must grow yourself, develop yourself, advance yourself in the area of knowledge, diverse kinds of knowledge. Because we live in the age where innovation is key. When I was in journalism many years back, we used to sleep in the office to produce a newspaper. Nobody sleeps there because technology has taken over. Stories coming ready, copy ready. So things move on the fly. So you have to also be innovative yourself to keep with that advancement of technology. So achievement is accomplishment. And for me, as a journalist, achievement is the impact I have had on people around me, people I've encountered in life, starting from my family. Because my family is key to me. So my achievement is my family first, advancing my family, their standard of life and living, advancing the education of my children. I don't joke with that. And in the long run, these things will come back to you positively. So if you don't make the sacrifice in the morning of your life, when the evening comes, it will be a lonely heart. And that's not achievement. You have not achieved. Integrity is possible. But people are showing integrity. I was at a WAEC office yesterday. I went to check a result that is very old. They said it's no longer captured on, not yet captured on digital platform. So I went there to confirm it, and a young man, a gentleman, I won't call him a young man, he took me through the system, through the process, counseled me. I went and did all that I said I should do, including affidavit. Came back, he did everything thoroughly, professionally, ethically. I had to collect his number, and I sent him a message when I got home. And he told me that is just who he is. That in his own little space, he tries to do things the way they should be done. And he's not swayed by the bandwagon of bribery, corruption, and requesting and patronizing people so that he can get something. And I appreciated him. But just that, he said the words meant so much to him. My message to him meant so much. I told him, please, if you can replicate yourself in that your office, so everybody begin to behave like you, then the world will be a better place. Nigeria especially. Integrity is scarce in this country, no doubt about that. Integrity is very scarce. We had what happened today. I asked a man, why can't you name them and shame them? He cannot name them and shame them because even in that circle, in the anti-corruption agency, many people are corrupt. The current EFCC chairman said, when he resumed, he rebuked his staff. He had a meeting with them and said, some of you are too corrupt. You go out and make deals. That's why they fight against corruption. We can't win it. Because even the system that wants to fight corruption is self-corrupt. So, but integrity is possible. Very, very possible.
Again, on this podium, to thank everybody who has made this day glorious. Starting from God Almighty who created all of us. Without Him, we wouldn't be here at all. We wouldn't even have survived all the vicissitudes we have been through to witness this day. And we are deeply grateful to God.
The 13th anniversary lecture ended with a renewed call. For Africa to thrive in the digital age, it must protect its financial systems, secure its cyberspace, and build institutions that uphold transparency. For 13 years, Real News has remained steadfast, informing the public, fostering debate, and shaping national consciousness.
My name is Ken Ubeche. I'm a journalist, author, writer, public speaker, everything rolled into one. I'm giving a shout out to Achievement Channels, the motivational channel. Please stay hooked to Achievement Channel. Thank you.
Achievement Channel.
Martins Oloja of the Guardian fame. And I want to shout out to Achievement and Motivational Channel that you should continue to do what you are doing because achievement is really very, very important to motivate people, to celebrate achievement, to celebrate integrity, to celebrate what is good for us that will make us a great nation. Thank you.
From Dr. Neko Kekaru, live Lagos, Pan Atlantic University. Shout out to Achievement Channel. If you're not watching Achievement Channel, I wonder what else you're doing with your time. This is the channel to watch.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Success is not just about what you do, but how you show up. Your style speaks before you do. Style is confidence, and confidence drives success. From the boardroom to the runway, your presence matters. Welcome to Style to Success, where fashion meets ambition. Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel. Follow us at Achievement Channel for more style and success insights.
Welcome to Style to Success on Achievement Channel, the show that brings you face to face with remarkable individuals whose journeys inspire and empowers all. We are reaching you from our studio at the School of Eloquence, Lagos, Nigeria. I am Ayodele Oluwole, and today we are diving deep into the world of maritime media, a field that often goes unnoticed but plays a crucial role in our global economy. Our guest today is a true trailblazer in this field. She is a seasoned fashion stylist and a champion for youth empowerment, the founder of Marigold Fashion House and a host of other impactful initiatives. With her unwavering dedication and innovative spirit, she has not only shaped the landscape of maritime reporting, but also contributed immensely to the growth and development of the maritime sector in Nigeria. Mrs. Susan Eshet, we are honored to have you with us today. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you
so much, man. Thanks for making that time to come. We actually love your outfits. I like to say that, and you know, I think it's one of the things that this program entails. It's Style to Success, and we love the fact that you're rocking our African prints. So I would want to start by asking you a question, ma. What does style mean to you?
Well, thank you so much once again. I'm talking about my style, and you made mention of the wearing of Ankara. I took that decision some 7 years ago, thereabout, that no more Western suits, no more, ties and all those things. It's going to be African wear. And I got inspiration from Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, when she became Minister of Economic, and she was always wearing Ankara. And one of those days I had a meeting with her in our office, and I just said, this is this woman's style. Style could be anything to anybody. It could be what you are as a professional. It could be what you are as a person. Your style determines who you are, determines what you come up with, what you become at the end of your journey on earth. People will remember you for what kind of style you had. If you're simple, if you're robust, if you're elaborate. So to me, my style is me. Because now people see me as, oh, she only wears Ankara. If you see me with something else, it means it's a tight situation. But once I walk into a room like this, I feel proud to be an African and an African woman.
Wow, it feels good to hear this actually. I love the fact that you're promoting our culture through fashion, because we're trying to project what we represent as Africans to the rest of the world. So wearing our own locally made fabric is a very good one. So that's quite impressive. And I'd like to say, ma, how does style inspire success for you?
Like I said, it's Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala that inspired that in me, and I said, if she at her level could have confidence and wear just African clothing, then why not me? And the first time I walked into the office on a Monday and I was wearing this, it was like, everybody was like, what is she doing? But to answer your question, it shows how confident you can be as a person and as a professional. That's what it brings out in me, the confidence. If you can wear this for an event, then that means you have a lot of confidence.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's so good to hear that from you. So I like to say, Mrs. Susan, how do you come about your fabric? Where do you shop for them? How accessible are these fabrics? Because I need to be sincere, I love African prints. And when I see people rocking African prints, there is an impression I get from it. I just feel good saying that. So I just like to say how accessible that's for people who would love to look like you, who would want their style, who wants to rock the African print, who wants to wear our own thing. How accessible has it been for you getting these fabrics, And how easy has it been getting, you know, stylists that can put them together and project, you know, a very good image of it?
That's a very good question, and it also comes with our country, Nigeria. We used to have a very vibrant textile industry, but all of a sudden, all that wilted away. So a lot of these fabrics are imported, which is very sad. I wish something could be done about that so that we can go back to what we used to make and what we're wearing. They're very accessible, but now with the inflation and, you know, the economic situation is quite pricey. But, you know, it's something that I love, and so I'll go out of my way to get it. And then there is no fashion designer or tailor that cannot make all this. They're all over the place. You go to the market, Balogun market, they'll give you different types. There are the low price ones, the middle price ones, and the high price ones. And so the high price ones are the ones that are produced in Holland, the Hollandish stuff. Those ones are quite high prices, and they last, they don't fade. Then you have the middle price ones and the low price ones. So it depends on who you are, start coming in, the kind of person you are, your character, your projection of yourself, and your profession. So you decide to pick the low price one, but you make something out of it, it's still the same thing. And so it's quite accessible, but my appeal will be that the government should look at our textile industry and see how we can start all over again and get the textile industry working, because all these things are brought in from Ghana, from Cote d'Ivoire, from Holland. Not much is made in Nigeria anymore.
True, I agree with you to an extent, man. But I just want to quickly chip something in that, you know, we still have some people that still do, you know, local production of some of these African prints, especially the Ashoke, the Adire, yes. Which, you know, the prints are actually beautiful as well. They're as beautiful as Ankara, but
they cannot be mass produced.
True.
You have to do some mass production to get things like this. Okay. So that's why I'm still making that appeal that the federal government or state government should do something about the textile industry.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yes, because I feel we actually need to try to rejuvenate those industries so that, you know, it will help the economy as well. Apart from, you know, helping the GDP of the nation, it's going to, you know, create more employment, and people will gravitate towards, you know, wearing our own thing. So our local content will be promoted that way.
Well
it's a
said.
good one. It's
well
a
said.
good one. Well done, man. And it's
so
nice to have you on the show.
Thank you very
we'll
much.
take a short break and we'll be right back.
Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078, or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
So welcome back, and we're still on the show Style to Success on the Achievement Channel. We still have our maybe guest on the show, Mrs. Susan. I have been having some questions and some good time with Mrs. Susan on the show, and she's been sharing insightful ideas about how she has really been inspired in terms of fashion and style. So we're back to the show. Mrs. Susan, I hope you're fine, ma, and I hope you're enjoying the show. Mrs. Susan, I'd like to ask, what are some of your proudest accomplishments in this game?
Proudest accomplishment as a woman working in an industry that is really men-oriented, and so you are able to prove yourself, not trying to prove yourself to be better than the men, no, trying to prove yourself to be able to come up with ideas, strategies, plans, and do as much as what the industry wanted to do. I mean, being in the oil and gas industry, it was quite challenging, you know, trying to do things, go offshore, climb up baskets, do this, do that. But, as a woman, you are able to do all those things. So I'm proud of myself that we were able to come out fine and we were able to do most of the things that our male counterparts will do.
That's a good one. Impressive. And one last question. I'd like to ask that, what advice would you give someone who wants to become a stylist? Talking about, becoming a stylist in a clime like Nigeria.
Oh, like the program says, style to success. Like I said before, I picked my inspiration from meeting Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and the difference between her, she had long skirts, while I prefer the shorter ones. And there she was as a minister of the finance, and then for the coordinating economy. And she was always in meetings, going from one place to the other, and still in her long, skirts with ankara and her turban. So, and I was like, if she could do this, and even do it at the World Bank level, where she was having meetings and all that, then why not do it in Nigeria? So there's nothing you cannot achieve, whether you're wearing ankara, or you're wearing ashoke, or you're wearing akwete, or you're wearing, whatever native, clothing we have. Your style is your style, and it's what you make out of it, and that's what you become. Like what you're also wearing. Before you could see male folks were always in suits, but now I see a lot of guys also dressing down, wearing this, and it's as comfortable as what you could wish for. So your style is your style, and whatever you make out of it is what comes out of it.
Wow, that's a good one. And I have to make a brief comment that, like, what I'm wearing, we are now getting used to it. It's becoming, part of us. There are companies now where they wear, trousers like this to work on a regular basis. They don't even wear suit and tie and all. So it's becoming part of a culture. And apart from that, we're exporting that culture to other parts of the world, because there are countries, there are some countries now, they allow this to be, you wear it on some days to work. And
that's style to success.
Exactly. So we are getting there.
Yes.
So it's a good one. So I'd like to ask you the last question on the show, and that would be, what are the most important lessons that you learned along, this business?
It's your comfort level, your confidence. You must do things that you're confident with, or you have confidence, and you must do things that you're comfortable with. So for me, making up my mind to drop the jackets and the shirts was just a step, and then making up my mind to wear this African wear and walking into the office that Monday morning, and everybody was like, whew, and I'm like, well, I'm sorry, this is my style now, this is me now. That's the confidence level you have.
And I'm sure that must have, created a lot of impact, in your immediate environment.
Because suddenly, some of my colleagues were also changing.
Yeah.
You go for business meetings and you're like, everybody's like, you're coming for a business plan. I said, well, that's why I have short skirts and top jackets, to make it more business-like, instead of looking like somebody going to church or going for a party or whatever. So it's more business-like. And really, for me, it was like, the most important thing is having that confidence to say, it is what I am. And what I am is that I'm a professional and I'm an achiever.
Wow, that's a good one. Thank you so much, Mrs. Susan. It's really been a pleasure having you on the show. And I must confess, I've learned one or two things from you. This is such an impactful interview. Thank you so much, and we appreciate you coming. To our viewers, we hope you are motivated to explore the vast opportunities within the fashion industry and to make your own mark, just like Mrs. Susan. I am Ayodele Oluwole, and this has been Style to Success on the Achievement Channel. Until next time, stay inspired.
simple saying holds a powerful truth. Just as farmers seize the sunny days to harvest hay for the future, we too must seize opportunities when they present themselves. So, here are 3 key insights to help you maximize the inspiration embedded within the depths of this age-old wisdom. First is about seizing opportunities. Opportunities often come fleetingly, much like the sun breaking through the clouds. It's not enough to recognize them, we must act swiftly and decisively. Whether it is with starting a new business, or pursuing a passion, or seizing a career opportunity, the time to act is now. Entrepreneurs or leaders who saw a gap in the market and acted swiftly. They didn't just wait for perfect conditions. If anything at all, they created their own opportunities by simply making hay while the sun was shining. The second insight is about preparation and readiness. We must understand that making hay while the sun shines isn't just about seizing opportunities. It is also about preparations. Farmers prepare well in advance. How? By planting, nurturing, and even harvesting when the time is right. Similarly, we must prepare ourselves mentally, emotionally, skillfully, if we are ever to make the most of every opportunity that comes our way. Preparation breeds readiness. When you're prepared, you're confident and capable of taking action when the opportunity arises. It's always about aligning your skills, your knowledge, your mindset, your attitude to maximize your chances of This is Mr. Motivator signing off from Timeless Capsule right here on the Achievement.
Welcome to Achievement, the show that speaks to men striving for more. Broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Ikoyi, Lagos, on Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, the Achievement Channel. I am your host, Martins Oloye. Today's episode is The Burden of Silence, Why Men Don't Share Their Struggles. Joining me to discuss and do justice to this topic are accomplished gentlemen, Victor Diali, managerial psychologist, leadership expert, and certified coach with over 26 years experience, trusted by global organizations to build better leaders, and Akin Opatola, a trailblazing real estate professional, president of FAIRC Nigeria, and mentor who's shaping future of real estate across Africa. Together, they will help us to unpack the cultural, emotional, and personal weights men carry, and how we can create safe spaces for real conversations. This is Achievement, not just inspiration, but blueprints for action. You've been watching Achievement with Martins Oloye right here on the Achievement Channel. Today we are discussing something quite touching, something that we don't talk about because we all believe that the male child is strong, especially in this part of Africa. And our topic is talking about why men don't share their struggles. Gentlemen, welcome to this very, very emotional part of our episodes. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So what I started with saying is the emotional part is big boys don't cry. Is that what they say? Men don't cry.
Yeah.
And
it's quite interesting because, you know, I was driving to church with my family and some armed robbers accosted us, you know, carjacked us, took over the car, put us in the back seat, had a gun on my wife's neck. Top speed, they on my wife's neck. Top speed, they pushed my wife out and kept driving with us and drove us to a bush, you know, and it was my nephew and I. They asked me to jump into the bush. I jumped with all of my strength, and the next thing I heard was, "Pow!" They shot me in the back. Left side of my back, bullet came out, left side of my chest. And, you know, lying down there in the pool of my own blood. In fact, I thought I was dead. I thought the next thing I would see would be bright lights and angels singing "Welcome Home," you know. I didn't see any bright lights. I didn't see any angels. What I saw was pure water nylon. That's when I knew this must be Nigeria. You know, I'm still here. And, you know, I was really shocked that I was alive. I had another chance to live. And so while I was there, I began to think about it, that, wow, I'm still alive. You know, I'm not dead. And I've not yet fulfilled my purpose in life. I cannot die now. It's not yet time. I've not yet fulfilled my purpose in life. I cannot die now. It's not yet time. And so I felt that I had a reason to live. And so that gave me strength. I pulled myself up, and then I managed to get to the road. It was an expressway. Now I realize it was Abeokuta Expressway. I stood in the middle of the road and nobody was willing to help. Some cars would drive close to me, slow down, take a good look at me from head to toe. They see the blood gushing from my chest, my nose, my mouth. They'll change their gear and zoom off. It was a Sunday morning, 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. They were rushing to church because I saw big Bibles on the dashboards. And I just felt life going out of me. But somehow I knew I had about 5 minutes to live. Someone will stop. Someone will stop. Someone will help me.